Chapter 1206. With tears still in her eyes, she giggled again. But I think you treat me the best. Who asked us to be together when we were in junior high? I'll definitely support you joining the army. Who is Ying? She can't be compared to you. As long as she could beat Ying, and Jiasin would be happy. Her giggles turned into loud laughter, and she rolled back and forth on the bed. Awesome, this is awesome. Say, when the provincial first high school puts up a banner saying congratulations to Yi Qian for getting into the National University of Science and Technology, haha, Ying's family will be so angry that they'll vomit blood. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it makes me happy. Yi Qian saw that she wasn't angry at him for hiding it from her. He let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, Ying will definitely be angry then. Today, I was in the same exam room as her, and she even came to me to show off, saying that I'm definitely not as good as her. Cough, cough, cough. Her laughter turned into loud coughs, and Yi Qian was so shocked that he quickly patted her back. Look at you, laughing so hard that you're out of breath. Get up and talk. Holding Yi Qian's hand, and Jiasin coughed until tears welled up in her eyes. You're going to tell me some shocking news later. My little heart is going to break from shock. How unlucky is Yi Ying to be in the same exam room as you? Isn't she looking for trouble? Don't hide it. You have to suppress the enemy at this critical juncture. There's a saying in the army. Yes, it's like being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Don't be merciful, but you have to be careful. What if she tries to play tricks in the exam room and implicates you? So you have to be careful. Be careful. Yi Qian took out a tissue and handed it to her to wipe her tears, smiling. Actually, I'm kind of looking forward to her playing tricks in the exam room. After fighting with me for so long, I didn't really do anything to her. If she really plays tricks in the exam room, I'm looking forward to it. Hey, you become bad. And Jiasin suddenly understood what he meant. The two girls immediately laughed together on the bed. There was a knock on the door, followed by Xia Jiyuan's deep voice. There's an exam in the afternoon. You two can rest now. The two of them had been chatting in the room for half an hour. If he didn't remind her, she was afraid that they would continue chatting until 20 minutes before the exam. And Jiasin had already covered herself from head to toe with the air conditioner and pretended to be asleep. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. She was indeed a little afraid of Xia Jiyuan. Yi Qian didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes, thinking about Yi Ying's expression in the exam hall today. She must have wanted to play some tricks in the morning, but failed because he handed in his paper early. When she went back, she would mention to Yi Jifan and Sun Dongqing that they were in the same examination hall as her. She couldn't rule out the possibility of more tricks in the afternoon. Yi Jifan desperately wanted to move back to his household register. The reason was very simple. He didn't want to see himself go further and further away from him. He didn't want Yi Ying to be unable to surpass him. In order to achieve his goal, he even asked old Madame Yi to come out of retirement, but the result was still the same. In the middle of it, she was really thankful that old Madame Yi spread rumors to Yi Zhixiang that Yi Jifan and Ho Zi were kept as mistresses. In the end, Ho Zi was alerted to deal with this matter. Because of this, Yi Jifan, who wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal, was suppressed, and he didn't dare to make any more moves. Chapter 1207. Yi Jifan wouldn't give up so easily now that there was a chance to make all his efforts go to waste and even disqualify him from the college entrance exam. There was a 50% chance that Yi Ying would make a move in the afternoon. Yi Qian, who was lying on the bed, closed his eyes and thought. Meanwhile, Yi Jifan, who was sitting on the side of the hotel bed, was quietly listening to his daughter speak. Dad, I want to take a gamble. If I lose, I'll admit it, but I still have a 50% chance of winning. Dad, I want to try. Yi Ying, who had finished her lunch, didn't even bother with her lunch break. She gritted her teeth with a sinister expression. As long as there's a chance, I'll give it a try. I won't let her have the chance to step on my head again. Dad, I've always remembered how she kicked me out of the provincial number 1 middle school back then. Sun Dongqing sat on the side and looked at her husband and daughter. After a while, she couldn't hold it in anymore and said fiercely, "We have to teach that wretched girl a lesson. Otherwise, she'll think that our Yi Ying is easy to bully." If it weren't for old Yi always telling her not to go to the provincial #1 middle school and cause trouble for that wretched girl, because it would affect his reputation in the government, she would have gone there long ago. Go and take the things. Don't cause trouble. Yi Jifan didn't agree immediately. This was a serious matter and related to his daughter's future. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He gently reprimanded his wife and then said to Yi Ying, Ying, although the risk is 50%, Yi Qian's ability is a little beyond my expectations. Ying, Dad can say that you don't have a 50% chance of winning. Yi Ying's voice suddenly rose and sounded a little shrill. Dad, are you saying that I'm not as good as Yi Qian? Even you think that I'm not as good as her? Who said that? Who said that our Ying is not as good as that wretched girl? Sun Dongqing, who was cleaning the table, jumped up and pointed at Yi Jifan's nose. Yi Jifan, I'm telling you, don't compare that wretched girl to our Ying. Our Ying is a top student at Tsinghua University and West University. Even her homeroom teacher said that as long as she performs normally, it won't be a problem for her to get into the top universities. What can this wretched girl get into? I think she should thank the heavens for even getting into a third-rate university. Ying was even angrier. If Yi Qian could only get into a third-rate university, why would she do something like that during the college entrance exam? Mom, can you stop interrupting? I'll talk to Dad. Can you go back to your room and rest? Yi Ying's voice was filled with anger. Dad, I don't care how confident I am. I have to try. If I really fail, I'll just repeat my studies for a year. If you succeed, think of a way to make this matter worse. Let the Education Bureau punish Yi Qian as a warning to others and permanently disqualify Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam. You also have to think about the jade pendant in our hands. If the person behind the jade pendant knows that Yi Qian is more promising than me, do you think he will abandon our family and support Yi Qian? None of the other words had touched Yi Jifan's heart. Only this sentence had touched the bottom of his heart. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the hotel corridor. It was the parents who had accompanied their children to school for the afternoon exam. Listening to the sound of footsteps and the parents' reminders gradually fade away, Yi Jifan waited until the surroundings were so quiet that only Yi Ying's heavy breathing could be heard. He said, Be careful. The sun was at its brightest in the afternoon. Yi Qian stood at the school gate and looked at a boy who was wearing the provincial #1 middle school's uniform. The boy walked unhurriedly beside them and smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who had brought her over. Go back and wait. You don't have to stand under the sun. I'll be back in about an hour. Go back and rest. Chapter 12:08. No matter how clean he was, she still felt that he had not rested well. Okay, I'll watch you go in. Xia Jinyuan also looked at the boy, who looked decent in the provincial #1 high school's uniform. His thin lips curled up slightly. I'll come and pick you up in the afternoon. And Jiesin looked at her good friend, who was sweetly reminding her, and could not help but feel disappointed again. Yi Qian, who had fallen into the river of love, had indeed changed. He was no longer as unattainable as before. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower. It's different when you're in love. You smile like a blooming flower. She also wanted to be in love. Like Jane Eyre, she could be in love and study at the same time. She was just afraid that she would not study hard when she was in love. And Jiesin, who did not even notice that she had said it out loud, suddenly felt her hair stand on end. She felt like she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. She looked up abruptly, but there was nothing. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian calmly looked away from the man who was less than 2 meters away from them. The T6 combatant was here, and he was even shamelessly wearing the provincial #1 high school's uniform and mingling with a group of students. I have an ominous feeling. I have to go into the classroom. And Jiesin rubbed her arms and said softly to Yi Qian, I felt like something was staring at me just now. Could it be Ying? Ahem. Xia Jinyuan raised his clenched fist to the corner of his mouth and cleared his throat. He turned sideways and glanced at the T6 combatant. Bro, you should at least restrain yourself a little. The T6 combatant, who had a baby face and delicate facial features, blinked and then raised his eyebrows in Jiesin's direction. The meaning he wanted to express was quite obvious. Bro, I think this girl is not bad. Introduce her to me. Xia Jinyuan looked away. His marriage had already been resolved, but his brother's marriage. It seemed like he had to bear some responsibility. But wasn't it a little too hasty to think that he thought she was not bad with just one glance? The T6 combatant, who was full of joy, watched helplessly as his comrade mercilessly looked away. He felt so jealous that he wanted to rush up and introduce himself. When the T6 combatant saw Yi Qian pulling the delicate girl behind him and forcibly blocking his view, he lowered his head in silence. The two of them had joined forces to bully him, who was all alone. I'll go in first. Yi Qian did not stay any longer. He grabbed Jiasin, who was looking around, and calmly pulled her out of the T6 combatant's line of sight. It was so strange just now. I clearly felt like something was staring at me, but I couldn't find anything when I swept my gaze over. Do you think it's that despicable Yi Ying's doing? And Jiasin still hadn't forgotten the stare that gave her goosebumps. After taking a few steps, she turned around to look behind her. Yi Qian smiled and said, "It's nothing. Maybe you're a little nervous about the exam later. Don't be nervous. Your foundation in mathematics has always been very good. Mathematics was your forte in junior high, let alone in high school. You could even make it into the top 10 of your cohort and get into the university of your dreams." As the two of them walked further and further away, the T6 combatant came up to Xia Jinyuan and said with a smile, "That must be Yi Qian's good friend. She's quite a nice girl. You two seem to hit it off. Do you want to come out for dinner tonight? Introduce her to me? You have a strong motive. You even shamelessly put on a high school uniform." Xia Jinyuan removed the hand on his shoulder and looked up and down at the T6 combatant, who still looked decent in his school uniform. He said mercilessly, "You want to get a girlfriend dressed like this? It would be strange if a girl would fall for you." Chapter 1209. T6 humbly asked for advice. "I'm inexperienced, so please give me some tips. I secretly took this set of clothes from my cousin's closet. I'll be returning it later." Only when he said that did Xia Jinyuan remember that T6 was also from Southern Province. "I can't help you with this. You'll have to ask Yi Qian. Also, why did you come to First High School? You don't seem to have a simple motive." I suddenly remembered that Yi Qian isn't in First High School during my 15-day break. I was wondering if I should come over to take a look and settle my marriage while I'm at it. My family is giving me a headache. How old am I? I'm only 27. Is it that hard to find a wife? After returning for 3 days, T6 spent the first day with his parents. The next 2 days were all about blind dates. Xia Jinyuan accidentally asked about T6 troubles. Comrades were meant to share weal and woe together, so T6 did not mind sharing his troubles with his comrade. "Change your clothes before you talk about blind dates with me. Otherwise, I'll feel like I'm going on a blind date with a high school student. I won't want to talk to you at all. Let's go and change our clothes. I urgently need your advice. Also, I really think that girl just now is not bad. She made me feel like my heart was being electrocuted." Faced with Xia Jinyuan's cold gaze, T6 immediately said seriously, "In layman's terms, I was electrocuted." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. "Why didn't you pass out from the electrocution? I could have gotten her to come back and give you CPR immediately." After a moment of silence, T6 gave his comrade a thumbs up. "That's a brilliant move. How would I have thought of it if you didn't mention it earlier? Why don't we use it tonight? I'll pretend to be unconscious while you pull the girl over and give me CPR." Xia Jinyuan felt that it was a little difficult to progress on this topic. When encountering someone who was even more shameless than him, he usually only had one feeling. He really wanted to beat him up. But today was the first day he confirmed his relationship with Little Fox, so it was not appropriate for him to go on a killing spree. He might as well let him off this time. He looked quite pitiful, and Jiasin, who had just entered the classroom, had no idea that she had electrocuted a Special Forces soldier. With a serious expression on her face, she opened the test paper and adjusted her state of mind as quickly as possible. Then, she began the afternoon math test. The exam had just begun, and the invigilator did not immediately use his fiery eyes of truth to inspect the examination hall. He only reminded them, "Take the exam seriously, take the exam seriously." Then he stood by the aisle and did not say anything else. Yi Qian was the fastest student in the entire exam hall. The other students had to stop writing from time to think, but she had already calculated the answer in her mind by the time she finished reading the question. She just had to write on the blank space. Teachers from different schools would invigilate every exam. Almost every teacher from every school knew Yi Qian from the province's #1 middle school. Whenever they saw Yi Qian's ID during the examination, they would immediately look up and size him up. When it was time for the exam, they would stop by Yi Qian's desk and watch her answer the questions. Half an hour later, Yi Qian finished answering the A and the questions. The invigilator next to her looked at her in shock. He could not accept the speed at which she answered the questions without thinking. He originally thought that she would make a mistake, but when he finished calculating in his mind, he realized that there was no mistake at all. The invigilator was not in a hurry to leave, but Yi Qian. It was Ying. She worked on the questions for a while, then glanced down from the corner of her eye. When she saw that the invigilator was still there, she was so angry that she bit her lower lip so hard that a circle of teeth marks appeared. Of course, Yi Jian knew that someone had been looking at her with a gloomy gaze. She remained calm and answered the questions one by one, not giving herself any chance to be distracted. Chapter 12:10. The invigilator blocked Yi Ying's line of sight, so she couldn't see Yi Qian's speed. She also didn't see that Yi Qian had already started working on the questions on both sides of the CD and CD. After the invigilator left, she glanced over and saw Yi Qian stop, writing to think about the last two questions. Seeing this, Yi Ying sneered disdainfully. Didn't they say that she was fast at solving questions? Didn't she always hear the students from #1 middle school say that Yi Qian handed in his paper early again? It must be a lie. How could her speed be considered fast? What a joke. Yi Ying had always been conceited. In addition, she was like a fish in water in the provincial #2 high school. Her speed in solving questions in every exam was also very fast, which made her even more unwilling to believe that Yi Jian could really solve the questions faster than everyone else. I'll let you be smug for a while, damn girl, Yi Ying muttered softly. Her eyes flashed with malice. She didn't look at Yi Qian anymore and quickly caught up with her own questions. If she wanted to set him up, she had to finish the questions herself. Every time, she relied on her own ability to rank among the top few in #2 middle school. With such outstanding results, Ying didn't believe that she couldn't beat Yi Qian. Ying wasn't stupid. It was just that when she met Yi Qian, she was a little crazy. It was easy for her to make wrong decisions and make wrong decisions. But this time, even Yi Jifan agreed. It had to be said that for the jade pendant, Yi Jifan was also gambling with Yi Ying's future. If he lost, with Yi Ying's intelligence, it wouldn't be a problem for her to repeat a year and get into university. If he won, he would make sure that Yi Qian would never be able to get back the jade pendant. He would make sure that she would never be able to change her life. This was a gamble with life. In Yi Jifan's heart, he wasn't just betting on Yi Ying's future, he was betting on his own future as well. Today, he deeply understood that the reason he rose from a village official to a provincial official was all because of the jade pendant in his hands. Compared with his career, Yi Jifan chose his own career. As long as he had a smooth career and had a meteoric rise, there would be no problem for his daughter to re-enter a university. It was just a waste of another year. Yi Jifan himself did not hold much hope that Yi Ying would be able to stop Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam. Yi Ying had never won against Yi Qian in the past few confrontations. Now that Yi Qian had Ho Zi behind him, and he was not sure if his aunt's family had come to look for their relatives. Furthermore, he had to pay attention to his image as an official at all times, so he had some misgivings when dealing with Yi Qian. Letting his daughter take action was the best choice. Whether they could win or not depended on God's will. Yi Jifan, who was standing outside the school, took a sip of cold water and stared at the school with a malicious gaze. Yi Qian, don't blame your uncle for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too outstanding. You've made our entire family feel threatened. Only by getting rid of you will we be able to move on quickly. Gigi was still tirelessly calling out. The parents were fanning themselves with their cattail leaf fans to disperse the worry in their hearts. I don't know if this year's math will be difficult. Last year's math was too difficult. One of my colleagues said that a few students fainted in the classroom. What a sin. 3 years of hard work went down the drain. It was all in vain. Isn't that so? Please don't let anything happen this year. The worst thing is to see a child faint from nervousness. The parents will be sad. When the child wakes up, they won't be able to accept it. That's right. Thousands of soldiers and horses crossed the bridge in hopes of getting into a university during the college entrance exam. Sigh. Please don't let anything happen. Chapter 12:11. Yi Jifan heard the constant chatter of the parents. He raised his head and looked at the setting sun. His Ying's mental fortitude for the exam was not bad, so he didn't have to worry about her fainting. But he didn't know if she would succeed. Passing notes in the college entrance exam, was the worst method. It was very likely that both parties would suffer, and neither of them would be able to participate in the exam. Ever since Ying said that she planned to use the passing notes method to frame Yi Qian, Yi Jifan didn't have much hope. Instead, he hoped that his daughter would be smarter. The worst-case scenario would be that both parties would suffer. He would definitely have a way to make his daughter retake the exam for a year and resume it. Time ticked by, and the sun in the west finally stopped shining directly on the teaching building. The examination hall seemed to have become much cooler. Yi Qian, who was solving the questions, was a little excited. The more excited she was, the more focused she became. Her brain was like a high-speed computer, solving all the questions on the exam paper. As she wrote, the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a smile that none of the other candidates had. The invigilator standing next to her was a little uneasy. She could solve the college entrance exam questions. Smile, this was the first time in 3 years of invigilating. Finally, the invigilator stopped staring at Yi Qian from time to time. A student like this wouldn't cheat, because there was no need for her to do so. Ying, who was paying attention, saw this and a vicious look flashed across her eyes. Then, she revealed a faint smile. Next, she would definitely make Yi Qian get kicked out of the classroom by the invigilator. She would make it impossible for her to participate in the college entrance exam. As for how she would do it, Ying, with a cold smile, switched the exam paper from side A to side C. She actually skipped the first half of the exam questions and started on side C, which required analysis. The iron leaf fan spun quickly, sending a chill to the candidates who were sweating from solving the questions. Something seemed to be brewing in the air, making the atmosphere in the exam hall more and more tense. There was even a hint of dullness in the air. Ying, who had just finished a calculation problem on side C, had a strange smile on her face as she quickly wrote on the draft paper that was given to her. Damn girl, let's see how you're going to make a comeback. The 1999 National College entrance examination hadn't arrived yet. In the future, electronic devices would be used to cheat. Yi Ying's method was the most commonly used in this era, but it was also the most dangerous and the least intelligent way to cheat. She directly threw a small piece of paper. Written on the paper were the answers to the multiple choice and decision questions, as well as a calculation question on panel C. She planned to throw the paper towel under Yi Qian's desk when the invigilator was not around. After finishing the questions, Yi Qian suddenly moved towards her seat. The legs of the wooden chair creaked as they rubbed against the floor. The invigilator, who was sitting diagonally below Yi Qian, glanced at her sharply. In the process of creating the noise, Ying completed a series of actions at lightning speed. Her chest was slightly tilted towards the desk. Her left hand that was holding the paper towel tightly moved under the desk. Using her right hand as a cover, the paper towel in her left hand drew an arc in the air and directly bounced under Yi Qian's desk. The moment the paper towel left Yi Ying's hand, the smile in her eyes seemed to be stained with the poison of a hornet's sting. It was chilling. In a quiet exam hall, the only sound that could be heard was the rustling of the pen. The sound of the table and chairs was especially loud. When the invigilator's gaze landed on Yi Ying, her expression had already changed. Her expression and eyes were filled with panic. Chapter 12:12. The slip of paper. The slip of paper that was supposed to land under Yi Qian's desk was bounced back to her seat. The invigilator who heard the commotion walked towards her. Raise your feet. As the invigilator's voice came from above her head, Yi Ying's calves trembled slightly. Under the invigilator's sharp gaze, she slowly raised her feet. The slip of paper that was supposed to land on Yi Qian's seat was picked up by the invigilator. "Who gave this to you?" The voice was serious and low, like a basin of ice water poured over her. It made Yi Ying's scalp tense up, and she shivered one after another. No, I can't panic. I can't panic. How can I panic now? I have to calm down." Yi Ying bit her lower lip hard and didn't answer immediately. Instead, she quickly thought of a way to get out of this situation. Suddenly, Yi Ying narrowed her eyes, and a gloomy look flashed across her eyes. "I didn't send the slip of paper. Then I'll go all out. If I don't have a good time, Yi Qian won't have a good time." Yi Ying, who had made up her mind to prevent Yi Qian from taking the college entrance exam, came up with an idea that would hurt both of them. It was also the only way to drag Yi Qian into this. This idea coincided with Yi Zhifan's plan. He knew his own children well. Yi Zhifan knew that Ying wouldn't back down easily. He knew that the worst-case scenario was that both of them would be hurt, just like now. This was also the only way he thought to bring down Yi Qian. Yi Ying, who didn't disappoint her father, raised her head. Her eyes were filled with panic as she stuttered, No one gave it to me. I've sealed the paper. Come out for a moment." The invigilator didn't waste any more time to avoid affecting the other candidates. He took the slip of paper and said to another invigilator, "Seal this student's paper. I'll take her out." Even though Yi Ying had already prepared herself for her math results to be invalid, she was still a little scared. Her hands reflexively pressed down on the paper. Her lips trembled as tears flowed down her face. "I'm not going out. I didn't cheat. These are the answers to the multiple-choice questions and the decision questions, and these questions are the analysis process for the seaside questions," the invigilator said as she picked up Yi Ying's admission ticket. Yi Ying of the 2nd Provincial High School. A slip of paper appeared in the examination room. "You're already cheating." Yi Ying spread out her seaside and anxiously explained, "I've already finished. I didn't cheat. Also, you can look at my handwriting. I wrote it myself. I really didn't cheat." The note was in his own handwriting, and he didn't even throw it out. How could it be considered cheating? Only those who didn't know how to solve the questions were considered cheating. There was a small commotion in the exam hall. Some students raised their heads and looked in the direction of Yi Qian. Unmoved, Yi Qian finished the last question. With a faint smile on her lips, she deliberately looked at Yi Ying provocatively. Just as his gaze landed on her, Yi Ying's expression looked as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She cried, "Yi Qian, hurry up and explain. The teacher is going to ban my exam papers. Hurry up and explain." Then, she said to the invigilator, "Teacher, I didn't have a choice. Please forgive me this time. I won't pass the answers to Yi Qian again. Please forgive me this time." She wouldn't do it. She begged me to give her the answers. "Teacher, Yi Qian and I are cousins. My sister begged me. I couldn't refuse." Chapter 12:13. Hearing this, Yi Qian almost laughed out loud. Could it be that the scheme she came up with in the afternoon was this kind of stupid scheme? It seemed that he had overestimated Yi Ying. How could such a scheme be called a scheme? "Yi Ying, you're digging your own grave." "Teacher, let's talk outside so that we don't affect the student's performance." Yi Qian wanted to teach Yi Ying a lesson, but he wouldn't implicate the other students. Even if it had nothing to do with the other students, it would more or less affect their performance. Yi Qian sealed the test papers and didn't even look at Yi Ying. He tidied up the stationery on the table and said calmly, "The cheating in the college entrance exam is serious. Since Yi Ying said that I asked her to give me the answers, teacher, I hope you can report this to the higher-ups and investigate this thoroughly." Yi Ying, oh Yi Ying, do you really think that you're so smart with such a childish scheme and that the teachers are all idiots? All of you come out. The invigilator confiscated Yi Qian's admission ticket and walked out of the exam hall. Another invigilator stood on the podium and glanced at Yi Qian before coldly warning all the students, "Don't bother with things that have nothing to do with you. Do your own thing and don't look around. Don't be misunderstood by the teachers and affect your performance." Some of the students who were just taking the exam for fun and knew that they wouldn't be able to get in looked on with interest, ignoring the invigilator's words. As for those who were focused on getting into university, such as Meng-Wan, who was in the same class as Yi Qian, they didn't pay much attention. She only glanced at Yi Qian when he stood up with a faint smile in her eyes. An hour had passed. Yi Qian even sealed the test papers, which meant that he was preparing to finish the exam within an hour. She used to think that Yi Qian was partly responsible for Yi Ying's departure, but now it seemed that Yi Ying was reaping what she had sown. She didn't even forget to frame Yi Qian for the college entrance exam. She, Meng-Wan, couldn't stand it anymore. There were a total of 4 students in the provincial First High School's grade 12 class, one who were in the same exam hall. Like Meng-Wan, they immediately buried themselves in their own questions after being reminded by Yi Qian. Who was Yi Qian? He was the invincible evergreen of the provincial First High School. Whoever dared to compete with her would end up in a miserable state. She was admired by all the teachers and students in the school. Did she need to ask Yi Ying from the second senior high school for sex? The teachers and students of the entire First High School would not believe it and would even laugh out loud. Moreover, the college entrance examination was the most rigorous examination in the country. How could Yi Ying play tricks? In a moment of carelessness, he had destroyed himself by playing with fire. With such a small episode, none of the examinees in the third examination hall dared to move around. They were afraid that they would be targeted by the invigilator for the rest of the examination. All of them straightened their backs and obediently buried their heads in answering the questions. Yi Qian and Yi Ying were brought to the office of the examination hall in a school building. Not only were there people from the Provincial Education Bureau present, but there were also school leaders present. When Principal Chow saw Yi Qian, he was more than a little surprised. Yi Qian, why are you here? Other students could appear in this office, but Yi Qian was definitely not here. I came out of nowhere. This student from the Provincial Second High School framed me. She said that I begged her for the answers, and she couldn't resist my pleading, so she wrote them down. The slip of paper with the answers is in the hands of the invigilator, Yi Qian said casually. His expression was calm and composed, without a trace of panic. Chapter 12:14. The tearful Yi Ying expressed her deep disappointment and self-blame. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to your request. You never admit anything and only blame me. You came here for no reason, and I came here for no reason. The leader of number 2 high school was also there. When he saw Yi Ying, the surprise on his face was no less than Principal Chow's. Hearing this, he naturally had to protect his own student. He said in a deep voice, Yi Ying, don't cry. Hurry up and say it. You're taking the college entrance exam. It's not a normal exam. Yes, Yi Qian, let's talk things out. Hurry up and say it. Hurry up and go back to the exam. When it came to protecting his students, Principal Chow was never slower than others. He glanced at the leader of the Provincial Second High School and smiled at Yi Qian. You little girl, why you always make people jealous? Yi Ying, who was expelled from school, came back to stir up trouble. How much did her family hate Yi Qian? How much did they hate her so much that they tried to sabotage her college entrance exam? They stirred up trouble again and again. Although Principal Chow had a smile on his face, his heart was burning with rage. Again and again, Yi Zhifan was a dignified provincial official. How could he do such despicable and shameless things? Yi Ying, who was afraid that she would fall behind, took over the topic. She wiped her tears and told the whole story with a determined gaze. I didn't need to cheat to get my results. All the teachers in the Provincial Second High School knew about it. When Yi Qian came looking for me, I hesitated. But later on, she begged me too much. My heart softened and I gritted my teeth and agreed. Who knew? When I sent the note out, I was too nervous and didn't succeed. Then the teacher found out. Teacher, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. This is my fault. I admit my mistake. Yi Qian didn't get my note. It can only be considered as cheating. Please let her go and let her go back to the exam. Her words were beautiful. The teachers present shook their heads. She was too naive. Did she think she would be fine just like that? Being caught cheating in the college entrance exam was not just a little serious. The Provincial Education Bureau would be notified, and it would be recorded on one's record for life. The leader of the provincial second high school was so angry that he slapped the table and scolded, "Stupid! Before the college entrance examination, we have repeatedly reminded you that you must not help others to cheat. Once you are caught, no matter how you explain it, you will be disqualified from the college entrance examination." Yi Qian, did you hear that? You must remember that you absolutely cannot help others cheat because of your feelings. Principal Chow said with a serious face. He did not even mention the word deal. Instead, it was as if he was warning Yi Qian not to learn from Yi Ying and harm himself. The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at Yi Ying's admission ticket, then looked at Yi Qian's admission ticket. His gaze fell on Yi Qian, who was no stranger to the Provincial Education Bureau. He asked in a deep voice, "Yi Qian, do you have anything to say?" Principal Chow did not believe that Yi Qian, who wanted to study at the National University of Science and Technology, would ask the students of the Provincial Second High School for an answer. Neither did the Provincial Education Bureau. Yi Qian smiled and said calmly, "Just now, everyone heard Yi Ying say that she was going to pass the answer to me, but she was too nervous and didn't succeed. I want to confirm it with her again." He turned his gaze to the righteous Yi Ying and said, "I'm sorry. Can you say it again?" I'm afraid that the leaders present did not hear it clearly. Chapter 12:15. Yi Qian, I will take responsibility for my own mistakes. As for you, is it that hard for you to speak the truth? Yi Ying's facial features were delicate. Her eyebrows were dark and deep. When she put on a serious face, there was a sense of righteousness in her eyes that made people believe her. I didn't give you the answer in time. Now I know that I was wrong. But what about you? Do you know that you were wrong? Faced with her accusation, Yi Qian was unmoved. I only want to confirm one thing. Were you prepared to give me the answer, but you were too nervous in the end and didn't succeed? The repeated question made Yi Ying wary. What was this wretched girl trying to do? Why did he have to confirm it again? No matter what she wanted to do, she could forget about returning to the exam hall today. That's right. If I wasn't nervous, the note would have been in your hand a long time ago. Yi Ying wiped her tears again and said in a choked voice, I regret it. I shouldn't have agreed to it. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted. If you couldn't get in, you could only say that you didn't work hard enough. But as for me, I did questions every day. I didn't even play on Saturdays and Sundays just to get into the university I wanted. In the end, the leader of the provincial second high school was so angry that he glared at Yi Qian. He was so angry, so angry. Yi Ying was a top student from the provincial second high school who could get into Tsinghua University. The school had high hopes for her. Who knew that she would be ruined by Yi Qian from the provincial first high school? Yi Qian from the provincial first high school. Yi Qian? Yi Qian? This name, the leader of the provincial second high school, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yi Qian from the provincial first high school. Finally, the furious leader of the provincial second high school understood why the name Yi Qian sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the student who rejected the direct offers from Tsinghua University and Shi University? Why would she ask Yi Ying to copy the answer? Why would the provincial first high school's poster ask Yi Ying to copy the answer? Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Wasn't something wrong? After she finished speaking, Yi Ying noticed that Yi Qian's lips were slowly curling up. When he glanced at her with a mocking gaze, she also realized that something was wrong. Dear leaders and teachers, I am Yi Qian from the provincial first high school. Yi Qian took 2 steps forward and stood in the middle of the office. She held her head high and her eyebrows with the toughness of a soldier. He said calmly, Yi Ying, to me, everything she said was a joke. First, I've never asked her for an answer. Secondly, I never had to ask anyone for an answer. You're lying. A sharp voice interrupted Yi Qian's words. Yi Ying, who also took 2 steps forward, said sternly, I didn't say a single lie. She did ask me for an answer. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and continued calmly. Thirdly, I've already finished the exam and sealed the papers. So, it's even more impossible for me to ask her for the answers. What? How could she be so fast? The entire office fell into silence. The exam was over. Yi Qian from the provincial first high school finished the math exam an hour earlier. How was that possible? Did you finish the exam? Or did you finish all the questions? The leader of the provincial education department asked in a deep voice. Yi Qian, think carefully before you answer. This is very important. Chapter 12:16. Finishing the exam and finishing all the questions. The former was vague and undefined, while the latter was clear. Ying also thought of it. Her defeated face suddenly lit up. Her sharp voice turned into a mean sneer. Finished in an hour? Yi Qian, I never knew you had this ability. The leader of the second provincial high school didn't have the confidence he had before. He could hear the unconcealable resentment in the student he thought highly of, and instantly felt that this cheating wasn't simple. Why did it sound like there was a personal grudge between them? Yi Qian answered the leader of the Provincial Education Bureau with a smile. I have a habit. My classmates all know I like to finish all the questions within an hour, no matter which exam it is. I'm used to finishing it within an hour. The certainty in her smile, combined with her calm expression, made all the leaders present see that she was as steady as MT Tai. From this, they could see the difference between the two girls. The student from the second provincial high school who spoke first had a thin tongue, as if he didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. On the other hand, the student from the first provincial high school spoke in an orderly manner. He didn't speak slowly or hurriedly. He calmly dealt with the cheating and didn't refute the second provincial high school student's aggressiveness. Instead, he first explained the situation one by one, then let the leaders decide who was right or wrong. Just from this one incident, the difference in character between the two was obvious. The more I did the questions, the smoother I got. So I didn't try to control it precisely. I finished it in an hour, about 10 minutes faster than usual. The student from the second provincial high school said, I asked her for answers. I really don't know which me asked her. Her words were quite good. Not only did it make Ying speechless, but it also made the leaders see that she didn't want to confront Ying directly, so as to avoid a conflict that would cause negative effects. At this time, even Ying's lips were deathly pale. Cold sweat broke out on her back. The damn girl said she finished the exam. No, impossible. She didn't believe it. Principal Chow smiled and confirmed, I can testify to this habit of hers. I even talked to her before and told her not to finish so early. Even if she still needed to check after she finished, she couldn't be careless. In the end, she said that she checked it once before handing it in. She even said that once a habit is formed, it's hard to change it. That's why I was really surprised when the students from second high school said that she cheated. Student from the provincial second high school, I also want to ask you a question. I wonder which Yi Qian is asking you for an answer? The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the invigilator in charge of the third examination hall and asked in a deep voice, what exactly happened at that time? Say it again. Wronged? Why would a student wrongly accuse another student of cheating? Did she treat the college entrance examination as a game? The invigilator said seriously, I was the first to hear the sound of Yi Ying's chair being moved. I happened to be patrolling from the bottom right of Yi Qian. I heard the sound and walked over to Yi Ying's desk. I noticed that one of her draft papers was missing. I saw that she looked flustered and her legs were unnaturally close together. I asked her to raise her legs, and then I saw the paper with the answer. Where's Yi Qian? What was her reaction at that time? Faced with the leader of the Provincial Education Bureau's questioning, the invigilator calmly replied. Yi Qian sealed the exam papers and said to me, Teacher, let's talk outside so that we don't affect the student's performance. When the other invigilator came over, I immediately brought two people over. Chapter 12:17. In other words, you sealed the exam paper as soon as the incident happened, right? Yes, I just finished checking my student ID and name. I was about to pack up my stationery and seal the exam paper when I heard her mention my name. I was very surprised. Yi Qian answered the question from the head of the Provincial Education Bureau. The calmness in his eyes made Principal Chow nod and smile secretly. The college entrance examination was not an ordinary examination. It was the watershed of a student's life and also the watershed of an entire family. As the most important examination in China, not only did it have a strict system, but it also had very clear punishment rules. Once it was proven that Yi Ying had deliberately wronged her classmate, what awaited her would definitely not be a few simple words of criticism in education. Yi Qian handled this matter wisely. He only explained for himself and did not question Yi Ying. In terms of bearing, he won over Yi Ying again. If he got into a conflict with Yi Ying, even if it was found out that he was really wronged, his impression of Yi Qian would drop. He would more or less say, "Flies don't sting flawless eggs." Once the exam paper was sealed, it should not be taken out separately. However, the situation this time was special. If they want to know if Yi Qian had completed all the questions, they had to open the exam paper and check it. What happened next was extraordinarily grand. The armed police escorting the exam papers, who were supposed to appear after the college entrance examination, appeared on the campus in advance. Their appearance shocked the parents waiting outside. Why are armed police officers here? Were the morning's math papers going to be taken away in advance? When Yi Jifan saw the armed police appear, his eyelids suddenly twitched uncontrollably. An inexplicable sense of uneasiness rose in him. Why were there armed police escorting the exam papers? Why were there armed police at this time? Didn't you say that they would be out in an hour? There are already students coming out after the exam. Your little fox, cough, 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 my little fox is coming out. When the T6 soldier with a popsicle saw Jiasen's figure, he quickly and accurately threw the popsicle into a trash can 5 meters away. He immediately pulled his t-shirt up and put on a cultured look, quietly waiting for the girl who had shocked his little sweetheart 2 hours ago to come over. Xia Jinyuan, who had a calm expression on his face, only saw that Jiasen's footsteps were hurried. When he got closer, he saw that Jiasen had a serious expression on her face. Something had happened in the exam hall. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the T6 combatant said in a low voice, "There's something wrong with her expression. Yi Qian hasn't come out either. Q King, I'm afraid something has happened in the exam venue." "Yes, it's possible," Xia Jinyuan replied calmly. Something must have happened if Little Fox had not come out yet. And Jiasen's expression was extremely serious, and there was even a hint of hostility between her eyebrows. As she ran out, she suddenly saw Xia Jinyuan, and her eyes lit up. She sped up and ran out of the school gate. Yi Qian is in trouble. Yi Ying, that despicable person, actually accused Yi Qian of asking for an answer. Bah, did Jane e'er need to ask her for an answer? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What's the situation? How will the school handle this? Xia Jinyuan, who knew what had happened, did not even frown. He asked calmly, "Are the relevant departments investigating this matter?" She was so worried about her good friend that she did not notice the T6 combatant. Although he spoke quickly, he answered clearly, "Yi Qian's exam papers will be opened for inspection again under the supervision of the armed police, who are responsible for escorting the exam papers in the third examination hall after all the examinees have finished their exams." I'm so angry. I knew it's hard to guard against despicable people. I was careless and let her come out to stir up trouble again. Chapter 12:18. The T6 combatant looked at Q King, who did not move at all. Seeing that there was no trace of anxiety on his face, he decided to make his presence known. "Then don't be anxious. Yi Qian will be fine. Are you thirsty? Shall I treat you to some water?" This was destined to be an unpleasant beginning, and Jiasen frowned and said angrily, "Who are you? What does it have to do with you whether I'm thirsty or not? Why do you look like a human trafficker who abducts and sells young girls on campus?" The T6 combatant felt his heart shatter into pieces when he heard that. Human trafficker? He looked so pure and kind, and it was obvious that he was a righteous person. How did he become a human trafficker in her eyes? But this little girl's temper was quite fiery. When she was angry, her almond-shaped eyes were dark and bright, like the moon at night. There was a cold glint in them. Her expression was very tense, and she was especially concerned about Yi Qian's matter. She valued friendship and righteousness. "I'm good friends with him. When I saw that you were sweating profusely and your voice was still hoarse when you spoke, I wanted to treat you to some water to moisten your throat." The T6 combatant's gentle and patient explanation made Jessen feel a little embarrassed. She said a little sheepishly, "I'm sorry, my temper can be a little rash sometimes. Please don't take offense." She had another advantage. Honesty. "It's fine, I know you're anxious." The T6 combatant smiled and said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll go buy some water. You can ask more about it later." Cheating in the college entrance examination is not an ordinary matter. We have to deal with it properly. Deal with it properly? Shouldn't it be handled properly? And Jessen felt that his words were strange, as if there was a hint of fierceness in them. When she thought of how Major Xia in front of her was also fierce, and Jessen could not help but shrink back. Just now it seemed like she was a little too fierce. Please don't hold it against her. She quickly glanced at the man who spoke. He looked gentle and refined. Although he was a little tanned, he was very gentlemanly. He probably wouldn't hold it against her, right? I don't know how to deal with this matter. Major Xiao, what should we do? Yi Ying's father is a high-ranking official. Do you think he'll use his power to pressure us? And Jessen was so anxious that tears were welling up in her eyes. The T6 combatant, who had just left, could not help but smile. He suddenly became happy. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come to the provincial first high school. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Nothing will happen. If even the armed police were deployed, it means that the Provincial Education Bureau and the school are taking this matter very seriously. They will definitely investigate this thoroughly and will definitely not accuse Yi Qian. I wish. And Jessen was still worried, but she had no other choice but to wait anxiously. T6 came back with 3 bottles of mineral water. Xia Jinyuan, who had one hand in his trouser pocket, nodded slightly at him. His slender fingers stroked the keys on his phone, indicating for T6 to talk to Jessen while he went to make a call. When it was time to hand in the papers in the afternoon, all the students sealed their papers and left the examination hall. The quiet campus became lively, and the teaching building became extremely quiet. Yi Ying, who was walking between the 2 teachers, bit her lower lip when she saw the armed police. She had an arrogant look on her face, but she was afraid that Yi Qian would look down on her, so she pretended to be calm and walked with him to the 3rd examination hall with an arrogant expression. She would never believe that the wretched girl would be able to finish all the math questions. Absolutely not. Even if the wretched girl had really finished all the math questions, she would definitely not have gotten them right. Only her answers would be correct. Her mouth was on her. She would not relent and insist on it. Let's see what she could do about it. Yi Ying, who was constantly cheering herself on, walked to the entrance of the 3rd examination hall. When she saw one of the armed police standing there expressionlessly with a real gun, her knees could not help but go weak. She could not lower her head. She definitely could not lower her head. She definitely could not lose to the wretched girl. Chapter 1219. Yi Ying turned her head and shot a venomous look at Yi Jian, who came after her, before stepping into the examination room. Yi Qian, who was walking with Principal Chao, smiled faintly. So what if she didn't want to admit defeat? In the end, she would only end up worse. An armed police officer stood guard at the entrance of the 3rd exam hall, while another armed police officer entered the empty hall. A well-respected examiner from the Provincial Education Bureau entered after him. All the examinees' math papers were placed in cardboard boxes, except for Yi Qian and Yi Ying's papers. There were a total of 4 representatives and 4 witnesses. A examiner walked to Yi Qian's desk and carefully picked up the paper. He looked from A to B and then to C/D. He looked very carefully, and his serious expression made Yi Ying's heart beat faster. She didn't finish it. She definitely didn't finish it. How could that brat finish it when she didn't even finish it? God was asleep and didn't hear Yi Ying's thoughts. The examiner nodded slightly and said to the provincial number 1 high school, number 2 high school, the notary, and the Provincial Education Bureau leader, she did finish it all. As soon as he said this, the provincial number 2 high school leader broke out in cold sweat. As for Yi Ying, she was about to faint. She finished it all. She really finished it all. Impossible. Impossible. How could it be? How could she finish it all? Yi Ying couldn't accept it at all. She muttered unconsciously, "Impossible. Impossible. I only finished the first 2 questions. How could she have finished it all?" The scholar who examined the paper looked at her and said with a firm voice, "This paper can be sealed as usual. As for the so-called answers, I believe in the answers on this paper more." It was a math exam, so the examiner was naturally a scholar from the math academic community. After scanning the paper and checking the answers on a napkin, it was easy to see who answered the questions correctly. Principal Chow was completely relieved. He smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Looks like you did well." "I knew it. How could you ask a student whose grades were worse than yours for the answers?" He glanced sharply at Ying, who still refused to accept the reality, and said coldly, "If we don't investigate this matter properly, it will be unfair for the college entrance exam. If we don't punish the students of number 2 high school, there will be endless trouble in the future. We need to put an end to this phenomenon from the root." He was just short of saying, "Ying is lying." "Ying, what else do you have to say?" The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau had a stern expression on his face. His gaze was so cold that it made Yi Ying's heart tremble. "You have a personal grudge with Yi Qian. How dare you frame Yi Qian during the college entrance exam to achieve your own ulterior motives? What else do you have to say?" "What else could she say? What else could she say?" Yi Ying raised her head and glared coldly at Yi Qian. Unwilling to give up, she said, "I have nothing to say. I only know that she really wants an answer from me. It's her. She wants to frame me. That's right, that's right. She wants to frame me. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. You're in the provincial 2nd high school, and I'm in the provincial 1st high school. Why would I need to frame you? What was the reason? Can you tell me?" Yi Qian asked indifferently. His calm demeanor made the scholars who were checking the papers look askance. What was the reason? Of course there was a reason. Yi Ying gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You're jealous that I got into a good school. You hate me even more and only want to take revenge." Chapter 12:20. What does it have to do with me if you get into a good school? You have your own path to walk, and I have mine to walk. We have nothing to do with each other. As for holding a grudge, Yi Ying, are you sure you're not talking about yourself? If you want to die, you can't blame others for helping you. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with coldness as he looked calmly at Yi Ying, whose expression was gradually becoming twisted. "You've been trying to frame me since junior high. In the 2nd year of senior high, the school couldn't tolerate your behavior and had no choice but to force you to drop out. Yi Ying, who's holding a grudge against who? I, Yi Qian, do things in an upright manner. I've never wronged anyone, and it's impossible for me to be jealous of someone whose grades are not as good as mine. What do you mean by holding a grudge? And you, what kind of school can you get into that I'm jealous of? Tsinghua University? She University? I once gave up on the direct admission of 2 schools. Why should I be jealous of you?" Before Yi Ying could refute, she heard the Provincial Education Department's leader yell, "2nd high school's leader, where is this student's parent? Invite him to school immediately. Yi Qian's math test paper is sealed and stored as normal. It won't affect the scoring. 2nd high school's Yi Ying's behavior is serious and has brought a negative effect on the college entrance exam. Her math score is 0. Why is it only targeting me? I can't accept this. Yi Qian is at fault. She's also at fault." Seeing that she was the only one who was punished, Yi Ying, whose plan had failed and her grades were now 0, could not accept this. She screamed crazily and suddenly rushed towards the scholar who was checking the test paper. "I'm going to tear her test paper. I'm going to tear her test paper. Why is it only targeting me? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Why is the wretched girl fine? Why am I the only one punished? I'll tear her test paper. Let's see what she can do." The person who reacted the fastest was not Yi Qian, but the armed police who were present to prevent accidents. The armed police blocked her and shouted, "Don't move. Return to your original position." His voice was like a bell, causing Yi Ying to scream even louder. Yi Zhifan, who had been waiting for his daughter to come out, knew that something must have happened inside. When he saw the caller ID, Yi Zhifan gently closed his eyes. What would come would come. Yi Qian also made a call. She did not want to alarm Principal Chan, so she called Xia Jinyuan. Since the leaders of the Provincial Education Bureau have already come up with a solution, then we don't have to worry. Xia Jinyuan, who had been standing at the school gate all this time, smiled and said softly, "When will you come out?" His voice was gentle and had a magical effect of making her feel at ease. Yi Jian pursed her lips and smiled. It should be soon, but I want to stay for a while and see what kind of face Yi Jifan has. Yi Jifan would definitely be very angry if she ended up harming herself. Don't laugh when you see it. No matter how magnanimous his little fox was, she would still harbor hatred towards her family who had treated her badly for a long time. Now that he had the chance to let her vent her hatred, he would let her stay for a while. Standing in the golden sunlight, his thin lips curved into a smile. Enjoy it well. Don't miss this opportunity. It felt good to have someone to play along with him. Yi Jifan walked into the office and saw his daughter in tears. Yi Qian, on the other hand, had a calm expression and exuded an aura that his daughter could not emulate. He sat quietly at the side. Even if he did not speak, he would still be the center of attention. Dad, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. The way they handled it is unfair. It's not fair at all. When Ying saw her father walk over, she cried out in grievance. Why should my results be nullified while Yi Qian is fine? Why? Chapter 12:21. It turned out that the worst-case scenario was not a lose-lose situation, but Yi Qian would be fine, but his daughter would be in trouble. Yi Jifan's heart sank when he heard his daughter's message. It was unfair. How could they? Even the armed police had been mobilized. They had even invited the most famous mathematician in the southern province. It was unfair. His gaze swept across Yi Ying's face, then swept across Yi Qian's face. His heart was in turmoil. Mr. Yi Ying violated the rules in the examination hall and purposely targeted Yi Jian, a student from the province first high school. After investigation, Yi Ying intentionally framed Yi Qian. Therefore, we have decided to give Yi Ying 0 marks for her mathematics results. The parents were invited to inform them of their child's wrongdoings and what kind of punishment they would receive. As for Yi Ying's claim of unfair, it was not valid at all. Yi Jifan sat down and asked coldly, "Have you investigated thoroughly? As a parent, do I have the right to ask what exactly happened?" How could Yi Jifan accept that his daughter's future was not dragged down by Yi Qian? Play the recording for Mr. Yi. The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau nodded, slightly, at an armed police officer. The armed police officer took out a tape recorder from his military green bag and played the conversation before and after the exam. Sealed the exam in advance. Yes, I finished everything. Compared to the answers on the paper, I'm more willing to believe the answers on the exam paper. Yi Jifan clenched his fists when he heard the main point. No wonder his daughter lost. Who would have thought that she finished the exam in advance? Why should my results be nullified? But Yi Qian is not affected at all. Why? Yi Ying's sharp voice came from the recorder. Yi Jifan's fists were clenched to the bone, and his expression changed. This sentence was the biggest failure of his writing. It was the most direct evidence. Idiot. Hearing her own voice again, Yi Ying was stunned. Why was it recorded? This is the last part. Does Mr. Yi need to listen to the first part? The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau said sternly. 5 minutes before Mr. Yi came in, I received a call from the provincial office. Even the provincial governor was personally involved in this matter. Mr. Yi, as a provincial official, shouldn't you personally explain to the governor? What? The governor was personally involved. How could a college entrance exam fraud between 2 people alert the governor? Greatly shocked, Yi Jifan made a prompt decision and said in a low voice, "It's my fault for not being strict enough. I was careless and caused Yi Ying to make a big mistake." To be honest, although Yi Ying and Yi Jian are cousins, they have a deep grudge against each other. Sometimes, as their parents, I can't do anything. Dad. Hearing this, Yi Ying seemed to realize something. She raised her voice and screamed, "What are you trying to say? You shut up." For the sake of his career, Yi Jifan wouldn't allow Yi Ying to speak again. Now, only one subject results are invalid. If you do anything else, I'll teach you a lesson. His expression was so heartless that Yi Qian smirked. In her previous life, she knew that Yi Jifan was willing to do anything for his career. Even the provincial governor knew about this. How could Yi Jifan stand up for his daughter? Unless he had the confidence to make the provincial governor believe him. Obviously, he didn't. Therefore, he couldn't help Ying twist the facts. Chapter 12:22. Ying was shocked. Then, she heard her father say bitterly, "It's my fault for not teaching her properly. That's why she did something so reckless. She ruined herself and almost ruined Yi Qian. I don't have any objections to the Provincial Education Bureau's decision. I accept it completely. No, I don't accept it. I don't accept it." Ying never thought that after this incident, her father, whom she had always respected, would actually not help her. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with horror. How did this happen? How did it become her fault again? Yi Qian was fine. Why? Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Sun Dongqing didn't understand either. She only knew that her daughter's math score was calculated as 0, and that cheating would be recorded in her personal file for life. She rushed towards Yi Zhifan like a madwoman. "Yi Zhifan, you bastard. You actually watched your daughter suffer and let that little bitch get away with it. You ruined our daughter. You ruined our dream of going to university. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you." Ying lay on the bed and cried loudly. Yi Zhifan looked at Sun Dongqing's appearance and then looked at his daughter's stupid face. He suddenly felt irritated. He pushed Sun Dongqing away and said in a low voice, "This is a hotel. Don't you and your daughter have embarrassed yourselves enough? I'm not helping my daughter. Your daughter was stupid enough to say in front of so many people that she wanted to tear up Yi Qian's test paper. She was the one who was stupid. Do you know that? If I don't help her, do you think I won't fucking help my own daughter? Do you know why Yi Qian is safe and sound? What the fuck do you know?" Yi Zhifan, who had always been elegant, was finally forced to lose his composure. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. His cold expression made Sun Dongqing retreat step by step. She finished all the questions in an hour. Your good daughter thought that she was smart and that Yi Qian was inferior to her. She finished all the questions. Why did she still write a note? Did she want to tell everyone that she was trying to frame Yi Qian? Other than making trouble, what the fuck do you know? Even the governor is asking about this. What can I do? Tell me, is this our fault, or is it Yi Qian's fault? As long as you can prove that it's Yi Qian's fault, I'll fight for justice for my daughter, even if it means risking my life. Sun Dongqing was dumbfounded. She fell heavily onto the bed and did not regain her senses for a long time. How could this be? How could that wretched girl be so powerful? I just heard the examinees next door say that this year's math exam questions are very difficult. I'm afraid they didn't do well. Damn girl, how can you be so powerful? You finished all the questions in an hour. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Yi Zhifan opened a bottle of mineral water, his eyes dark and his chest heaving up and down. It's already the best outcome that we can get. Also, go and find out where Director Huang's daughter is studying. Ying can't stay in China any longer. She'll be sent overseas after the college entrance exams. Send him overseas? Ying stopped crying and lifted her head from the pillow. Her red and swollen eyes glowed. Dad, I want to study overseas. I don't want to stay in China anymore. Find out more about her first. We'll talk about it after the college entrance exams. At the very least, she needed to have the college entrance exam scores. Even if she wanted to go to a better school overseas, she would still need to have a good score in China. Yi Zhifan raised his hand and pressed on his swollen forehead. He stared coldly at his indignant wife and shouted, Also, you're not allowed to cause trouble for Yi Qian at school. Do you hear me? Chapter 12:23. Yi Zhifan still wanted to wait for Ying to get her grades before going abroad to study. Who would have thought that things would take a sudden turn in the evening? At 7 o'clock in the evening, the provincial office called and asked him to go back immediately to attend a meeting that he could not miss no matter what. Old Yi, you have to be mentally prepared. Before Yi Zhifan hung up the phone, the colleague who informed him of the meeting suddenly said such a sentence, which made Yi Zhifan, who had always been calm, panic. He wanted to ask more questions, but the other party hung up in a hurry. Obviously, this was the best the other party could do to remind him. In order to let Ying sleep a little longer, the family stayed in the hotel and did not go home. Sun Dongqing saw her husband's face change drastically. Because of what happened to Ying during the day, she was uneasy. Seeing this, she asked in a panic, Who called? The provincial office called and asked me to rush over for a meeting. Yi Jifan, who pressed the corners of his mouth tightly, knew that his voice was tense when he spoke. He looked at his daughter, who was studying in the room. No matter how stupid and disappointing she was still his daughter. Moreover, what she did during the day was approved by him. And because Yi Jifan knew that he was responsible, he did not teach Ying a lesson for saying such a stupid thing at the end. Remind me to be mentally prepared. It seems that this meeting has something to do with me. Sun Dongqing, whose calves were suddenly weak, was anxious. Then what should we do? What has something to do with you? It can't be. Sun Dongqing, who was in a panic, kept quiet. It can't be because of what happened to her daughter during the day. Although she did not say it out loud, Yi Jifan, who knew what she wanted to say, had a dark look on his face. Sun Dongqing felt even more uneasy. Sun Dongqing waited until 12 o'clock in the morning, when she finally heard a knock on the door. At the same time, she received the bad news that broke her heart. Tell your daughter that she doesn't need to take the college entrance examination. After discussion with the relevant departments, we will punish her severely. Ying from the provincial second high school will be disqualified from taking the college entrance examination for 3 years. The expressionless Yi Jifan told Sun Dongqing the results of the meeting in one breath. This time they had lost. Their family had lost big time. Ying had already fallen asleep. When she was woken up and found out the result, she didn't even make a sound. She opened her eyes wide and fainted in front of Yi Jifan and his wife. She was disqualified from the college entrance examination for 3 years. It was over. It was over. She was finished. Ying, my Ying. Sun Dongqing picked up her daughter, who had fainted with her eyes wide open, and wailed, "My Ying, don't scare your mother. Don't scare your mother." Yi Jifan, who only had one precious daughter, was also scared out of his wits. Trembling, he dialed 120. He tried to catch his breath and pinched his philtrum. His face was pale with fright, and his hands were trembling. Ying was sent to the hospital early in the morning. By the time she woke up, the morning had already passed. How could this be? Old Madame Ye's voice came from outside. She was so old that one could hear her withering. Why did you admit it back then? Wrong, 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 wrong. How could you admit it? So what if the provincial governor knows? The most he can do is criticize you for the conflict between the two children. It's not like he can remove you from your position. Old Madame Ye was really angry. She didn't expect that 1 or 2 people would be defeated by this wretched girl. She couldn't accept it. Mom, let me be alone. I don't want to say anything right now. Yi Jifan sat with his head raised. His indifferent expression was unfathomable. Chapter 12:24. Old Madame Ye was a difficult person to deal with. She was so frightened by Ho Zi that she was sent to the hospital, so she had no idea what was going on outside. She was also worried that her daughter would be in danger, so she repeatedly reminded her not to cause trouble for Yi Qian. There was no need to mention her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu. He already knew that his mother-in-law and wife were behind this when Ho Zi said those harsh words. He knew that he couldn't casually interfere in this matter. Gossip between women should be treated as gossip between women. If he interfered, Ho Zi wouldn't just release a cat or a snake. She would probably send someone to put a gun to his head. Fortunately, old Madame Ye was clear about her daughter's family. After Yi Zhixiang was frightened by the snake, she immediately called Sun Yaozu and told him not to interfere in case Ho Zi targeted him. Old Madame Ye would definitely help her daughter and son-in-law's family from the bottom of her heart. This was also the main reason why Sun Yaozu respected old Madame Ye. However, old Madame Ye didn't have any good intentions toward her adopted son. Every time she thought about how she was forced into a corner by Yi Qian and could only stay in the hospital, the anger in old Madame Ye's heart deepened. If she didn't vent the discomfort in her heart, she was afraid that she would really have to stay in the hospital for a long time. How can you still be quiet at this time? You have to deal with Ying's matter properly. You definitely can't let a bastard of unknown origin climb onto Ying's head. Old Madame Ye's face was gloomy, and her aged face was filled with a gloomy coldness. In addition, she had been frightened quite a bit these past few days. Her round face had lost a lot of weight, and she no longer had the kind appearance from before. At a glance, one could tell that she was a sharp and unkind old lady. Ying was so angry that she was sent to the hospital. As her father, you still don't stand up for her. You've made her so bitterly disappointed. Why is that wretched girl able to take the exam safely, while Ying was disqualified from the college entrance exam? So what if the governor intervenes? Do you think he has the ability to meddle in your family affairs? Even Yi Jifan couldn't deal with a bastard of unknown origin. Old Madam Yi only thought about it for a moment, and layers of cold sweat kept appearing on her back. She was still a student who hadn't matured yet. If she didn't take the opportunity to teach her a lesson, what would happen in the future? Yi Jifan's eyes were closed the whole time. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. He was so calm that even old Madam Yi couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Seeing that he was unmoved, old Madam Yi gave him another dose of adrenaline. She lowered her voice and said resentfully, "Don't tell me you want to give away the good stuff you got. Once that wretched girl becomes successful, our entire family can forget about living a good life. Also, I don't believe that she's that capable. Tsinghua University and Shidu University don't think highly of him. In my opinion, it's not that they don't think highly of him. It's just that they know their limits and know that they can't get in." Jade pendant. Jade pendant. It was for the jade pendant that he allowed his daughter to take the risk. In the end, she ended up like this. No matter how anxious he was, no matter how much he wanted to see Yi Qian fall, he had to endure. For the sake of his career, he had to endure. As for why old Madam Yi advised him to stand up for her, Yi Jifan's face flashed with a trace of coldness. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gloomy old Madam Yi. As long as there's life, there's hope. Mom, I think with your experience, you should know why I have to endure. I've been an official for more than 10 years. Your little tricks won't work on me. Don't worry. Also, Ying's mother will be here soon. If she sees you here, I don't know how much of a fuss she'll make. He wanted old Madam Yi to leave quickly. Chapter 1225. Fine. My good intentions are treated as ill intent. Fine, I won't talk about it anymore. I only feel bad for Ying. Old Madam Yi stood up angrily. The anger on her face disappeared as she turned to leave. Yi Jifan had the intention to retreat. If even he stopped for the time being, then it seemed that there was no way to make a move on that wretched girl. Thinking about it, old Madam Yi wanted to slap herself. She shouldn't have spread rumors about Master Ho-san and the wretched girl. She shouldn't have provoked this murderous god. Otherwise, Sun Yaozu could have found someone to deal with the wretched girl in secret. Ying's tears had already wet the pillow. Even her grandmother, who was never close to her, couldn't stand it anymore. How could her father tolerate it? Did he think that she was inferior to Yi Qian? That she couldn't be compared to Yi Qian at all? Canceling the college entrance examination for 3 years. The worst result wasn't that she and Yi Qian couldn't take the exam, but that Yi Qian could continue to be successful while she hid in the hospital like a coward, unable to go anywhere. Sun Dongqing, who was holding a bowl of chicken soup, came in and saw her daughter's tear-stained face. The anger in her heart erupted like a volcano. She couldn't hold it in. That old woman was right. If you can't even protect your own child, you don't deserve to be a parent. Fine. She could tolerate Yi Jifan not making trouble for his own future. She knew that he was doing it for the family and for Ying to start all over again. But she couldn't tolerate it. What right did a wretched girl, who was inferior to her daughter in every aspect, have to hold her head high? If she hadn't been soft-hearted and taken her in, who knew where she would be begging for food? Ying, your father is in a difficult situation. We have to understand him. But don't worry, I'm not afraid of getting my shoes wet. When you get better, I won't let that wretched girl off. I'll definitely avenge you. Ying, who had been crying with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with viciousness that made people panic. Her hands gripped the snow-white bedsheet tightly, and she said word by word, "Mom, I won't let her off. I know. Have a good rest. Mom will definitely stand up for you." Sun Dongqing was afraid that her daughter would faint again from anxiety, so she comforted her with lingering fear. "Drink the soup first. If you want to deal with that wretched girl, you have to have the strength to do so. You don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on recuperating. Tomorrow at the latest, I'll definitely go to the provincial first high school to make a fuss. I won't talk about the college entrance exam. I'll just talk about how unfilial she is. You didn't recognize your own grandmother and uncle, and even made the two of you so angry that you were hospitalized. She just wants to be in the limelight. Fine, I'll let her be in the limelight. Let's see what kind of trash their school has produced. Is this really okay? Could they really suppress Yi Qian? Yi Ying, who was angry just a second ago, burst into tears the next second. But how can we deal with her? She humiliated me like that. How can I return the favor? Saying that she's unfilial and that she angered Grandma to the point that she had to go to the hospital is a completely superficial accusation. It won't affect her at all. I used to think that I could use my results to make fun of her. But in the end, I couldn't take the college entrance exam for 3 years. Mom, my life is over. My life is completely over. Son Dongqing couldn't care less. Even if it didn't hurt Yi Qian, she still wanted to scold him and avenge her daughter. Chapter 12:26. Looking at her pale daughter, crying so hard that she could barely breathe, Son Dongqing couldn't hold back her tears. The mother and daughter cried together. One moment, they were scolding the unfairness. The next moment, they were cursing Yi Qian for getting a 0 in the college entrance exam. If there really was a way, Yi Zhifan wouldn't have been so quiet. If Son Dongqing wanted to stand up for Yi Ying, what else could she do other than go to the school and make a scene? Old madam, you listen outside for a while, and said to Yi Zhixiang, go and hold your brother back. I'll go in and talk to your sister-in-law. Son Dongqing brought the chicken soup over, so Yi Zhifan went out to eat. Old madam, you didn't manage to persuade him, so she turned her attention to Son Dongqing, who was eager to protect her daughter. She had to get someone to go to the school and make a scene. Even if it didn't affect Yi Qian's results, she had to make her unhappy. The second day of the college entrance exam passed, as Yi Ying washed her face with tears. She didn't appear in the exam hall that day, so the students in the third exam hall couldn't help but take a few glances. On the third day, which was the last day of the exam, the parents waiting outside found out that a student named Yi Ying in the third exam hall had been arrested for cheating and was disqualified from the exam. Son Dongqing, who was standing in the crowd, heard all the parents talking about her daughter. She couldn't wait to rush up and fight with them. If Yi Zhixiang didn't stop her, she probably would have gone up. Sister-in-law, if you fight now, don't even think about going in later. Yi Zhixiang held her back tightly, afraid that she would make a wasted trip again. Thinking of old Madame Ye's advice, she hurriedly comforted her. Why are you arguing with them? They're talking about other people. What can we do? We're not looking for anyone else today. We're only looking for Yi Qian. Sister-in-law, if you can't hold it in, you won't even be able to enter the school, let alone look for that wretched girl. Son Dongqing was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. A bunch of foul-mouthed idiots. Do they think their daughters and sons can pass the exam? Bah! Both of them failed the exam. Her voice had always been loud, and she didn't bother to hide her anger. Yi Zhixiang didn't have time to cover her mouth before Son Dongqing started cursing. When the surrounding parents heard this, their faces were all filled with anger. Whose parent was this? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Ignore her. One look, and I can tell that the child at home is a disappointment. Hearing us chatting happily, she's unhappy and wants to vent her anger. Who do you think you are? Your mouth stinks. Her child is the one who failed. That's right. If you're unhappy, then go home and stay there. Why did you come out to embarrass yourself? One after another, Son Dongqing, who was originally burning with anger, could no longer hold it in. She directly scratched the face of the parent closest to her. Shameless thing. See if I don't tear your stinky mouth apart. Someone's fighting. Someone's fighting. Quick, open it, open it. Pull them apart. Police, where are the police? There's a fight here. There's a fight here. On the third day of the college entrance exam, the main gate of the school was very lively. There was actually a parent beating someone up. Cause unknown. The main entrance of the school was bustling with activity, but there were also parents discussing this matter at the back entrance. After such a big incident, how could they not talk about it when they gathered together? Not being able to take the college entrance exam for 3 years is indeed quite tragic. The T6 combatant who had been with Xia Jinyuan for 3 consecutive days sounded rather regretful. He sighed and said, "That little girl is too evil. It's only right that she be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she'll really think that she's invincible in the future." He sounded rather regretful, but when he finished speaking, it was as if an icicle had shattered. It was cold and heavy. Chapter 12:27. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian did not mention Yi Ying. Knowing the result, there was no need to mention her. This kind of person did not deserve to appear in their conversation. He replied indifferently, "Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did. Being disqualified from the college entrance exam for 3 years is not a big deal." Unfortunately, he did not have anything on Yi Jifan. Dealing with Yi Ying was a piece of cake. The only person Yi Qian really wanted to deal with was Yi Jifan. Thinking of Yi Jifan, Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned cold. Even Xia Yiwei was surprised by how fast he was promoted, but they could not find anything wrong with it. A provincial cadre who had been promoted solely based on his personal achievements had a clean resume that couldn't be any cleaner. The only suspicious thing was that Yi Jifan was always able to coincidentally come across major events that could have contributed to his career. For example, when he was promoted from the city to the provincial office, he was able to handle the massive ice storm properly and reduce the country's financial losses. He was promoted to the provincial office because of this one ice storm. Being too clean was also problematic. At the same time, it made him feel alarmed. He could tell that there was someone secretly helping Yi Jifan. Until Yi Qian came out, Xia Jinyuan was still thinking about how to make a hole in Yi Jifan's clean resume to find out who was helping him. In response, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if we find out who it is now, I can't do anything about it. The most important thing is to build a good foundation." With Yi Ying's disqualification, Yi Jifan would probably keep quiet and not dare to make any moves. Yi Qian did not know about what happened at the front gate of the school. After leaving the school, he got into Xia Jinyuan's car and went back to visit Uncle General. After a few hours of apologizing, Yi Jifan finally reached a private settlement with the parents and settled the matter with money. When old Madame Yi found out, she was so angry that her ribs hurt. "Idiot, idiot! Who told her to cause trouble for that wretched girl? Look at her, she's so stupid that she didn't even enter the school gates and fought with her parents. Idiot! How could there be such a stupid thing? I couldn't persuade him no matter how hard I tried. He even scratched me." Yi Zhixiang covered her face and glanced at the door of the ward. She said softly, "Mom, Yaozu said that we should go back to the countryside before second brother can react. They couldn't let him know that they were the ones who instigated son, Dongxing, to go to school. Old Madam Yi happened to be annoyed by staying in the hospital. In addition, there seemed to be no movement on Ho Zi's side, so she also had the idea of returning to the countryside. Well, it's not peaceful recently. Let's go back to the village and take it as a distraction." Therefore, when Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan drove back to Shuka village, Sun Yaozu also drove old Madam Yi back to Shuka village. The village was not as lively as the city, but it was more peaceful. Looking at the starry sky, Yi Qian, who was lying on a bamboo chair, said to Uncle Jen with a smile, "When Principal Chun comes back, you can play chess and fish with Principal Chun every day." "Good. It's good that he's back. Your Uncle Chun has been running around his whole life and worrying about you for so many years. It's time for him to retire." Uncle Jen sipped his tea, his kind smile never disappearing. He looked at the girl with a satisfied expression and smiled slightly. "You have to be more careful when you're outside in the future. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I think Major Xia, who came back with you, is a reliable person. With him taking care of you, your Uncle Chun and I can rest assured. But you have to know that relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. Only by working hard on your own can you have a foothold. Those who truly care about you won't always spoil you or spoil you, but will remind you when you're in the prime of your life." Uncle Jin was like that. He never forgot to remind Yi Qian. Chapter 12:28. Yi Qian and his granduncle were looking up at the starry sky as they chatted. Xia Jinyuan, who had gone to the army to meet his old comrade, was also looking up at the starry sky as he chatted with political commissar Yin. The more important Yi Qian is to the military, the more responsibility she will have. I'm just afraid that she won't be able to handle it at such a young age. Political commissar Yin said with a mixture of worry and joy. He then turned to look at the young major who had a bright future ahead of him and joked, "Everyone knows that you have feelings for Miss Jian." Xia Jinyuan felt that there was nothing to hide from his old comrade and Yi Qian. He smiled and said, "Even political commissar knows about it. It seems that I can't hide my feelings from anyone." He didn't deliberately hide it from anyone, not even his parents. He told them long ago, in case his mother, who had a long reach, intervened before he got his girlfriend. He admitted it without any concealment, which made political commissar Yin a little stunned. Then he laughed and said, "You are really honest. In my opinion, it is not so easy to win Jian Er's heart. Even if you really win her heart, there will be changes before you marry her. A smart and intelligent girl would be popular wherever she went. Moreover, Miss Jian had a bright future ahead of her. Those young men with good taste would definitely not miss out on this opportunity." Major Xia had been in the army for many years. Sometimes, he couldn't even find someone he wanted. This undoubtedly gave others many opportunities to pursue Miss Jian. It wasn't impossible for there to be changes in their relationship. Political commissar Yin didn't treat Xia Jinyuan as an outsider and directly reminded him. In fact, the meaning behind his words was very obvious. If he wanted to be with Yi Qian for a long time, it would be best to settle the matter first to avoid complications. There will be changes if I don't marry her, and there will also be changes if I marry her. It depends on the person. Xia Jinyuan's smile spread from the corners of his mouth to the tips of his eyebrows, revealing his reserved confidence. "I'm different from Yi Qian. We will be lovers in the future and will also be comrades. Political commissar, when the time comes, you can wait to attend our wedding banquet." Political commissar Yin was naturally happy to see this happen. He also felt that the two were indeed a good match. The man was handsome and the woman was intelligent. They had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. If they could really get together, they would be happy. "Sure, I'll be waiting for your wedding invitation." As they spoke, they talked about when they would be leaving. Then, they asked about Yi Qian's college entrance examination, as if they were his elders. "When the college entrance examination results are out, Yi Qian and I will leave. It should only take about a week." Xia Jinyuan answered them one by one, and his tone was rather respectful. "Her grades have always been good, and she has a good chance of getting into the National University of Science and Technology. The military is also waiting for her score to be released. When the time comes, there will be a series of arrangements." He didn't directly mention the specific arrangements, but political commissar Yin could tell that Yi Qian's future path would be much smoother than it was now. A gratified smile appeared on his resolute face as he sighed. "Little girl, Jian has finally made it. Even if the days from now on are bitter, she will be willing to suffer. If you really manage to win her heart, you must treat her well and love her. She suffered a lot when she was young, and her mind is sharp. If you do something wrong to her in the future, it will be in vain even if you sincerely repent." At the mention of this, Xia Jinyuan's face became serious, and he said solemnly, "Don't worry, that day will never come." He had seen her suffer. At first, he was attracted by her fearless gaze. Then he was interested in her tenacity. And finally, he was surprised by her intelligence. As the days passed, he was attracted to her day by day. By the time he realized his feelings, it was already too late. It was so late that he couldn't restrain himself no matter how hard he tried. He could only let nature take its course. Chapter 1229. Yi Qian was hard to win over, but he had the most say. After her resistance, indifference, and avoidance, and the fact that they hadn't seen each other for almost a year, he finally chose to take the initiative. Now that she finally relented, he felt like he had taken a bullet. How could he bear to let her be sad? The night grew darker, and dark clouds covered the stars in the sky. In the middle of the night, it started to rain, and it didn't stop until 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. Yi Qian, who was used to waking up early, prepared mung beans and plain porridge for Uncle Jin since she couldn't do morning exercises. She was waiting for him to wake up. Old people weren't used to waking up late, and when they heard the rooster crowing, they didn't feel sleepy anymore. When Yichien was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Uncle Jin walked out of the peach forest with a fishing rod and went to the 2 ponds in the middle of the village. It was July, and even at 5 o'clock in the morning, there was still light. Some villagers had already opened their doors and turned on the kitchen lights to start a new day of work. The Yi family's house, which was built in the center of the village, also turned on its lights. Uncle Jin walked past the embankment and looked at the car parked in front of the Yi family's house with a serious expression. It's son Yaozu's car. It looks like old Madame Yi is back. No, I can't let her see Jian Yiling. Uncle Jin held the wooden bucket in his right hand and the bamboo fishing rod in his left hand. He turned around in the rain. Where are you going now? Grandpa Jin, do you have something urgent? The porridge wasn't cooked yet. Yichien was surprised to see Uncle Jin in a raincoat. She didn't know that Grandpa Jin had woken up early. She hurriedly took the straw raincoat from the old man and hung it up properly. She glanced at the fishing rod. Grandpa Jin went fishing early in the morning and came back without even loosening the fishing line. Did something happen when he went out? Uncle Jin wanted to hide it from Yichien, but he remembered that she was smart. So he said kindly, I just went fishing. Before I reached the pond, I saw son Yaozu's car parked in front of the Yi family's house. I thought old Madame Yi might be back. So that's what happened. Don't worry about it. She and Yi Zhixiang offended a powerful person outside and were so scared that they were hospitalized. I'm afraid they came back to avoid trouble. Yi Qian's smile was calm, and there was nothing strange about it. Don't worry. Don't worry about the Yi family. People like them are a waste of time. It's best to ignore them. She did not mention that old Madame Yi had looked for her before and caused a lot of trouble. You've already said that my father isn't her son. When my father was still alive, he had already repaid her kindness. As for me, firstly, I didn't eat her food. Secondly, I didn't use her food. She wants to put on airs in front of me. Heh, she really can't put on airs. Yi Qian's attitude towards the Yi family was very firm. He would never lower his head to them. After a while, old Uncle Jin gently patted Yi Jian's hand that was supporting him. He looked at the girl who had grown into a beautiful girl who was stronger than her mother with a kind gaze. There was a hint of comfort in his voice. It's good that you think this way. Old Madame Yi is nothing to be afraid of. She's old and doesn't have much time left. It's right not to be calculative with her. You have to guard against Yi Zhifan, but you can only guard against him now. You can't do anything. He's a person who cares about his career. Before you have absolute confidence, you can't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll get yourself into trouble. Chapter 12:30. The kitchen in the village was large and covered with black tiles. Smoke rose from the cracks of the tiles when the fire was lit. Yi Jian added 2 pieces of firewood to cook the porridge in the casserole. The fire shone on her face, but the warmth of the fire did not melt the coldness in the depths of her eyes. She pursed her lips and replied softly, I know. They don't dare to mess with me now, and I won't hold on to them. I don't want to waste all my efforts if I can't pass the background check. Uncle Jin, who was sitting in a chair, stared at the girl that he and Qin Dongfeng had trained. He coughed deeply and showed a rare look of seriousness on his face. He looked at Yi Jian, who was trying to hold back her anger, and said with a deep voice, Grandpa Jin still has one more thing to tell you. Little Jian, you have to listen carefully. Before we have any clues, you can't tell me anything, even if it's Major Xia. Yi Qian was startled. Please tell me. Yi Qian didn't even recover from the burning smell of the porridge. Uncle Jin put the casserole aside and looked at Yi Qian, who was still in shock, with pity. I'm a bit confused, Grandpa General. I don't understand. Yi Qian's usually calm voice had a trace of panic. There was too much information, and her head was dizzy. She couldn't make sense of it. Grandpa Jin said that Grandpa Jin and Grandma Yi had entrusted their only son, Yi Xinfan, to old Madame Yi. In the end, old Madame Yi lost Yi Xinfan and replaced him with her father. Before she could digest it, Grandpa Jin threw out another secret. He told her that her mother might have been sacrificed because of that jade pendant. Why was it so messy, so complicated? Even her mother's sacrifice was not simple. No, something was wrong. Yi Qian looked up from her panic and looked at Uncle Jin with her dark eyes. She said softly, "Grandpa, my father passed away in an accident, and my mother sacrificed herself in a mission. Do you remember what old Madame Yi did during that time? Where are Yi Zhixiang and Sun Yaozu? Are they in the village or outside?" It was Uncle Jin's turn to be confused. He thought for a moment and answered, "Your father passed away and your mother sacrificed herself less than 3 months ago. I happened to be in the army. When I came back, your mother's belongings were already in Sun Dongxing and Yi Zhifan's hands. But I'm sure old Madame Yi is in the village." Yi Zhixiang and Sun Yaozu didn't return. "Little Jian, what do you mean by this?" "Grandpa, I suspect that old Madame Yi and Yi Zhixiang had something to do with my father's death." Yi Jian pursed her lips, and her eyes were as cold as the tip of a sword. "I didn't doubt it before. More than 40 days before the college entrance examination, old Madame Yi broke into the school and wanted to forcibly move my household registration. In a fit of anger, I took out my parents' photos. At this point, Yi Qian felt that her throat was as dry as a knife. I noticed that the mother and daughter didn't even dare to look at my father's photo. Yi Zhixiang felt guilty, and old Madame Yi felt lucky. So, I suspect that my father's death was more than meets the eye." Uncle Jin, who was usually emotionless, tensed up when he heard this. 3 months after your father passed away, your mother called me and told me that she was going on a mission. She also told me that if something happened to her, it might have something to do with a piece of jade. Little Jian, when your mother left the village, only old Madame Yi knew. And when your father left the village to work, only old Madame Yi knew. Chapter 1231. In other words, her suspicions were not without reason. Yi Jian, whose eyes were filled with hostility, was in a state of turmoil, but his brain was calmer. "Investigate, I must find out. Even Sun Yaozu must be investigated. I don't believe that a town bumpkin like him could have saved up such a large business." Of course he couldn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a fugitive. Old Master Jin's cold words made Yi Qian's gaze sharpen. "You're saying that Sun Yaozu is a fugitive?" Even after meeting Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian's expression was extremely cold. She had guessed correctly. Sun Yaozu was a fugitive every time he sneaked back to the village. But now he wasn't. Grandpa Jin said that someone had helped him in secret and removed his identity as a fugitive. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Xia Jinyuan, who had come to pick her up, saw from the rearview mirror that his girlfriend had a strange expression. Although he was smiling, his eyes darkened. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he received a call from Old Master General. He said that Yi Qian wanted to visit the military base and asked him to drive her home. It was understandable that she wanted to visit the military base. She had deep feelings for the military base in Fujian Town. Since she was back in the village, she naturally wanted to visit. But he didn't expect to see this little fox. However, this was a serious matter. Old Master Jin had repeatedly instructed her not to mention it. Not even to Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian forced a smile. "I don't feel good knowing that I can't accompany Grandpa Jin even when I'm back." Was that really the case? Xia Jinyuan didn't believe her. But there must be a reason why she couldn't say it directly. He didn't pursue the matter. He smiled and said, "Grandpa Jin has to wait for Uncle Chan to come back before we can go to the military base together. I think Uncle Chan will be back the day after tomorrow at the latest. At night, you can accompany Grandpa Jin again." Principal Chun needed a hand over the work of the provincial First High School's library. Knowing that Yi Qian would be leaving for the military base in a week, he asked the two of them to drive away first. He would return after handing over the work. If they followed the normal procedure, they should be able to return to the village by noon today. Yi Qian did not want to hide the truth, but he had no choice but to do so. He tried his best to adjust his emotions, and the cold expression on his face gradually relaxed. Fortunately, he had undergone special training, and after adjusting for a while, the coldness from before disappeared. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan said casually, "I really didn't know that I was Sima Zhao. Everyone knows that. Even political commissar Yin saw through me. He kept teasing me last night. He also said that in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it's best to marry you as soon as possible. It was easy to say, but Yi Jian was shy. As she listened, her fair face turned red. She said awkwardly, How? How did the political commissar know? Doesn't that mean Captain Liu also knows about it? Of course, I even promised to send you an invitation when we get married. His 8 characters had just been revealed, but he was already thinking so far ahead. Yi Qian glared at him. Hearing his low voice, he relaxed. The day after tomorrow, Yi Qian waited for Uncle Jin and Principal Chun to come over. He also heard another big news. Yesterday, old Madam Yi suddenly suffered a stroke and collapsed. The hospital said that she would not be able to move her limbs in the future. Her mouth was crooked, and she needed to be taken care of. Yi Jian's lips curled up slightly. This was retribution. However, Yi Qian quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. The military already knew about her score, and they asked her to pack her luggage immediately. Oh, she didn't even need to pack her luggage. She just needed to take the relevant documents and go with Xia Jinyuan to the naval base in the southernmost part of the country. The first page of a new chapter was opened. Chapter 1232. Shuku Village had already become Yi Qian's harbor. Every time he left, he would see Uncle Jin standing at the edge of the village, watching him leave. He missed his hometown even before he left. In the past, Uncle Jin stood alone at the entrance of the village. Now that Uncle Chun was by his side, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile with tears in his eyes. I'm afraid I won't have many chances to come back in the future. Yi Qian wiped away the tears that were about to seep out of his eyes when he couldn't see the 2 elders anymore. He said sadly, I wonder if I can come back once a year? The roads from the village to the town and then to the city were mostly winding roads. Xia Jinyuan's driving skills were good, and he drove very steadily. Hearing this, he smiled and replied, If I told you that you probably won't be able to come back in 4 years, would you be sad? For years? Yi Qian was shocked. He looked at the smiling guy and muttered, I won't be able to come back in 4 years. That's impossible. Soldiers also had family leave, not to mention she was still a student. Although he didn't look surprised, Xia Jinyuan seemed to have seen through him. His smile faded a little. It's possible. I haven't been home for 4 years, too. During winter and summer vacations, my family hasn't picked up a single call for me. Yi Qian's heart sank a little. Captain Xia said that he wouldn't be able to come home for 4 years. Did she have to do the same? Why did she have to do the same? There was a lot of information, so Yi Qian couldn't help but think about it. For a moment, the car was silent. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who was deep in thought, through the rearview mirror. His thin lips curved up a little. With little Fox's intelligence, she would definitely think deeper into his words. The military had already taken his suggestion and trained Yi Qian to be an all-round soldier king so that he could smoothly enter the Snowfield Brigade in the future and take over the work of another team. It was extremely difficult for a woman to become a Special Forces soldier. Since Yi Qian had the ability to become a Special Forces soldier, the military would definitely not allow such a talent to be buried in the tide of the army. In addition, Yi Qian was highly regarded by the Army Major General, so it was impossible for her to be mediocre for the rest of her life. Yi Qian's magnificent military career was already beckoning to him. He drove quietly with a calm expression. Yi Jian, who was deep in thought, gradually became serious. She seemed to be thinking of something and looked at Xia Jinyuan thoughtfully. Before she could retract her gaze, the man who was driving calmly looked up and smiled at her through the mirror. His elegant smile was indescribably flirtatious. Yi Qian glared at him before saying, Is it because the military wants to train me to be like you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that I might be like you, unable to return home for 4 years. Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason why she might be like him, unable to return home for 4 years. That was why his little fox was so smart. She could immediately think of the key points after he said a few words. Before the matter was completely settled, everything was unknown. She just wanted to know what to expect. Be mentally prepared that you won't be able to return home for 4 years. At home, There's Uncle Chun taking care of you. If anything happens, I'll inform you immediately. Xia Jinyuan didn't deny it, nor did he confirm it. He maintained a faint smile, and his voice was as cold as jade. I believe you know how high the expectations the military headquarters has for you. Work hard, and I will always be waiting for you in front. When you join the Snowfield Brigade, when you become a true comrade, I'll use the best time to carve out our love. Chapter 1233. Even though he didn't say anything, Yi Qian already knew that the military had the intention of training her to be like Xia Jinyuan. They hoped that she could become a special forces soldier who could fight on the front lines like him. Just thinking about it made Yi Qian's heart surge. Her dark eyes were brighter and brighter than the stars in the midsummer night. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. The day of fighting together was not far away. Shuku village was getting further and further away from them. When they reached the town, Yi Qian saw a car with a provincial license plate parked in front of a food wholesaler. 3 familiar figures walked out of the wholesaler with a few red plastic bags in their hands. Yi Jifan, who was walking in front, turned around and said something. Yi Ying's expression immediately tensed up. Sun Dongqing, who was walking at the back, replied angrily. She put an arm around Yi Ying's shoulder and comforted her daughter in a low voice. Yi Qian's cold gaze swept across the family of 3. She narrowed her eyes slightly and asked the man who didn't seem to notice the family of 3, Captain Xia, "Old madam, you suddenly had stroke. Was it Brother Zi's doing? Also, why do I feel that Ying was disqualified from the college entrance examination for 3 years? Yi Ying's actions would only result in a 0 score being disqualified from the college entrance examination for 3 years. Back then, the head of the Provincial Education Bureau said that she would only get a 0 score. Who knew that there would be an unforeseen event that night? She didn't come to the examination hall the next day. No matter how she thought about it, Captain Xia had something to do with it. It had been a week. Xia Jinyuan didn't expect her to ask about it again. He answered vaguely, "Evil will be repaid with evil. Their family can do things that harm others. Sooner or later, they will pay for their actions." After hearing his words, Yi Qian smiled. Her gaze towards Xia Jinyuan became gentler. There was someone who always helped her solve her problems without her noticing. He never said anything. Everything was handled in secret so that she wouldn't be distracted. In this life, with such a person by his side, those cold and damp past events seemed insignificant. Old Madame Ye's stroke was quite serious. She had been staying in the town hospital for the past few days and had not been sent to the city hospital, which was 6 hours away from Fujian town. The situation was too sudden. Even if Yi Xiang wanted to send him to the hospital, she couldn't send him to the city hospital when he was sick. I don't know why he suddenly had a stroke when he came back. He was mumbling something that I couldn't hear clearly. Yi Xiang's eyes were a little red and swollen. She tucked in old Madame Yi, whose mouth was crooked, and said with a haggard face, "Second brother, I want to transfer Mom to the province to take care of her. The environment in the town hospital is too bad." In one night, her most powerful backer had fallen. Even the arrogant and despotic Yi Xiang had become weak. Sun Dongqing looked at old Madame Yi, who could not speak and could not walk. There was an indescribable joy in her heart. She replied sarcastically, "Your house is big, and Mom has been worried about you for a lifetime. It's only right for her to take care of you in the province." She wanted her to take care of him? No way. Second sister-in-law, don't be sarcastic. You're also responsible for Mom's stroke. Don't try to get away with it. Yi Xiang had never been kind to Sun Dongqing. Yi Xiang, you're the one taking care of her. It has nothing to do with me. You want to blame it on me? No way. Sun Dongqing, who was not to be outdone, immediately retorted, "You used to make things difficult for me. Now that something has happened, you're thinking of me." Yi Xiang, do you think I'm still as easy to bully as before? Chapter 1234. Less than 2 minutes after entering the room, the sister-in-law and sister-in-law started arguing. Although old Madame Yi could not speak or move her legs, her mind was clear. When she heard the argument, she spoke in a hurried and incomprehensible tone. Her eyes were locked on Yi Jifan's face, and her hands, which could still move, were knocking on the bed. She was hinting for Yi Jifan to stop the fight. Yi Jifan glanced at her. He knew that she wanted to talk to him, so he looked at Yi Jixiang coldly. Mom is in this state, and you're still in the mood to argue with your sister-in-law? Sun Yaozu has already made arrangements at the hospital in the provincial capital. I'll take you and Mom there. Who's arguing with her? Did you see that she cared about Mom? Yi Jixiang replied fiercely. Then she remembered old Madame Ye's advice. She raised her hand to brush her hair and softened her voice. Mom is sick, and I'm anxious and angry. Brother, don't take it to heart. Even she knew to lower her head. Yi Jifan twitched the corner of his mouth and said calmly, There's no cure for a stroke. We can only take it slowly and see if it gets better. She can't walk or use a wheelchair, but it's a big deal that she can't speak. Look, I can't even hear what Mom wants to say now. Old Madame Yi, who could not speak, heard him. Her eyes were filled with venom, and her voice became louder and louder. Saliva even dripped from the corner of her mouth. Ying frowned when she saw her stomach churning. She looked away. She did not want such a person in the house. Yi Jixiang held old Madame Ye's hand and took a notebook from the bedside table. She stuffed a pen into old Madame Ye's hand. Mom, write this for Brother Tingrue. Old Madame Yi, who could still move her hands, wrote the word simple on the notebook with trembling hands. Then her gaze fell on Yi Jifan's face. Her face was so ferocious that it made Yi Ying's heart beat faster. I've been busy with Ying going abroad, so I'm not sure about Yi Qian's situation. You and Ji Xiang instigated my wife to cause trouble at the school. Then something happened to her, and you ran back to the village? Yi Jifan said casually. He glanced at Yi Jixiang, whose expression froze, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Now that something has happened, Jixiang, you take good care of Mom. I'll come back to visit when I have time. This was something Yi Jifan had thought carefully before saying. As for Yi Qian, a vicious look flashed across his eyes. He muttered to himself for a while before continuing. Let's put Yi Qian's matter aside for now. Let's see which school she gets into first. By the time she got into university, it would be too late. Old Madame Yi, who couldn't speak, was so anxious that more saliva flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her right hand, which was holding the pen, wobbled as she wrote a word that seemed to be broken. Then, she stared at Yi Jifan, waiting to see how he would answer her. Yi Jixiang secretly sighed in relief when she saw that Yi Jifan didn't come after her. She was really afraid of her second brother now. Yi Jifan picked up the notebook and looked at it carefully. Then he smiled faintly and said, Mom, you should ask Sun Yaozu for this kind of thing. He's good at murder and arson. I don't have that kind of ability. Kill Yi Qian? Old Madame Yi was really awe-inspiring. When old Madame Yi heard this, she pounded the bed with both hands. Her cloudy eyes were filled with indignation and anger. She couldn't speak or move. No matter how indignant she was, it was useless. Yi Jixiang was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She glanced coldly at the silent Yi Ying and sneered. No wonder you're not as good as Yi Qian. When something happened, second brother didn't even dare to take responsibility. He only wanted to push Mom to the wall. Now that Mom is no longer here, second brother is really quick to change his mind. Chapter 1235. Yi Jixiang. Sun Dongqing's reaction was intense. She couldn't bear to hear that her daughter was worse than Yi Qian. No matter how bad my daughter is, she's still better than your two troublemaking sons. Don't think you can bully me just because you gave birth to two sons. I'm not afraid of you now. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Second sister-in-law, you're so impressive. Why don't you show off in front of Yi Qian? Look at you. Ying was disqualified from the college entrance exam. And you still have the cheek to talk about my two sons? That's right. No matter how bad my two sons are, they didn't embarrass themselves in front of the school students. Ying was so angry that her face turned pale. No matter where she went, people would make fun of her. Even her own aunt was making fun of her. Sun Dongqing saw that her daughter's expression was not right. She turned into a tigress and pounced on Yi Jixiang. Bitch, your two sons are trash like Sun Yaozu. How dare you talk about my daughter like that? Are you guilty? You're hitting me because you're guilty? Bitch, do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Zhixiang was not someone to be trifled with. She picked up the foldable chair in the ward and stopped Sun Dongqing, who was unarmed, from moving forward. Yi Zhixiang's smile deepened. If you don't do anything, just wait for Yi Qian to get into a good university. Second sister-in-law, you heard it. Which parent didn't say how good Yi Qian is? Do you think you can send Ying abroad? Do you think you'll be better than Yi Qian once you're abroad? I think even if you send Ying to the best university abroad, she's destined to be worse than Yi Qian. Suddenly, Yi Zhixiang giggled and mocked them even more. I almost forgot. Ying was disqualified from the college entrance exam. It's written on her file. How can the proper universities abroad accept her? Every word she said was like a needle piercing into Yi Ying's heart. While it pierced her heart, it also made the coldness in her eyes thicker. Aunt, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Be careful that the two cousins will become fugitives like uncle when the time comes. You'd better worry about yourself. Don't pass out from anger when you hear that Yi Jian got into a good university. Yi Zhixiang's mouth never had anything nice to say. She would say anything that made people uncomfortable. Yi Zhifan's face darkened. He looked at Yi Zhixiang coldly and said, "You played a big part in making Mom what she is today. Am I wrong?" Yi Zhixiang snorted. She could tell that no matter how close her mother was to her second brother, the cold-hearted second brother would never be close to her. Sun Dongqing was furious because she wasn't wrong. She glared at her sister-in-law who had never given her a good time for more than 10 years. Sun Dongqing said fiercely, "Every dog has its day. Yi Zhixiang, I'll wait for the day when you beg my family." Even now, Sun Dongqing still couldn't accept that Yi Qian was better than Yi Ying. She even comforted her daughter like this after leaving the hospital. Don't listen to Yi Zhixiang's nonsense. Even if Yi Qian takes the college entrance exam, she won't be able to get into a good university. When the time comes, go and give her a good scolding. Don't let her be so brazen. After saying this in the afternoon, she was slapped in the face on the afternoon of the third day. A student from the provincial first high school who lived in the same building went home and told his parents that Yi Qian was the only girl in the province who was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology. He also said that she was not only the top scorer in the province, but also the top scorer in the country. The entire provincial capital was in an uproar. Yi Ying was dumbfounded when she heard this. Chapter 1236. How is that possible? There must be a mistake. How could that wretched girl be the top scorer in science? There must be a problem. Old Yi, there must be a problem. Call and check. We need to check her score. Sun Dongqing, who had returned home in the provincial capital, could not accept it. How could a wretched girl, who had lived in her daughter's shadow for a long time and was inferior to her in every aspect, achieve such good results? It's fake, it's fake. It must be fake. National University of Science and Technology. No wonder she rejected the direct recruitment of Hua University and Shi University. It turned out that she wanted to get into the National University of Science and Technology, a top military school in the country that counted military service and had living allowances. Yi Ying's angry roar came from the room, followed by a series of clattering sounds. Sun Dongqing, who was throwing a tantrum in the living room, jumped up in shock. The door was locked from the inside, and Sun Dongqing anxiously banged on the door. Ying, don't scare me. It's okay, it's okay. It's fake, it's all fake." Yi Zhifan, who was equally anxious, saw this and pulled his wife away. He shouted angrily, "The score can't be fake. She got in the National University of Science and Technology after so many exams. What's the use of throwing a tantrum at home now? Military school. Are we going to be soldiers? Soldiers. Ying, we could be soldiers too. If she's a soldier, you could be a soldier too. It's not a big deal." Sun Dongqing was afraid that her only daughter would take things too hard and her knees would go weak. "We could be soldiers. We won't be worse than her." Soldiers? Yi Zhifan's eyes narrowed slightly. If they could not find a good school overseas, being a soldier was not a bad way out. Moreover, with his daughter's intelligence, she could also get into the military school in the army. "Your mom is right. If you want to join the army, we can sign up in the winter and try to get into the military school based on your results. Yi Jifan was much calmer and could convince Ying more. Dad is also responsible this time. Come out first, we can talk. The door opened, and Ying walked out expressionlessly. Dad, Mom, I don't want to go abroad. I want to be a soldier. Help me find out if I can get into the military school in the army. I'll join the army this year. All right. Yi Jifan nodded. Joining the army was indeed a way out. However, the family of three had forgotten something very important. When Ying was in junior high school, she had gotten a certificate that clearly stated that she had heart disease. According to the physical examination standards for conscripted citizens, patients with heart disease were not eligible for conscription. When Ho Zi, who was in the provincial capital, found out that old Madam Yi had suffered a stroke and had been transferred to the provincial capital hospital for treatment, he also found out that Yi Qian was the top scorer in the national science exam. He called Xia Yiwei, who was no longer as cold to him as before. I heard that Yi Qian got into the military academy and is the top scorer in the national science exam. Sixth brother's foresight was extraordinary. Luckily, sixth brother treats Yi Qian well. He's a little like me. In return, Xia Yiwei smiled coldly. Did he call her whenever something happened? Yi Qian was the top scorer in the National Science Olympiad. Did he still need him tell him? Sixth brother's surname is Xia, not Ho. Don't flatter yourself. With that, she hung up the phone. It was as if she was tired of talking to him. Hozi gripped his phone and smiled bitterly. Once a woman hardened her heart, it was really heartless. Who asked you to think that she will always be your woman? Now that she's not with you, you can continue to shamelessly pursue her. Hozi put away his phone and looked determined. He only had Xia Yiwei, and he would only pursue her. Chapter 1237. After Xia Yiwei hung up, she immediately called Xia Jinyuan. Listening to the airport announcer's voice from the phone, Xia Yiwei said in a deep voice, Old Madam Yi has suffered a stroke and is in the hospital. Shouldn't you and Hozi stop? Xia Jinyuan, who was preparing to board the plane, smiled and said, I stopped a long time ago. You can ask Brother Z if he stopped. I can't talk to you anymore. Yi Qian and I are preparing to board the plane. You are now. Xia Yiwei's voice came from the phone. Xia Jinyuan's expression was normal as he hung up the phone. He had to admit that the two siblings hung up at a similar speed. Yi Qian, who was walking with a map of China, saw this and frowned slightly. Sister Yiwei didn't say anything. Why did you hang up? Yi Qian, who knew her results, was very calm. After the exam, she knew her results and knew that she would have no problem getting into the National University of Science and Technology. When she heard the exact news, she was only stunned for a second. Hard work pays off. She finally took a symbolic step forward. Now that she had calmed down, she held the map of China that she bought at the airport and looked at it from the north to the south with great interest. It's not convenient for me to say anything about her and Brother Z. I can only hang up. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't want Yi Qian to know too much, calmly changed the topic. The map only shows 9 sections of the sea in the south. The place we are going to isn't on it. Yi Qian didn't ask further when she heard that it was a personal matter. Her slender finger pointed at the blue area on the map, and she smiled peacefully. Although I can't see it, I know a little bit. I don't want others to ask me about the latitude and longitude of the place we are going to. Li Jinyan doesn't care about superficial things. He only cares about personal results. Xia Jinyuan held her hand and walked into the cabin together. They found a seat and sat down. If you want to know more, let's go to the reference room tonight. The noon flight would take 2.5 hours to reach the airport. Then, they would need to take a 3-hour car ride to reach the port that led to the base. Then, they would need to take an hour to reach the base by boat. They would only arrive at the base at around 7 in the evening. The sky was blue and the sea was magnificent. A few rubber boats brought the first batch of eliminated soldiers back to the shore. When they were a few meters away from the shore, a Navy soldier wearing a tight black diving suit shouted, "Come down, push the rubber boats ashore." The soldiers sitting on the rubber boats looked sick. They looked sickly and weak. Some of their lips were pale and bleeding. Small wounds on their lips were bleeding from the sun. At first glance, they looked quite scary. Hearing the shouts, a few soldiers gritted their teeth and jumped into the water, ready to push the rubber dinghies. There were a few who were not convinced and directly shouted, "We have already been eliminated. Why are we pushing the rubber dinghies? If you want to push, push it yourselves. I'm not doing it." They were eliminated and kicked out of the training camp island without a single chance. Many of the soldiers were still angry. Now that they were asked to push the rubber boats, they took the opportunity to make a fuss. The soldiers who went into the water looked at each other. They pushed the rubber boats with both hands but didn't say anything. "What? You have a problem because we didn't keep you?" The Storm Amphibian Frogman Commando who spoke jumped directly from the rubber boat into the salty and bitter seawater. His gaze was as cold as the ripples on the surface of the sea, and his voice was as sharp as a blade. "Children playing house? Let go if you're not satisfied. Not bad, you have guts." Chapter 1238. The commando grinned, his white teeth gleaming under the sunlight. "It's pointless if you don't push me. Take care of yourselves." After that, he plunged into the sea, which reached his waist and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye under the shocked expressions of all the soldiers. "He's gone? He's gone. What should we do?" The few eliminated soldiers who still wanted to resist and get off the boat were all dumbfounded. They jumped off the rubber boat one after another, and two of them even tried to chase after him. Someone pulled them back and said helplessly, "We can't catch up. They're real water ghosts. We can't catch up." The mysterious and dangerous deep-sea diving was a common occurrence for real water ghosts. Sometimes, even without equipment, they could dive 15 meters down in an instant without any problem. When they plunged into the water, the speed at which they swam down in 1 second was equivalent to the speed at which they swam out in 10 seconds. It was impossible for them to catch up. "Seems like there's a wave. Quick, push the rubber boat up. Without a water ghost to guide us, none of us will be able to reach the shore." The waves came as they wished, one after another, as if they had calculated the time. For a moment, all of them jumped into the water like dumplings and began to push the rubber boat. At a hidden sentry post on the deserted island, someone was watching everything with binoculars. When he saw the waves coming one after another, and when two soldiers were directly knocked over by the waves, his tightly pursed lips curled into a cold smile. "Get the few people whose names start with to keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't show up until the rubber boat has drifted 100 nautical miles away." Li Jinyan put down the binoculars and said coldly. He stepped down from his sentry post in his military boots. "Contact the garrison and ask when the last soldier will arrive." The soldiers whose names started with were the scouting water ghosts of the Storm Commandos. "If you don't see her before the 5 o'clock tomorrow, tell the garrison directly and ask her to return to where she came from." His voice was as cold as the snow on the top of the snowy mountain that never melted all year round. The commandos behind him did not say anything unnecessary and immediately replied, "Yes." In their hearts, they were thinking, "Isn't this a bit too much? Didn't they say that she would only arrive at 7 o'clock at night? It would take another 4 hours to reach them from a base, and there would be big waves tonight. Even if they arrived, they wouldn't have the energy to participate in the training at 5 o'clock tomorrow." The Navy commander had naturally taken this into consideration as well. His gaze shifted from a female soldier whose skin was as white as snow to a pearl-like luster. He thought for a moment before smiling and saying, "Yi Qian, your team leader wants you to participate in the training at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. The training location is about 4 hours away from the encampment. Go get your equipment now and set off immediately." "Yes." Without a word of nonsense, the Marine commander could not help but raise his eyebrows. Xia Jinyuan was expressionless as well. He smiled and said, as expected of the famous Devil King, "Even his training style can produce good gold. You have to abide by the rules of whoever's territory you're in. No one can break the rules, and no one can claim to be special." This was the case for the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade. Xia Jinyuan, who was watching Yi Qian leave, heard the Navy commander say, "He is indeed the sharp knife of our army. The soldiers trained by him are all like gold and can all become sharp knives. Since the army sent Yi Qian to our naval base, as long as she is not afraid of hardship and fatigue, we will definitely not let her down." When the time comes, we will be waiting for you to review the results. The Major General believes in the Devil King's ability. Before I came, the Major General even smiled and said that if there was a chance, he would like our detachment to compete with the Devil King's commandos. How could his little fox be afraid of hardship and fatigue? Looking at her fearless back, he was already looking forward to the results review before school started. Chapter 1239. The station was close to the sea, and the sound of the waves could be heard from the windows of the Navy commander's office. The sound of the waves crashing against the sea gave off an inexplicable sense of excitement. It was 7:30 p.m., and there were still a few rays of golden sunset at the edge of the sea. The sand by the sea was dyed golden yellow, and the ground was covered with fragments of gold. Listening to the voice of his subordinate outside, the Navy commander's gaze dimmed a little. He laughed heartily and answered Xia Jinyuan. That's fine. It'll definitely be interesting if you two teams have a match. Thinking it was feasible, the Navy commander said with interest, when Li Jinyan's recruit training is over, I'll talk to him and see if we can have a match. Next year, there will be a match between our Army and a special force of the U.S. military. If we conduct our own training in advance. The Navy commander's hearty voice gradually lowered, and he looked serious. He was obviously considering the Major General's proposal. Does the Major General have any plans or arrangements? Has he proposed to the military? A match between two special forces was not a trivial matter. It required a report and an application, and then it would be approved according to the actual situation. It could only be carried out when the highest-ranking officers of the two armies voted and the military issued the approval. The Major General is also very interested. August to October is the best time for autumn. If you're interested, the Major General can draft a report first. Xia Jinyuan listened to the Navy commander's words with a smile on his handsome face. He said coldly, as you said, there will be a match between our Army and the U.S. military next year. The U.S. military has always been strong. Since our Army is going abroad to meet the enemy, we can't embarrass our country. Yi Qian had already left with the soldiers arranged by the Navy. They would leave in 10 minutes after receiving their equipment. Xia Jinyuan, who could no longer hear her voice, said calmly, if you're interested, we can do our best to arrange a match before October. The whistle of gathering by the seaside passed into the office through the open window. After a day of training, the Navy quickly gathered and organized, standing in a horizontal and vertical line square formation at the speed of the sea rain passing through the storm. They neatly and orderly reported their numbers, startling the seabirds that landed on the reef and flapping their wings to fly to the sea. His gaze fell on the naval commander outside the window. His expression was solemn. After a while, he replied, you're right. If you go, you can't lose face for the country. Since it's possible that you and Li Jinyan will be leading the expedition, you should cultivate a tacit understanding. The Major General has the same thoughts as you, so he wants to have a match before October and wait until the end of the year to have mutual training. Xia Jinyuan's voice also gradually lowered. He mentioned that a certain war that ended in the spring and summer this year was directly caused by a high-tech war led by the United States at the end of the 20th century. Although the Air Force is the main force in this war, the U.S. Army has also played a critical role in this war. Although the Air Force is the main force in this war, the U.S. Army has also played a very important role. Destruction, assassination, several ethnic leaders of the Southern Alliance were killed. At the same time, the electricity and communications of the entire Southern Alliance were cut off, and they quickly set up a communication base with the Air Force Base. It's not hard to see the strength of the Americans from this. Let's go over there and learn from them. Chapter 1240. The topic of strong countries, big countries, and weak countries always seemed a little helpless, but they couldn't avoid it because of helplessness. They had to pay attention to it and solve it. The Navy commander patted the young major's shoulder gently, and there was a hint of relief in his solemn expression. With you guys, I believe that all problems won't become a problem. By the way, have you learned about the female soldier you sent? The topic changed very quickly, and the result was already known. They just sighed and used it as a topic to talk about. Xiao Jinyuan smiled faintly. Yes, I have. She's a very outstanding female soldier. However, now that she's training under the Devil King, he still has to judge whether she's outstanding or not. I can only say that Yi Qian is a very outstanding female soldier in our team. The Navy commander's smile deepened when he didn't immediately confirm and only expressed his opinion. Don't look at how polite you are. In fact, you're the same as the Devil King. You definitely won't easily say that a soldier is outstanding because your definition of outstanding is quite high. Soldiers with good qualifications are only above not bad and are still a distance away from outstanding. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Xiao Jinyuan didn't deny or confirm. He maintained a smile and walked out of the office with the Navy commander. Night fell, and the waves reached the sky. Several patrol ships docked at the port of the station shook slightly with the waves. A few Navy sentries stood like white poplars with steel guns in their hands, guarding the borders of the motherland with cold eyes. Xiao Jinyuan, who was looking at the sea, heard the sound of the waves. His dark eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. What kind of ship would send her across such big waves? Just as he was thinking, a Navy lieutenant colonel walked over and saluted the Navy commander. He handed over a folder in his hand. The Ocean Europe has docked at the port and is awaiting orders to depart. Good. The Navy commander took the folder and signed his name on a document for the departure of the special battleship. He said, "The new recruit is an Army soldier. Let the soldiers on the ship take care of her. The waves are a little big, so she might get seasick. Prepare some seasick pills for her first." Xiao Jinyuan stood 3 steps away and looked away. He did not look at the document signed by the Navy commander. As the lieutenant colonel left, the commander smiled and said, "Yi Qian will depart in a light combat boat in 5 minutes. Li Jinyan will report his safety when he arrives." The light special warship was an indispensable warship in the Navy. It could cooperate with the coastal patrol boats and rigid inflatable boats. Once the Navy found something abnormal on the sea, it could set off from the forward base and carry out a surgical strike on the target. Yi Qian set off in a light battleship. With the draft of the battleship, he could completely ignore the waves. The light battleships could ignore the waves, but the inflatable dinghies couldn't. The soldiers sitting on the dinghies looked at the vast sea and panicked. Rest first and save up your energy. We'll rotate shifts every 3 hours. Check the ropes. Don't let the waves separate our 3 rubber boats. You guys in front, check the ropes. Arrange for the personnel to rotate shifts every 3 hours. It's only 8 o'clock at night. Don't be in a hurry to go to bed. Bring a diving light and see if you can find something to eat. Otherwise, everyone will go to bed hungry tonight. They had fished in the sea empty-handed during the day and had no harvest. They could only go to the sea at night to take a look. Chapter 1241. He watched as a few soldiers put on diving suits and jumped off the rubber boat. Less than 2 nautical miles away from them, 3 water ghosts quietly emerged from the sea and recorded the names of the first few soldiers. The first batch of elimination did not mean that they had to pack up and return to their original units. The selection of the Demon King never followed the normal process. It had always been the Demon King style to find potential soldiers from the eliminated soldiers. The soldiers selected from various units had been screened in their original units. Their individual comprehensive ability was not bad, but the first batch was eliminated. It was very likely that they did not adapt to the training method, which was why they were a hindrance. Only by carefully observing their coping ability, survival ability, and reaction speed could the final judgment be made. It was like panning for gold in the sand. One needed to be careful. The waves on the sea rose and fell, and the rubber boat went up and down. The soldiers who took turns to stand guard had starlight above their heads. Their eyes were fixed on the boat without blinking. Once they noticed something, they could immediately inform all their comrades. The light special battleship was slightly less bumpy due to the water. Yi Qian, who had changed into a Navy training suit, ate a simple canned meal with the soldiers on the boat and wobbled all the way to the reef island. Yi Qian did not get seasick. She was able to catch up on sleep during the bumpy ride. Her situation was unexpectedly good. The light special battleship docked 15 minutes earlier than expected. Li Jinyan, who was standing by the sea and waiting, suddenly turned around and said to his teammate named Big Whale, "Observe her first, then take her to a single tent to rest. If necessary, test her in the water first. Let me know what's going on." That's not very nice. She's a female soldier after all. How can you give her a show of strength? Big Whale was a little surprised. He softly advised, "Let's be gentle first. The people sent by the army may have some status." Li Jinyan twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. "No status. I've seen the information. Her mother was a martyr." He decided that he would not change his mind. Looking at the light special battleship that had stopped, Li Jinyan patted Big Whale's shoulder and left with a cold expression. Even Xia Jinyuan thought that the female soldier was not bad. She should not be too bad. It was better to let Big Whale test the water first and see if it was fake. The daughter of a martyr. How do you want to test her? There aren't many good swimmers in the army, right? The light battleship will stop about 30 meters away from us. Can she swim 30 meters with a backpack? If I go over and scare her into choking on water, Demon King, be careful that the commander will punish you. Big Whale was a little worried. He was not familiar with the new female soldier and did not know how good she was in the water. If he accidentally injured her or let her be swept away by the sea, that would be no laughing matter. Li Jinyan could tell that his team member was treating the new female soldier as an elite soldier. He reminded him calmly, "She's a reserve special forces soldier." It meant, don't look down on others. The whale's expression suddenly turned serious as he nodded. "He has some background, but I'm afraid that something might happen. We'll play it by ear. I'll leave it to you." Li Jinyan didn't stay any longer and walked towards the camp for the night. Under the water or on the water? The whale's excited voice came from behind him. Li Jinyan knew that he was still willing to test the waters. Walking under the starry sky, Li Jinyan made a hand gesture, and the whale took off his training uniform. It was as if he had become invisible. Under the starlight, they could only see a vigorous figure plunging into the water. Let's give it a try underwater. I haven't fought with a female special forces soldier before. This is interesting. Chapter 1242. Yi Jian, who was about to get off the ship, said, "Thank you," to the Navy lieutenant colonel who was sending her off. Then, she grabbed the waterproof backpack that was issued by the Navy Equipment Department and went into the water directly from the aft deck of the light battleship. Do you see the flashing red laser on the reef? Someone is already there to pick you up. Just swim over. The Navy lieutenant colonel who connected to the reef island squatted down and smiled at the female soldier whose face was only the size of a palm and whose eyes were brighter than the stars. It's less than 30 meters away. Just swim over. The light special battleship was different from the air cushion landing craft. It couldn't dock on a reef island without a port. It could only dock on the surface of the sea. When Yi Jian came down, she was hit by a wave and fell forward. With her backpack on her back, she could only wave and dive into the sea without saying goodbye. She swam towards the reef island that was faintly visible in the distance. Compared to the nimbleness of the water ghost, Yi Jian's swimming speed was neither fast nor slow. After all, she had also trained by the sea for a month. It was just that her training wasn't as systematic as water ghosts. The land tigers were the snowfield brigade, and the sea dragons were the storm amphibious frogman assault team. As a reserve member of the snowfield brigade, Yi Qian entered the range of the sea dragons. She was warned by Xia Jinyuan to stay alert as soon as she entered the water, in case there was a special welcome ceremony. When a whale entered the sea, it was like a dragon returning to the sea. Every day, he would have sandbags tied to his feet for 5 kilometers of cross-country training. Twice a week, he would swim for 5 kilometers. His feet were very strong in breaking water. With just a few swings of his tail, he could swim 200 meters at a speed that was beyond imagination. When Yi Qian surfaced from the water, the light special battleship had already left. Their destination wasn't the reef island, but the reef island that they needed to pass by Li Jinyan's training ground. As the light special battleship left, Yi Qian, who was completely wet, swam towards the shore with her backpack. For years of training had allowed Yi Qian to remain calm even when facing the unpredictable sea alone. Listening to the sound of the waves, She paddled with both hands and maintained a moderate speed. Using the momentum of the waves, she relaxed her body and swam over. After swimming for about 5 meters, Yi Qian's calm gaze suddenly sharpened. He swept his gaze across the surface of the sea about 3 meters to his left. He had been targeted by a water ghost. Fighting in the water was her weakness, and it would be troublesome if she was targeted. However, as Captain Xia said, it suited Li Jinyan's style very well. Yi Qian's gaze landed on the big whale as soon as he popped his head out of the water. He was a little surprised. With his diving goggles on, he narrowed his eyes and revealed a deep smile. She was so sharp. He had only just emerged from the water to observe her, but she had already discovered him. He really wanted to applaud her for being so sharp. However, just being sharp wasn't enough. It depended on her underwater reflexes. Compared to on land, the requirements for underwater reflexes were several times higher. The ancient Roman statesman Cicero said, "Whoever controls the sea can control the world." From this sentence, one could see the importance of a country's control over the sea. From this, one could understand how strict the physical fitness of the members of the Frogman Commando team was. The big whale was a qualified water ghost who had undergone strict and systematic training. Yi Qian, as an all-round Special Forces soldier in the Army, had already lost the upper hand in terms of geographical advantage against the big whale in the water. However, this wasn't a reason for Yi Qian to back down. She opened her inflatable backpack as fast as she could, pulled out her combat dagger, and faced the water ghost who had grabbed her ankle head-on. Chapter 1243. Water and Earth were completely different existences. Although the former could be felt right beside you, it would never give you the sense of security that Earth gave you. Once water surrounded you from all directions, a fatal suffocation would follow. Humanity's deepest fear of nature would also follow. Yi Qian, who was holding an underwater combat dagger, twisted his body. The first thing he did was to surface and take a deep breath. Then he attacked the water demon, who was trying to lock his legs again. With the help of the buoyancy of the water, Yi Jian twisted her legs and spun 3 times like a spinning top. She used too much force, and a small whirlpool was formed in the sea water because of her body. Even when his lower limbs were locked, he could still use the strength of his lower limbs to rotate his entire body. This move surprised the whale. Didn't they say that female soldiers were from the army? How did she know the essentials of underwater combat? Fortunately, underwater communication relied on sign language. Otherwise, the whale might have directly asked Yi Qian if he had transferred from the Navy to the Army. Yi Qian did not give the whale much time to think. When his right leg was free, he raised his leg and kicked his opponent's shoulder with the ferocity of a Special Forces soldier. The results of his endurance running and weight-bearing training showed. Although the water was buoyant, Yi Qian's legs were full of strength. His kick landed on the whale's shoulder bone, causing the whale to lean back 2 steps. Using brute force in underwater combat would only increase the speed of exhaustion. The whale was shocked. Yi Qian, who had broken free, knew that fighting on land was not going to work. Although he had kicked the water demon in the shoulder, he had also used up a lot of energy. The change in the body's stress points was the biggest obstacle in underwater combat. Without a support point, the water would not only create buoyancy and pressure on the human body, but it would also affect the force exerted by each movement. The lethality of the movements would drop to a frightening level. Just like just now, if they were fighting on land, her kick would definitely have sent the water demon flying. It would not have only made him lean back 2 steps. He had to think of a way. Yi Qian, who had broken free twice in a row, decided not to continue fighting. His face was tense as he quickly swam towards the shore. The whale saw this and laughed in its heart. The female soldier was fast, but she was still far behind them. In the water, it was the water demon's world. In the army, it was always slightly inferior. Behind him, Yi Qian, who was swimming as fast as he could, swam forward less than 2 meters before he realized that he had made a serious and low-level mistake. Wasn't she trying to compete with the water demon in terms of swimming speed? Yi Jian, who had always been rational, realized that she had made a mistake. She quickly came up with a countermeasure. Since she couldn't escape, she could only strike first. When fighting underwater, most of the time, the body would be in a supine or prone position. When fighting with a water ghost that was familiar with underwater combat, the first reason was to quickly change the body state. Then, how could he change the body state and find the best point to withstand the force? Yi Qian opened his inflatable backpack and dove into the water, temporarily hiding from the water demon's pursuit. He had no advantage in the water. If he wanted to escape, he needed to fight and retreat quickly. Yi Qian, who was hiding and thinking, started playing hide-and-seek with the whale. The other party did not have any diving equipment. Like him, he could not stay underwater for too long. Also, he had used the lock move just now, which meant that the essentials of underwater combat included a lock. Chapter 1244. This way, Yi Qian could extend to hug in. Starting from the whale's lock technique, Yi Qian's lips curled into a smile as he grasped another technique. Grab. Hug the water ghost from behind, lock the opponent, and then grab the attack. On land, there were a series of complicated and changeable moves such as striking, hitting, kicking, locking, and so on. Since he couldn't get hurt in the water, the underwater moves couldn't be complicated. They had to be simple. Once complicated, the consumption of his physical strength would only be greater. Fast, accurate, and ruthless reaction, coupled with the technical moves of grabbing, hugging, stabbing, slashing, hacking, and locking. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint, bloodthirsty smile in the darkness. Since Demon King Li's way of welcoming her was so unique, she would give it a try. In a fight like this, even if she lost, she would lose fair and square. On the other side, the whale was a little panicked at first. The female soldier had suddenly disappeared from the surface of the sea, and he was only wearing a diving suit without any other equipment. If the waves really swept the female soldier away, he would really be a sinner. After searching for about 4 minutes, the whale, who had emerged from the water, suddenly saw a human head about 3 meters away from him. Grabbing Yi Qian's unbuttoned backpack, he raised his eyebrows. "Oh, she's swimming towards me. Don't tell me she's afraid." That's why there was one bad thing about female soldiers. Sometimes, they were afraid of water and the dark. He had tried it just now, thinking that she would be interesting, but in the end, she was still as boring as before. In an instant, the whale's interest was greatly reduced. Since she was in the army, she should just stay in the army. Carry your backpack properly. Don't send a wave a few hundred meters away. We'll have to send more people. Before he could say the words, "save you," he saw only the undulating waves on the surface of the sea, and no one was there anymore. Oh no! The whale, who suddenly felt a sense of danger, hurriedly threw his backpack aside and dove into the water like a fish. His reaction was fast enough, but he was still one step slower than Yi Qian, who had a plan in mind. His neck was suddenly locked, and the combat dagger, which was still in its scabbard, stabbed towards his spine. The great whale raised his hand and elbowed Yi Qian's waist. Then he grabbed Yi Qian's arm with one hand and quickly adjusted his balance in the water with his feet. As soon as Yi Qian saw him retaliate, he knew he was no match for him. When he tried to grab his neck, Yi Qian adjusted his balance and reached out to grab Water Ghost's face. "If I can't win, then I'll leave a mark." In the cold seawater, the whale felt cold sweat dripping down its back. In just 4 or 5 minutes, she had switched from simply kicking to hugging, grabbing, slashing, and stabbing. He had only managed to escape after a few consecutive counterattacks by relying on the water demon's advantage. Even so, her lumbar spine was still blocked by her unsheathed combat dagger. Sensing Yi Qian's murderous aura, the whale swam back about a meter and said loudly, "Stop, stop, stop. We could go ashore now. Does that mean we don't have to fight anymore?" Yi Qian hugged her backpack tightly. Her voice was as cold as ice as she said in a deep voice, "I didn't lose just now, did I?" The whale wiped the seawater off its face and chuckled. It stretched out its clenched fingers and said with a smile, "No, no. I've offended you on our first meeting. Please forgive me. I'm the great whale. The Demon King sent me to bring you ashore." How was that a loss? Even he was scared witless. Chapter 1245. Hello, I'm Yi Qian. Yi Qian smiled and extended his hand. After a brief introduction, he fastened his backpack and swam towards the shore. It had only been 10 minutes of combat, but his stamina was depleted as if he had run for hours. Even his breathing was a little unstable. On the other hand, the frogman codenamed Big Whale beside him was breathing steadily. Although he had won twice, he would definitely lose in a long battle. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes, but his eyes were full of interest. Captain Xiao was right. He could learn a lot by following Demon King Li. Even though it had been less than 2 months, he had benefited greatly. When he reached the shore, the salty sea breeze blew. Yi Qian, who was completely soaked, did not feel cold. Instead, he felt quite comfortable. The feeling of stepping on solid ground and no longer being surrounded by pervasive water was great. Big Whale, who habitually came ashore, pointed at the dark reef in front of them and smiled. The camp is in front. The conditions are not very good. Please excuse us when you see them later. He knew how to be polite. Was it because she was a female soldier? Would you say something like that when you see other recruits? Yi Qian asked with a smile. His military boots stepped on the soft sand as if he was walking on clouds. Or is it because I'm a female soldier? She had a murderous aura. Her movements were murderous, and she could react quickly in the water. She could catch the enemy off guard. Such a female soldier, even if she was a female soldier, was still a character. Big Whale bent down and picked up the training uniform he had taken off before entering the water. He laughed and said, No, you're a female soldier, but you're definitely not an ordinary female soldier. I've seen it for myself just now. Not an ordinary female soldier. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and looked at Big Whale, who had returned to report to him. There was a hint of darkness in his cold voice. Other than her quick reaction, what else is different about her? The male soldiers did not live in tents. Even Li Jinyan lived in a simple shed built with plants growing on the reef island. When the solar lights were turned on, it was as bright as day inside. The shirtless whale sat on a rock. His tanned face looked serious as he answered, She has the same murderous aura as us. I'm sure she must have carried out a secret mission. Not only was her reaction fast, but when I sent her to the tent, I asked her how she thought of hugging my neck from behind. Guess what she said? He wanted to keep Li Jinyan in suspense, but to his surprise, Li Jinyan gently raised his cold eyes. The whale rubbed his nose awkwardly and quickly answered. She said that it was because I locked her legs tightly. She also thought about the problem of underwater strength. She thought that the biggest difference between fighting in the water and fighting on land was that it was mainly simple. She could use hugging to lock her legs, and after hugging her, she still had to grab her. I guess that's the basic point of underwater fighting. He had only locked her legs, but she had thought of many things at once, and she had even hit the nail on the head. Smart. The expressionless Li Jinyan raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while, he said faintly, No wonder the army insisted on sending her here. I think this female soldier is interesting. Didn't you say that she's not even 19 years old? Why do I feel like she has a few years of experience in the army? Big Whale finally asked the biggest question he had after the fight with Yi Qian. She might have carried out a life-or-death mission. Why does it sound a little? Big Whale deliberated for a while before saying the last words softly. That's ridiculous. Li Jinyan, who had seen Yi Qian's personal information, did not know what kind of life-or-death mission she had carried out, but with her 4 years of Special Forces training, it was not ridiculous at all. Chapter 1246. After a moment of silence, Li Jinyan, who had been judging Yi Qian in his heart, asked again, Did she have any expression after reading the training plan tomorrow? The great whale thought for a moment and shook his head. No expression. She only replied, Got it. Other than that, she didn't say anything else. Yi Qian, who had undergone strict training, had long been accustomed to military orders are as important as mountains. Even if she had any objections to the training plan, she would not change it at all. At this point, Li Jinyan's cold, handsome face finally showed a hint of a smile, like a gorgeous rosy cloud floating across the top of a snowy mountain. It was so beautiful that it actually gave birth to a gorgeous color. Fortunately, the great whale did not look up. Instead, he lowered his head and guessed Yi Qian's origin. The rosy smile on Li Jinyan's face was like a snowy wind blowing past. In less than a second, it returned to its original expression, no longer showing any trace of it. Yi Qian, who was in the middle of their discussion, had already changed her clothes. She zipped up the tent and looked up at the night sky, where she could touch the bright stars just by reaching out her hand. She looked, and after a while, she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. There was no whistle, no call sign, and she had to wake up on her own. Yi Qian, who had arrived 10 minutes earlier, did not appear immediately. She hid behind the reef and observed in the faint light. Last night, the great whale's meaningful gaze before he left made her feel that the morning assembly would not be too simple. Someone stood on the beach with his hands behind his back, standing in the faint light. His figure was vague and mysterious. He was very tall, at least 185 meters. His limbs were slender and well-proportioned. He stood motionless, as if he had been standing there for thousands of years. What surprised Yi Qian was the aura emanating from his body. It was different from Xia Jinyuan's mountain-like aura, which made her feel at ease at first sight. His aura was turbulent and cold, as if a snowy mountain was about to collapse. It was a powerful aura that could devour everything in its path. Yi Qian immediately averted his gaze to avoid being discovered by Li Jinyan. His intuition told Yi Qian that the figure standing in front of him must be Li Jinyan. 3 water ghosts swept across the beach like ghosts. They hugged the nameless tree with their hands and climbed up the tree in the blink of an eye without the help of any climbing tools. The sound of seagulls could be heard from the trees. It was a signal for each other. Yi Qian perked up. As expected, the assembly in the morning would not go smoothly. At 5:07, 5 silhouettes jogged out from the left side. The line was neat and tidy, and there were even chants of 1, 2, 1. They looked quite neat and energetic. Li Jinyan's gaze suddenly darkened. He raised his hand slightly, and several figures suddenly rushed out from all directions. They piled on top of a few people at lightning speed. Are you kidding me? A sneak attack so early in the morning. Do you still want to train? Is it interesting? Is it interesting? 2 people in front were still able to resist. They said a few words before their mouths were covered. The other 3 Navy soldiers were directly pressed down on the beach. A murderous roar came from above them. Shut up, all of you. Otherwise, you'll eat a mouthful of sand. Yi Qian, who had witnessed everything, sighed softly. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. He rolled forward twice in a row to avoid the sneak attack from the people on the reef. The water ghost leaped down from the reef and let out a small cry of surprise, expressing all sorts of meanings. Chapter 1247. First, what a fast reaction speed. Second, the figure was unfamiliar. Third, female soldier. Fourth, female soldier from the army. The water ghost smiled when he sensed a female soldier hiding in the dark. The Demon King said that you can watch from the sidelines for the time being. There's no need for you to participate. With that, he disappeared from Yi Qian's sight with one hand on the reef. Yi Qian, who was kneeling on the ground with one hand on the beach, pursed his lips tightly. He had only glanced at him for a moment, and he had noticed it in less than a second. There were still 4 minutes before the assembly at 5 o'clock. The first batch of 24 Navy soldiers was treated to an early morning appetizer by a group of water ghosts. One by one, they were cleaned up neatly. Within 10 minutes, all 24 soldiers were piled on top of each other. One by one, they crawled up with their heads covered in dust, puffed out their chests, and gathered quickly. Yi Qian had already blended in and was standing at the very end of the first row. She was a new recruit, so there was no mistake in standing there. Li Jinyan's gaze slid past her face. His icy, cold voice pierced through the sea breeze and reached Yi Jian's ears clearly. What are you talking about? Warm-up exercise is over. Let's start the formal training. He really didn't have any superfluous words. He didn't even think about introducing Yi Qian. He pointed at the equipment 3 meters away. Equipment, 2 points. They only had 2 minutes to change their equipment. After a month of hellish elimination training, the remaining 24 soldiers rushed over without panting. They began to change their equipment and put on their shoes. The shoes weren't ordinary shoes. They were specially made for frogmen with iron sand added to their feet. Put the shoes on. A water ghost wearing a training uniform reminded them and retreated to the side. He stared at the stopwatch, ready to shout for them to stop at any time. Yi Qian put the shoes on and realized that there was something wrong with the shoes. He tied the laces and lifted one foot to test the weight. One shoe was about 2 kilograms. 2 shoes weighed 4 kilograms. Wearing a pair of shoes that weighed 4 kilograms and had to run 5 kilometers around the Reef Island cross-country. The cruelty of the frogman training was evident. The situation is not bad. For the time being, his speed seems to be on par with the male soldiers. However, in terms of endurance, I'm afraid that he is slightly better. The water ghost, who had been observing along the way, reported the situation to Li Jinyan. Most of the time, his gaze was on Yi Qian. The frequency of his breathing is maintained well. There's not much sluggishness in his knees when he bends and raises his feet. As a soldier who is suddenly parachuted in, and a female soldier at that, Yi Qian did not undergo the first few basic PST screening tests for the Storm Commandos. Naturally, she became the focus of observation. Li Jinyan's understanding of Yi Qian came from the Army's written information. To him, this information was only about her personal performance in the Army. No matter how outstanding her performance was, it didn't mean that she would be outstanding in the Frogman unit. Even after listening to the Great Whales report last night, Li Jinyan still maintained his original attitude. He had to go through training before he could confirm whether Yi Qian was qualified and whether he could stay. Demon King, there's news from Big Eel. 3 soldiers can return to the selection competition. A soldier wearing a Navy uniform walked over and saluted with a smile. Big Eel and the others have brought them back. However, the rubber dinghy drifted a little too far away. They need to be brought back by the patrol boat. The main thing is that they have to bring back Big Eel and the others, who are fully equipped. Otherwise, it will take them a day to swim back. Chapter 1248. Li Jinyan looked at his watch and said to the comrade who reported the situation to him, "Check her physical condition at the port first. Send her back to the Reef Island before 8 o'clock tonight." "Okay, I'll contact Big Eel right away." The comrade with the code name Big Shark stood on his tiptoes and glanced at the folder in Li Jinyan's hand. He asked with a smile, "Last night, Big Whale came back and told me that the female soldier from the Army has some skills. How do you plan to train her?" "Female soldier? Didn't our team say that we don't recruit female soldiers? Why did the commander agree? Did they sign a life and death contract? Our team has been established for less than 2 years. Demon King, you have to take it easy." He was afraid that he would be too ruthless and accidentally kill her. After all, everyone knew that female soldiers had weaker resistance to pressure than male soldiers. Their body and bone endurance were also worse than male soldiers. Especially in deep diving areas that were more than 100 meters deep, the difference between the psychological quality of men and women was even more obvious. Female soldiers often had huge psychological pressure due to the special underwater environmental factors. Their emotions would become unstable, and once they panicked, serious diving accidents would occur. It wasn't that such a thing hadn't happened before. It was precisely because there were real cases around that the Great Mermaid was worried. Li Jinyan simply handed the folder to his comrade so that he would not have cramps. After the morning training, take her for a checkup to see if there are any problems with the ventilation function of the eustachian tube. Also, check her tolerance and adaptability to hypoxia and high C02. After the morning training, Big Shark did not refuse. He took the folder and looked at it. As he spoke, he lowered his head and opened the folder. His face immediately showed surprise. "Wow, this resume is beautiful." She started training in the 2nd year of junior high. She still played Special Forces training. When I was in the 2nd year of junior high, I was still thinking about how to climb a tree and dig out a bird's nest. Huh? Why didn't it say who trained her? How could she do Special Forces training without the guidance of an expert? went abroad to participate in the mathematical Olympiad, individual gold medal. Wow, high IQ. Familiar with all kinds of guns and ammunition, blindfolded and reassembled all kinds of guns, sniper background. Big Shark's eyes widened as he read. When he reached the last paragraph, he closed the folder and stuffed it back into Li Jinyan's hands. He pretended to wipe his cold sweat and said with lingering fear, "What a scary resume." What was even more frightening was that he was the nation's top science scholar. After all this time, she was still a student. No wonder you didn't want to show it to us. Just looking at it makes me feel weak. She didn't study for the first year of high school and went straight to training. Plains, snowy mountains, deserts, oceans, jungles. Oh my God, there wasn't a place that she hadn't been to. She had walked further than him. How valiant and strong this female soldier must be. Could it be that her gender was female and her height and appearance were both male? Looking at such a frightening resume, it was not impossible. Somehow, the big mermaid was a bit worried. Female soldiers who looked like men would easily forget her real gender. What if they forgot her gender one day and took off their clothes in front of her? Wouldn't that be too awkward? After thinking about it, he wiped his face and said, "It seems that the army is focusing on grooming her, which is why they sent her to you. Demon King, we can't serve such a person in our team." It was obvious that the army wanted to train Yi Qian, but what the army wanted to do had nothing to do with Li Jinyan. He only knew that she could only listen to the Navy's arrangements. Chapter 1249. Her CV is beautiful, but that's only because of her performance in the army. Now that she's in the Frogman unit, no matter how complicated her previous experience is, she'll have to start all over again. Li Jinyan looked at the time again. He turned on his earpiece and took over the water ghost communicator. "How's the situation, Big Shrimp?" After the electromagnetic buzzing sound came from the earpiece, a rough voice said, "She's maintained her original speed. Her breathing rate is normal. She doesn't feel any sluggishness when she raises her feet. Demon King, why didn't you tell me that Yi Qian is quite beautiful? We met face to face a minute ago. I was dazzled. She's even more gorgeous than a coral reef." It was a characteristic of the water ghost to be able to describe a person's beauty with the colorful color of a coral reef. Li Jinyan had never cared about whether a woman was beautiful or not. Before the army sent the information over, there wasn't even a picture. When they gathered, it was still dark, so he couldn't see what she looked like. He only felt that she was too slender and didn't match the experience on her CV. Keep a close eye on her. We'll see if she's good or bad today. If she doesn't succeed, send her back to the base tonight. It was still the same sentence. The good ones should stay, and the bad ones should leave. They should stay in their original units and be honest soldiers. Don't even think about joining the Frogman assault team. Li Jinyan's requirements for selecting his teammates were absolutely harsh. He wasn't deliberately making things difficult for them. He was being responsible for the responsibility on his shoulders. It was also being responsible for the lives of his teammates. He didn't want to see any sacrifices. Even if he knew that sacrifices were inevitable, he would do his best to prevent his comrades from being sacrificed so that they could continue to serve their country in the future. He also didn't want to see anyone take advantage of the situation. That was blasphemy to the country, disrespect to the army, and contempt for life. Yi Qian knew that she was being watched closely by the water ghosts. Wearing the special shoes filled with iron sand wasn't a difficult task for her. From the first day of sniper training, she had a metal ball hanging from her hands and sandbags tied to her legs. In the end, she had to run back and forth around the training ground of Fujian Town's recruit camp. She had to stand still under the scorching sun, heavy rain, and snow for 4 hours while holding a sniper rifle. However, the feeling of jogging with sandbags tied to his feet was different from jogging with the special shoes. The biggest difference was that the soles of the special shoes were very hard. Running around the reef was either sand or stone. When lifting one's feet, one had to exert a lot of strength, and it consumed a lot of energy. After running for about 40 minutes or so, the distance between the soldiers and the distance between them, the distance between them and the last soldier, Daxia, who was in charge of keeping a close watch, touched his chin thoughtfully. He contacted Li Jinyan, who had never been interrupted. Demon King, is that female soldier hiding her true strength? 40 minutes later, she still maintained the same distance between them. Now, other than her breathing becoming rapid, nothing else has changed. 5 years of training can't be fake. She has the ability that you can see. Li Jinyan and a few other platoons were preparing a meal. There was only seafood around the island, and the meal they prepared was a seafood feast. According to the price outside, a meal would cost at least 2,000 RMB. He used a combat dagger to slice a fatty fish into thin slices and place them on top of a large shell. The raw snail meat was placed on top of the shell. When the 24 Navy soldiers and Yi Qian returned, they would be able to serve the seafood feast. In order to train their will to survive and adapt to the pace of the frogmen's training and life, there was no cooked food on the island other than drinking water. There wasn't even a biscuit. They had to rely on themselves. As for starting a fire, that was even more impossible. Chapter 1250. The training of the Storm Commandos was the same as the training of the Snowfield Brigade. It was top secret from its formation to its establishment. Even this batch of Navy soldiers only knew that they would become frogmen and that they would be trained under Li Jinyan, who was known as the Demon King in the Navy. They did not know that once they stood out, they would become the sharp knife of the Navy. Our country's military power had always been discreet and would not easily reveal its strength. Especially after the Southern Alliance War this year, we once again learned of the military power of the Western countries. Our country did not dare to let down our guard. The Western countries had the SEALs, so our country needed the Storm Commandos. The Western countries had the Alpha Special Warfare Special Forces, so our country had the Snowfield Brigade. How many other unknown special forces did the Western countries have? Our country also had unknown special forces. Everything was done in secret. Even if it was just a selection, it was done in secret. For example, the Storm Commandos had 3 meals a day made from local ingredients. When they left, they cleaned up quickly and did not leave any traces. Before they left the Reef Island, they wouldn't be able to do anything big like starting a fire. Time ticked by, and a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. Its radiance illuminated the entire surface of the sea, and the blue waves connected to the sky. White waves chased after the clouds. This was the sea region of our country. Just like the mainland, it also needed to be protected and could not be invaded by other countries. The morning breeze blew across the surface of the sea. Before the first wave subsided, the waves kept crashing against the black reef that had stood there for God knows how many years. At the end of the reef, a figure jogged over. With tenacity, she gradually appeared in front of the water ghosts who were preparing breakfast. The water ghost, who was on sentry duty at the front, softly exclaimed. He pressed on his earpiece and quickly reported, "There's an unexpected situation. Demon King, the female soldier who came last night, was first on the first day without saying a word." As soon as he finished speaking, Prawn, who had been secretly observing, said excitedly through the earpiece, "Demon King, did you see the female soldier over there? Amazing. She left the male soldiers a few hundred meters behind in an instant. 5,000 meters with 4 kilograms of weight on her feet and 50 minutes. She only used 5 minutes to catch up with the male soldier running at the front. She used another 5 minutes to completely overtake all the male soldiers. Demon King, this female soldier is not only beautiful, but her skills are also beautiful." Li Jinyan, who was slicing sashimi, paused. He immediately looked forward. His cold expression changed slightly. A hint of surprise flashed across his cold black eyes. She was 10 minutes earlier than he had expected. She was only 15 minutes slower than the water ghost's training speed. Yi Jian's training speed was only 15 minutes slower than the water ghost's. One should know that before this, Yi Jian was an army soldier. All her training and equipment were related to the army. She had nothing to do with the Navy at all. Moreover, the water ghosts had already undergone 1.5 years of training. It only took them 35 minutes to run a 5-kilometer, 4-kilogram, 2-footed cross-country run. It was her first time here, yet she could achieve such a result. It was indeed impressive and finally, I didn't hear you say you wanted to chase her away. The big shark laughed. He even whistled happily. He had said last night that the female soldier sent by the army was not bad. See, he was right. Chapter 12:51. The slender figure was getting closer and closer. Her facial features gradually became clearer until she stood straight in front of Li Jinyan. She raised her hand and saluted. Yi Qian, reporting, completed the 5,000-meter cross-country run. The group of rough-sitting water ghosts looked at each other. Then they slightly closed their legs together in a reserved manner. A faint smile appeared on their faces as they lowered their heads and silently prepared breakfast for the soldiers who hadn't arrived yet. Dozens of men had an unusually large appetite. They did not have rice, noodles, or dumplings to fill their stomachs. They only had sashimi and snail slices. It was easy for them to get hungry and feel nauseous. Li Jinyan's first reaction when he saw Yi Qian was not to answer. Instead, he glanced at all the water ghosts like a cold arrow. When he saw that they were all obedient and did not look straight at her, he calmly retracted his gaze. Just as Xia had said, the new female soldier Yi Qian was indeed beautiful. The most beautiful thing about her was her eyes, which were as bright as the morning star. He raised his hand and saluted Yi Qian back. His voice was cold and monotonous. Return to the team and rest. Yes, sir. Yi Qian, who had been staring straight at him, simply turned around. She changed her special shoes to one side and looked around. When she saw a familiar figure, she walked over with a smile. Big Whale, is there anything I can help you with? After breakfast, they rested for a certain amount of time before diving into the 500-meter deep water. The water ghosts, who were all wearing tight black rubber diving suits, saw Yi Jian walking straight to the whale from the corner of their eyes. A few of them coughed a few times as if their throats were itchy. Li Jinyan's cold gaze swept over them. When he saw the fake coughing water ghost, he shrunk his neck and silently stared at the task at hand. Preparing breakfast. You know me? How did you know? The big whale was no less surprised than his comrade. Hearing the meaningful fake cough, he hurriedly stood up. It was broad daylight, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. In the end, he put them on his lower abdomen. Cough, at least he could block it. When the female soldiers arrived, for the first time, it was not the female soldiers who were embarrassed. Instead, it was the male soldiers who were wearing tight-fitting diving suits. The suits showed off their figures too much. All the men were embarrassed. With a slight smile on his face, Yi Qian did not seem to notice the whale's movements. He smiled and said, "Judging from your figure and the way you looked at me when I came over just now, it was as if you were looking at someone familiar. So, I guess you must be the whale. Have a seat. If you need anything from me, just let me know." As he spoke, he pulled out a combat dagger from his waist and pointed at the giant clams that had not been pried open. "Do we need to pry open these too?" "Oh, yes. If you're hungry, you can eat first." As expected of a female soldier with a high IQ, she did not even see the whale's face last night, but today she could tell that he was the whale based on his figure and eyes. Her observation skills were very strong. The whale watched as Yi Qian skillfully cut open the giant clams. She did not peel off the whole clam to remove the inedible parts, leaving the white and fresh clam meat. She slowly cut the clam meat with the dagger in her hand. Then, she cut off the bottom of the clam meat horizontally. A giant clam was finished in less than 2 minutes. This method of cutting is rare. The whale thought it was interesting. There was no need to cut it into slices. Instead, she cut it into circles. When she ate, she could lift one end of the clam meat and eat it like noodles. I want to learn this method too. It can be useful in the future. Where did you learn it? Don't underestimate the conversation. At this moment, the whale had already started to ask questions. Chapter 12:52. The best and most direct way to understand a person's situation was to chat. It seemed like a normal conversation, but as long as the other party could answer your question, even if the other party only said a few vague words, you could get the information you wanted. Without a doubt, the great whale was a water ghost who was good at chatting. He first praised Yi Qian to create a kind impression. Then he laughed and changed the topic to why Yi Qian was so good. It must be because he had similar training in the past. Otherwise, How could he handle these giant clams? Most importantly, his questions were rough but detailed. He only asked how Yi Qian was able to handle the giant clams and didn't mention training at all. It was impossible to tell that he was asking about Yi Qian's personal situation. When Yi Qian heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but the smile on his face didn't change. He answered casually, "I used to play by the sea for a while and stayed on a deserted island for a few nights." The calm answer made the great whale laugh. The female soldier was very alert. Her answer was the same as not answering at all. She even told him that she knew what he wanted to ask. "Forgive me, I'm used to it." As he spoke, his laughter became softer. He moved closer to Yi Qian and said softly, "We can find out whatever we want from that group of soldiers who ran over." Our captain was so angry. I don't know how they were taught in the original army. They don't have any sense of confidentiality. Unlike you know what I want to do the moment I open my mouth. The great whale was a native of the sea. His skin was tanned and had a metallic luster in the faint morning sun. When he laughed, his white teeth flashed, making Yi Qian think of the great white shark of the deep sea. If he was careless, he would be bitten and unable to escape. When you open your mouth, I feel like there are traps everywhere. Yi Qian, who was slicing the fish quickly, cut the white and tender fish slices until they were as thin as cicadas' wings. He didn't even have to look at the fish. When he raised his head and spoke, the fish slices were cut and his words were finished. The dagger used in combat inadvertently swept past the great whale's eyes, leaving only a faint smile in her eyes. The great whale suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It was true that the female soldier was beautiful, but she was a poisonous flower with thorns. He couldn't touch her. There was no point in continuing to ask. He believed that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. The whale, whose intentions had been exposed, did not look embarrassed at all. He replied calmly, "Not at all. I just want to know more about you, since we'll be training together in the future." Yi Qian smiled, but did not say anything. Coincidentally, the male soldiers who had fallen behind her came back one after another. The great whale stood up and said, "I'll go over and take a look. You don't have to finish everything by yourself. Ask them to come back and get some. You can't let the male soldiers do whatever they want. They'll just take advantage of the situation." The rest of the frogmen looked at each other and had a new understanding of the new female soldier. Big Whale was the team's informant. There was nothing he couldn't find out, but he had never left empty-handed like this. The female soldiers sent by the army for training could not be underestimated. Yi Qian didn't care what kind of impression her arrival would leave on the water ghosts. She only knew that she didn't like being questioned at all. Once there were signs, they had to be strangled to death from the start. Demon King, things aren't settled yet. The great whale, who had found an excuse to leave, came to Li Jingyan, who was sitting on a reef and looking out at the sea. With a serious expression, he said, "She also warned me. She used the combat dagger in her hand to tell me that she doesn't like me asking around." Chapter 1253. The sun had completely risen above the surface of the sea, and the waves were sparkling under its light. It was as if there were boats passing by on the coastline, and they could faintly hear the sound of sirens from the reef island. Li Jingyan looked indifferent for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, "She was sent here by Xia Jinyuan himself. If you can get information out of her so easily, he won't think highly of her." His words shocked Whale so much that he almost fell off the reef. "Xia Jinyuan personally sent her here? Devil King, are you kidding me?" Whale's serious expression instantly changed to one of shock, and he said in a wrong tone, "You and he fought to the death in the past, and we were neck and neck. You knew that she was brought here by him. So how could you bear to let me ask for a rebuff?" He wanted to cry. "Even if you want to trick your comrades, you shouldn't do it like this." Who was Xia Jinyuan? He was the only person who the Devil King had acknowledged as a strong opponent. The only person who had publicly said that he had no confidence in winning against him. As for himself, it was better not to mention him. He was defeated by Xia Jinyuan. Although he was no longer in the water ghoul team, there were always traces of his existence. The great whale heaved a long sigh and rubbed his chest. His voice sounded a lot older than before. "My chest is stuffy. I'm so embarrassed. I don't have the face to see her." Last night, he had volunteered to find out if there was anything about the female soldier that wasn't written in the information. He had even thought that he was smart enough to ask her about her skills in cutting giant clams, and whether she knew a high-ranking naval officer. After being seen through, he still didn't give up and asked if she had such a strong sense of confidentiality. Had she read their information in advance? The topic continued to circle back to the previous inquiry. Because of the female soldier who could see the information of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. Even if the information said that her mother was a martyr and her background was nothing special, he would not believe it was true. She knew everything about the two tests, and to be honest, he was a little embarrassed at that time. At the same time, he felt embarrassed that he had displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. When the last two soldiers returned, Li Jinyin, who had jumped down from the reef, replied calmly, "You were so enthusiastic last night that I didn't have the heart to discourage you. It just so happens that I also want to see how powerful the female soldier sent by Xia Jinyuan is. Since you volunteered, it saves me the trouble of finding someone else." He almost vomited blood. The whale felt its chest tighten even more. Li Jinyin's eyes darkened. He needed to reassess Yi Qian's position. It could be seen that her physical fitness had already surpassed the 24 soldiers who had entered the second batch of eliminations. It just so happened that physical fitness was the most important stage for the frogmen and played a very important role in their training. Through the analysis of the soldiers' physical fitness, they could make a preliminary judgment on whether the soldiers were suitable to stay and continue training, and whether they could continue fighting fatigue. This was the most basic entry. Today, it could be seen that Yi Qian's physical fitness was on the high side and met his basic requirements. However, he couldn't be completely sure whether she met the requirements. After all, it was only her first day of training, and her body was in an excited and energetic state, while the male soldiers had been training for more than a month. The shrimp, who was in charge of observing, trotted over. He was also cross-country with the frogmen, and his face was very inconspicuous. He looked a little like a fisherman who made a living out of the sea. When he ran up to Li Jinyin, his calm eyes suddenly changed. From an ordinary fisherman, he became a real naval soldier. Camouflage was also a skill that all water ghosts had to know. Chapter 1254. Li Jinyin stopped in his tracks when Prawn came over. He glanced coldly at Yi Qian, who was chatting with his teammates, and signaled for Prawn to follow him to a secluded area to talk. "Demon King, I suspect that Yi Qian has undergone very strict training. I'm afraid that none of the 24 soldiers are her match," Prawn said in a deep voice. "Her stamina is very good. She didn't even stop to rest for a second during the cross-country run." Prawn said in a deep voice. His admiration for Yi Jian was evident in his tone. Also, she is very familiar with the terrain and landscape. She knows very well which way is the fastest and which way is likely to take a detour and waste her time. My opinion is that she shouldn't be a burden. She might even be able to surpass the 24 recruits. A 5,000-meter cross-country run had once again shown one of the water ghosts how strong Yi Qian was. Li Jinyin's cold and handsome face revealed a hint of contemplation. He said to Prawn, "We can't rush to a conclusion yet. Later, we still have to do a hypoxia and high C02 endurance test. After these two tests, we can decide whether she can stay or not. It's better to play it safe. After all, she's a living person in our team. We can't let anything happen to her." Yi Qian, who was chatting with the water ghosts, didn't know that she had become the topic of conversation for the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. At this time, she was answering a question from a Marine. "I'm not a recruit. I often train with weights on my legs, so I don't feel much when I run." Didn't they want to know where she came from and who she was trained under? Then she might as well tell them openly and let them guess for themselves. Whale, who had already walked over, happened to hear this sentence. He stopped in his tracks and smiled bitterly. This was great. For the rest of the training, he wouldn't be able to talk much in front of Yi Qian. "Why aren't you going over? Are you done eating?" Big Shark, who had come to Yi Qian for hypoxia training, patted his comrade's shoulder. When he saw the bitter smile on his comrade's face, he asked, "You don't look too good. What problem did you run into?" The Great Mermaid was the team's instructor. She observed every word and action of her comrades and solved any potential problems at any time. He was the only one in the team who could give his opinion to Li Jinyan at any time and had the right to make decisions. I thought I was smart in front of Yi Qian. I feel a little embarrassed. The great whale sighed and shook his head. Great mermaid, do you think I should apologize to her? The great mermaid raised her eyebrows and asked him calmly, do you still have any thoughts of looking down on her now? No, not even a little bit. I was scared by her. His words made the great mermaid laugh. That's right. If you don't agree with her, you can test Yi Qian's strength yourself. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to discuss her background again. The Demon King deliberately arranged it because he heard you, Prawn, and the others say something you shouldn't have said. It just so happens that he also wants to know Yi Qian's strength, so he sent you guys there. She's strong, so it's good that you guys don't look down on her. If she's weak, you can ask her to go back. Whale's face was red as he scratched his head. His face was full of embarrassment. I have to apologize to her. Otherwise, I'll lose the integrity of soldier. You're a soldier who dares to take responsibility for your actions. It's only right that you apologize. But let me tell you first. Big Shark was only a few meters away from Yi Qian when he spoke. When he looked over, he saw that she was already looking in his direction. Chapter 1255. Yi Qian had already stood up. Her instincts told her that the middle-aged man walking towards her could be one of the people in charge of the team. His position in the army was second only to Li Jinyan. Otherwise, the whale would not have consciously fallen half a step behind her. When the water ghosts who were talking to the whale saw the great mermaid coming over, they quickly lowered their heads. Their expressions were especially serious. They did not remind Yi Qian of the great mermaid's identity. The Demon King did not introduce Yi Qian this morning. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind it. Even when they were chatting just now, they did not mention their code names. The soldiers who had eaten a mouthful of fish stood up and smiled. Vice Captain, do you have any orders for us? Vice Captain, I'm panicking when I see you smiling so happily. Just say what you want to say. Don't make me laugh in the middle of it. I really can't take it if you suddenly magnify it, said a soldier from the northeast. He was also the only northerner in the team. The great mermaid patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Good. Don't change the training later. 500 meters arm swim. Eat more, or you won't have the strength to swim. Then I'm relieved, The northeast soldier was finally relieved. Ever since he came here for the Frogman selection, he had been living in fear every day. He was afraid that something would happen. His heart could not take it. He was not the only one who heard it. The other 23 soldiers all heard it. They all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. It was the vice captain of the Storm Brigade. Yi Qian, who had a slight smile on his face, looked at the middle-aged man who was chatting with the soldiers and walked up to him. Vice Captain, hello. Little Yi, you did well this morning. The big mermaid, who looked more mature and capable than the group of young soldiers, looked at Yi Jian with a pair of bright eyes. She didn't lose her friendliness at all as she said, what you did has truly stunned us. Very few female soldiers are as capable as you. Vice Captain, you flatter me. I just started a few years earlier, so I have the advantage in terms of time. If I only had half a year, I wouldn't have been able to run even if I wanted to. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers and water ghosts who were chatting with Yi Qian just now all laughed kindly. Vice Captain, the female soldier has arrived. You can't be biased because of this. Shoo. Does Yi Qian need to be biased? She's been in the army longer than us. Amazing. You guys better hurry up and eat your fill. The Demon King is waiting for you in front. The Great Mermaid, who is usually kind, smiled. After she finished speaking, she saw a hint of respect on the faces of the soldiers. She couldn't help but smile even more. Yi Qian, on the other hand, found it interesting. His vice captain had an amiable personality, which complemented the cold-faced Li Jinyan. Little Yi, come here for a moment. There's something I need to discuss with you. After talking to the soldiers, the Great Mermaid lowered her voice and said to Yi Qian, you can't directly participate in water-related training for now. Come with me to do 2 tests first. Yi Qian, who was mentally prepared, nodded slightly and left with the big mermaid. Hypoxia and high CO2 are essential tests for us. Before you came here, you should know that the danger of frogmen is different from that of the army. We're carrying out a mission in the water. The moment we enter the water, it's the same as having one foot in the door of hell. While we're diving in the deep sea, there's the danger of crushing our lungs and drowning at any time. If the soldiers have outstanding hypoxia and high CO2 resistance, even if it's only for 30 seconds, there's still a chance of survival. As she spoke, she brought Yi Qian to the back of the reef island. They stepped onto a small path that led to the other side of the island. Chapter 12:56. The two in front talked as they walked. They didn't seem to notice that there was a living person following them. They didn't even look back as they walked from the front to the back of the reef island. When they reached the back of the reef island, the vice captain pointed at a black reef island that extended into the sea. She smiled at Yi Qian and said, "We have to go to the front. We need to wade in the water. Be careful when you go in. Be careful not to slip." Okay. Yi Qian knew that he was undergoing a training test. He didn't ask any questions and just followed the vice captain. As for what he said, she just needed to listen and do as she was told. The Great Mermaid was a little surprised. This girl, who wasn't even considered a female soldier, always gave people surprises. Just like now, when the male soldiers who were selected from the Navy came back here, they couldn't help but ask questions like, "Why are you going into the water?" But she didn't seem to be curious at all. She completely followed the saying, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders." She didn't reject the arrangements made by the higher-ups. It wasn't that he didn't read her information. Like the Demon King, he was also suspicious of the female soldiers that the army suddenly sent over. Even before this morning, he was wondering if he should arrange a ship in advance to send the female soldiers back. Who knew that reality would teach him a lesson that left a deep impression on him and made him realize that he was too narrow-minded. Before seeing it with your own eyes, you shouldn't jump to conclusions easily. The Great Mermaid looked at the two people in front of her who seemed to have forgotten about her. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to carry the oxygen tank and dive as far away as possible. However, he still understood why the vice captain did this. She wanted him to lower his head first so that Yi Qian would feel better. In fact, Yi Qian didn't take the Great Mermaid's probing to heart. She had warned him, and the other party immediately stopped. The matter at that time was already resolved. She wasn't petty enough to make her comrade lower his head and apologize to her. Seeing the vice captain wading into the water with her shoes on, Yi Qian, who was about to take off his shoes, smiled and followed her. The whale didn't get the order from the mermaid to leave. Seeing this, he smiled bitterly and followed the mermaid into the water. It seemed that if the mermaid didn't talk to him, the mermaid wouldn't let him leave. Their comrades naturally knew what each other was thinking. In fact, the Great Mermaid was also anxious. He didn't expect that Yi Qian hadn't said a word to the great whale, even though the three of them had been walking for more than 10 minutes. It was obvious how angry she was. When the Great Mermaid saw this, she sighed softly in her heart. Standing in the cool seawater, she said to Yi Qian, "Little Yi, this morning the great whale tested you with my intentions. He was just following my orders. I know you are angry. I will." "Vice Captain, are you mistaken about something?" Yi Qian did not let him finish. She already knew what he was going to say halfway through. She said helplessly, "I didn't take what happened this morning to heart. If you didn't mention it, I would have already put it aside. Also, I need to make it clear to you that I am not angry about this matter, and there is no such thing as anger." Her gaze was honest, and there was nothing strange on her face. Her eyes were as clear as the surrounding seawater, and she could even see her own reflection in them. That magnanimity instantly made the Great Mermaid realize that she had, once again, misunderstood. The Great Mermaid, who had been in the military for so many years, had never been embarrassed. But now, she was blushing. Chapter 12:57. Yi Qian then said, "I came from the army, and I'm a female soldier. Suddenly coming under Demon King Li's command for training will indeed surprise everyone, because everyone knows how strict Demon King Li's training is. The difficulty is so great that even the male soldiers' expressions change." "Vice Captain, I understand that you all have certain concerns. Because I understand, I've never asked what kind of training you all need me to do or where you're taking me. I'll obey whatever arrangements the team has for me and try my best not to bring unnecessary trouble to the team. Just like when you said that you still need to give me a test, I immediately came with you. I think I've already used my actions to tell you that my arrival won't cause any trouble to the team, nor will it cause any trouble for the team. Whatever arrangements the team has for the male soldiers, they can make the same arrangements for me. Ever since I knew that I needed to train with the amphibious frogmen, I've never thought of doing anything special in the team, and I've never thought of leaving so easily in the face of difficulties. In my heart, I've always believed that as a female soldier, I can do the same thing that the male soldiers can do. Furthermore, I'll strive to be the best, and I'll definitely not be a burden to the team, nor will I embarrass the team. After saying so much in one breath, Yi Qian's meaning was very clear. She hoped that in the upcoming training, the male soldiers in the team wouldn't look at her as if she were a female soldier. She also hoped that she wouldn't always think that she was weak because she was a female soldier and that she needed the male soldiers to give in and take care of her. The big merman naturally understood. As Yi Qian spoke, his expression became more and more serious. When she finished speaking, the big merman knew that he had made a big mistake. He had underestimated the female soldier in front of him, who had a proud and unyielding character. Standing in the sea, he straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "I'm very sorry, Yi Qian. I apologize for my self-righteousness. Please forgive me for my ignorance. Vice Captain, you're exaggerating. You don't know me well, so it's normal for you to misunderstand." Yi Qian smiled. Although there were some unfair things in the army and some bad people existed, so far she had only met soldiers with iron bones and righteousness. Every single one of them was a man of indomitable spirit. Every single one of them was an indomitable spirit. She turned around and looked at the increasingly uncomfortable whale. She smiled and said, "I thought you came here to test me. I really didn't take what happened this morning to heart. Although you didn't take it to heart, I still need to apologize to you." Hearing her speak, the great whale heaved a long sigh of relief. He said slowly, "I really shouldn't have tested you this morning. I'm sorry, Yi Qian." Yi Qian sometimes felt helpless against their honesty. He waved his hand and said, "You have your own responsibilities. You don't need to apologize to me. If my actions caused you to misunderstand, I should be the one apologizing to you. Why don't we stop here and not mention it again? Look, we've wasted a few minutes standing here. Let's get down to business first." Yi Qian was quick to deal with major issues, not to mention small issues that she didn't even take to heart. Seeing that the two of them looked so serious that it seemed like they couldn't get over it, she decided to wade into the water and walk forward. As soon as she took a step, the two of them immediately reacted and said in unison, "Don't go astray." Yi Qian immediately stopped and looked up at the vice captain, who was only an arm's length away from her. He said in a low voice, "There are coastal defenses below." Chapter 1258. Since this was the training ground of the Storm Brigade, how could there not be any underwater defenses? Moreover, they were heading to the training ground of the Storm Brigade. Yi Qian did not move again. She followed closely behind the Great Mermaid until they were about 5 meters away from the end of the reef. There was a natural cave before they stopped. The Great Mermaid stepped onto the reef covered with conch shells, and Yi Qian followed after her. They walked into the cave, and it felt like they were walking into the hinterland of the reef. When they walked in, they realized that there was something special about the cave. The cave was not naturally formed, but built. The entrance of the cave was low, and the direction of the cave was upward. Standing in the cave, they could hear the sound of seawater, but there was no seawater flowing in. "This is one of our training rooms. After a week of training outside, all members will come here for hypoxia testing and training." Opening a steel door, the Great Mermaid pulled open the main switch. The Great Mermaid motioned for Yi Qian to come in. "Later, we will simulate the oxygen concentration at high altitudes. Put on the helmet." She pointed at a transparent helmet that looked like an astronaut's, but there was a long breathing tube in front of the helmet. She motioned for Yi Qian to put on. By reducing the oxygen concentration in the air, we will first see if you have any extreme reactions to hypoxia. After that, the Great Mermaid smiled and said, "But I think you will have no problems." Her data showed that she had undergone training on the plateau, so there was no problem with her body. She would definitely have no problems with her first hypoxia test. Yi Qian's eyes were already looking around. She had never seen the auxiliary equipment used for hypoxia training. She knew that she would have to enter this hypoxia training room in the future. As they spoke, the hypoxia test began. Just as the Great Mermaid said, Yi Qian had no problems with this test. The Great Mermaid recorded everything and said to the Great Mermaid, "You can proceed to the next test." The Great Mermaid nodded and said seriously to Yi Qian, who looked normal, "Frogmen need to be completely hypoxic for 5 minutes to pass. If you feel any discomfort later, just give us a signal. We will also follow the instructions on the equipment to ensure your safety." On the other side, Whale had already taken 2 auxiliary training instruments specially designed for ischemia tolerance and hypoxia tolerance and tied them to Yi Qian's left and right arms. Then, it pressurized the instruments to 220 millimeters of mercury so that the upper limbs would experience temporary ischemia for a few minutes. As the breathing mask was removed, Yi Qian, who was wearing a helmet, entered a completely vacuum environment. There was no transition, and he directly entered an oxygen-free environment. 2.5 minutes had passed. Yi Qian's complexion was still normal for the time being. Sitting beside the monitor that was connected to the instrument to record various parameters, the whale's eyes stared at it without blinking. He looked at the numbers that were displayed in green, and then looked at the time that had passed. It had been 3 minutes. It wasn't because Yi Qian's anaerobic test had been going on for 3 minutes. Even though her data had changed, it wasn't the limit yet. Normal people could only go on for 1 to 2 minutes at most, but she had already gone on for 3 minutes. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. If it was still the same after 4 minutes, then she would be the one with the best results among this batch of soldiers. Someone pushed the door open and walked to the side of the whale, who had a solemn expression and a hint of excitement. "How many minutes has it been?" It was Li Jinyan's voice. The parameters only started to change after 3.5 minutes. Even though the whale spoke in a low voice, it wasn't difficult to hear the excitement in his voice. "Demon King, I bet that Yi Qian can definitely last for more than 4 minutes." Chapter 12:59. Li Jinyan was a lot calmer in the face of the whale's excitement. Although his expression was still indifferent, from the way he stared at the various parameters, it was more or less obvious that his heart wasn't as calm as his expression. Hypoxia could cause headaches, fatigue, difficulty walking, panic, shortness of breath, chest tightness, and pulmonary edema. In severe cases, it could even lead to death. Regardless of whether it was high altitude or underwater, hypoxia was a problem that humans have been unable to overcome since ancient times. And the frogmen mostly carried out underwater missions. In the selection competition, the duration of hypoxia tolerance played an extremely important role in the selection competition, and it could even decide whether to stay or leave. Li Jinyan stared at the gradually rising numbers and calmly glanced at the time. A dark light gradually condensed in his cold eyes, and finally converged into a stream of light that was as bright as a winter night. "Almost there, almost there, almost there." Whale did not notice the change in his expression. His eyes were fixed on the display screen, and his expression was so nervous that it was as if he was in the selection competition himself. The first beep sounded at the set time, and Whale was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. Li Jinyan, who was standing behind him, raised his hand and pressed on his shoulder. Only then did he not lose his composure. 5 minutes, Demon King. She did it. The numbers haven't turned red yet. Whale said excitedly, as if he had discovered a treasure. His eyes were shining, as if they were bursting with light. "She has surpassed the soldiers we left behind." Very good, 5 minutes had passed. Just as Whale said, she had indeed surpassed the 24 soldiers left behind. The numbers are starting to rise. Remove the device. Li Jinyan's expression did not change at all, but when he put one hand on the table, his slender fingers tightened slightly. Give me the results after the high CO2 reaction test. Keep an eye on it. When the numbers turn red, immediately turn off the device. Whale saw that the captain, who was younger than him, was still calm. He realized that he had lost his composure, so he cleared his throat and whispered, "It's rare to meet someone who can withstand hypoxia for 5 minutes. I will definitely be careful." As the device on his arm was removed, Yi Qian, whose upper limbs had been freed, immediately felt the locked blood rush to his arm. The heavy feeling of having a few mountains on his left and right shoulders, as well as the separation of his upper and lower limbs, instantly disappeared. Taking off her mask, Yi Qian, whose face was as red as the sunset, did not immediately open her mouth to take deep breaths. Her delicate lips slightly pouted, and she slowly and rhythmically took deep breaths. Then she let her whole body breathe in and out in sync with her breathing and slowly relaxed. The lack of oxygen for 5 minutes was like walking back from the gates of hell. Large droplets of sweat were still dripping from his back. The sweat on his forehead had gathered into small streams, dripping down his chin and onto his lapels. The big mermaid, who had been keeping watch, took a deep breath before breaking the silence in the room. Not bad. 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Although its voice was soft, there were obvious fluctuations. It could be seen that the big mermaid was a little excited. 5 minutes. A qualified frogman's hypoxia training lasted 5 minutes. How could he not be excited? But she quickly sobered up. No matter how excited she was, she belonged to the army. Yi Qian had been counting the time in her heart. When she heard the big mermaid's words, she smiled and said, "My arm is tied to the device. Otherwise, I could have lasted 6 minutes. 6 minutes is my limit." When she was training with Principal Chan at the beach, she could only hold her breath for 2 minutes at first. Later on, when she was training at the altitude, Uncle Chun made her wear a mask for morning exercises. She wore a mask when she went down to the lake on the plateau. Even when she slept, he asked her to wear a mask. That was how she achieved her current results. Chapter 1260. 6 minutes was Yi Qian's limit, but for many people, 6 minutes of lack of oxygen underwater was enough to kill them. Big Mermaid sighed deeply in her heart again. Then she focused on the second test. No matter how good she was, she would not belong to the Navy, nor would she belong to the Storm Commandos. However, if a female soldier could surpass a male soldier, whether she belonged to her own unit or not, it was still something to be excited about. Yi Qian did not know that the Great Mermaid's heart was in turmoil. She walked out of the testing room and quickly adjusted her body to enter the high CO2 tolerance and adaptation test. This was a compulsory training for the frogmen and also one of the tests for the Storm Commandos. This is our CO2 tolerance training form. Take a look. Big Mermaid, who accompanied and recorded the whole process, stood in the clear water and said to Yi Qian, who was already prepared, "Your breathing time will decrease by 15 seconds, but the time you can hold your breath will remain the same. We have 30 minutes of testing. You may feel a little uncomfortable, and you may even experience nausea and vomiting. There's a coral archipelago below. You need to dive to the bottom of it, which is about 15 meters from the surface. Remember, Yi Qian, we need to record your best personal score and your worst score. In 30 minutes, I want to know if your average score is passing." High CO2 is a dangerous test for diving underwater without any air source. When Yi Qian held her breath and dove to the bottom of the sea, she closed her eyes and kept her breathing tight, swimming like a fish to the bottom of the sea. The oxygen content in her blood began to decrease, and the high concentration of CO2 gradually made her body uncomfortable. Her diaphragm muscles began to twitch, telling Yi Qian that she needed to breathe, needed to rise to the surface to get oxygen. Relax, relax, the body must relax. Let the body and mind not be afraid of the gradually increasing CO2 content in the body. Listen to the sound of the water, feel the joy of the fish swimming by, and avoid being disturbed by fear and other factors. When the oxygen content in her blood reached the limit, Yi Qian quickly rose to the surface. Don't rest for too long. Otherwise, the CO2 accumulated will be expelled from the body because of the long rest, and you won't be able to accumulate high C02. Once you float to the surface for more than 30 seconds, the cumulative effect of C02 will be very bad. Yi Qian, you need to take a breath within 20 seconds and dive back into the sea. Big Mermaid's strict voice kept reminding Yi Qian. He held a timer in one hand, waiting for Yi Qian to take a breath and dive back into the sea, and his expression would become more serious. 20 seconds for breath was actually quite harsh for a recruit, but he really wanted to know if Yi Qian could surpass a recruit, so he took the risk of taking a breath in 20 seconds. To the recruits, taking a breath in 20 seconds was a little dangerous, but to the Storm Commandos, taking a breath in 20 seconds was a long time. During the whole breathing process, every breath would exchange the air in the lungs. The frogmen rested for 15 seconds and immediately entered the next round of high C02. Giving Yi Qian an extra 5 seconds was what Big Mermaid finally found to be feasible and conservative after a few rounds of testing. Yi Qian dived 15 meters into the sea in one breath, held his breath for 2 minutes, and then rushed back up to rest for 15 seconds. This cycle continued for 30 minutes, and when the entire test was over, even the hard-working Yi Qian felt as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. Big Mermaid looked at the female soldier who was completely drenched but still maintained the pride of a soldier, and then looked at the record on the form. His Adam's apple lightly moved up and down a few times. This kind of record was enough to make their comrades' jaws drop. Chapter 1261. Soon, Yi Qian's HCA02 tolerance test form was handed over to Li Jinyan, who was on the phone. Looking at the data on the form, the usually cold Demon King could not help but raise his eyebrows. A female soldier who could be appreciated by Xia Jinyuan was indeed a little different. How is it? Is she qualified enough to stay? The dignified voice of the Navy Commander-in-Chief came from the phone. He was asking about Yi Qian. Early in the morning, you didn't give the female soldiers any time to recover. Instead, you ran with the male soldiers while carrying weights and then started a high-pressure test. Li Jinyan, you're too bold. The physical fitness of the female soldiers was already worse than the male soldiers, and the test was arranged so closely. When the Navy Commander-in-Chief heard about it, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Putting aside the hypoxia test, they even had to do a half-hour HCA02 test. Did they treat the female soldiers as members of the Storm Commandos? How audacious! Didn't I tell you? Since the Army is determined to send her over, you don't have to care if she's good or not. Just keep her. You have to give face to the Army. Since she's here, we'll take her in. As for the results of the training, that's not your problem. It's up to the female soldiers to see if they put in the hard work. Don't be so strict with your requirements. She's a female soldier after all. Could it be that you expect a female soldier to be able to transform into a dragon in the sea? Just like you? Wake up, Li Jinyan. No matter if she's good or not, whether she can keep up with your training, you have to fucking keep her. In short, she had to stay. There was no way she could be sent back. The Navy Commander-in-Chief, who did not get any response for a few minutes, took a sip of cold water and prepared to patiently give his subordinates a lesson on the ways of the world. There is nothing wrong with seeking truth from facts, but you have to look at the timing. The selection of the Storm Commandos was very strict. As the Commander-in-Chief, he did not have any objections. In fact, he absolutely agreed. After all, the selected members were going to carry out a life-threatening mission. How could they be sloppy? But Yi Qian was different. She was a soldier from the Army. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, the Navy only needed to follow the normal training process and complete the Army's requirements. There was no need to be so serious about it to avoid hurting the harmony between the two. How could Li Jinyan, who was listening quietly, not know what his commander was thinking? It was one thing to know, but it was absolutely impossible for him to do so. Regardless of whether the female soldier was from the Army or not, since she had come to his team, he had to treat her seriously. He could not just put on a show. He was being responsible for her and himself. As for whether she succeeded or not, to be honest, he was surprised when he saw the results on the form. Li Jinyan closed the form, and his thin lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He replied indifferently. It's higher than my expectations. Higher than expected? Was he praising Ichien? Did he hear wrongly? The Navy commander, who was originally prepared to persuade his subordinates, looked at him seriously and said, "Oh, it's higher than you expected. Do you think the Army has nothing better to do? Do you think they would just find a random person to stuff into your hands?" While he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart, he said, "To be able to make you say something that's higher than your expectations, it should not be an ordinary person." Li Jinyan became the captain of the frogman unit at a young age. It was not because of his good life and high education, but because his ability was enough to convince the others. In addition, he was very strict with himself. Every time he trained, he would advance and retreat together with his comrades. Even if the entire training style was harsh, his comrades and the team did not say a word. Everyone was convinced. Chapter 1262. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to find out whether a soldier was good or not from such a talented and capable soldier. This time, when he suddenly said something that had a hidden meaning of praise, the Navy commander's first reaction was to think that he had misheard. That's good, that's good. Finally, he didn't have to worry about him kicking people out of the reef island. After being on tenterhooks for the whole night, he finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that this guy who didn't care about his own family wouldn't give the Army any face and would just kick the female soldiers out of the reef. Now, he was finally relieved. Could it be better than what he expected? It seemed that the female soldier sent over was really something. The Navy commander and Li Jinjun both had the same thought before this. The female soldier was outstanding in the Army, but it didn't mean that she would be equally outstanding in the frogman unit. They both had this thought and didn't have any hope for Yi Qian at all. The Navy commander thought that as long as they could get along on the surface, he would keep her for the sake of both armies. He would just train her for 50 days and send her back to the Army. That way, both sides would be happy. Now that he unexpectedly found out that the female soldier was actually not bad, the Navy commander finally felt relieved and smiled. In that case, I don't have to worry about you kicking her out in the future. Based on her current test results, I don't think she will for the time being. Li Jinyan didn't say anything to reassure the Navy commander. The test only meant that Yi Qian didn't have to be sent back for the time being. Now that it was the second elimination, if she didn't do well, she would still have to be sent back. His calm words left the Navy commander at a loss for words. He could only sigh and say, "You should at least give me some face. If you really send her back, how are you going to explain it to the Army?" "Commander, Xia Jinyuan knows what kind of person I am. You don't have to worry." Li Jinyan only said this one sentence, and the Navy commander's heart calmed down a little. He then said calmly, "I will send you Yi Qian's test results later." After the Navy commander received Yi Qian's test results, he took a while to recover from his shock. With this kind of result, it was no wonder that Jinyan said it exceeded his expectations. What a pity, what a pity. It was a pity that it was someone from the Army. Thanks to this achievement, the Navy commander no longer paid attention to Yi Qian. He no longer had to worry about whether she would be invited back by Li Jinyan. At noon, Yi Qian, who was not invited back, was finally officially introduced to the members of the Storm Commandos by Li Jinyan, as well as the Marine soldiers who had entered the second round of elimination. Last night, they were forced to float on the sea for a night. In the end, the 3 Marines that returned had already returned to the team. So far, including Yi Qian, a total of 28 soldiers had officially entered the 4-week Hell Week training. In the Hell Week, there was another week of extreme training. This was also a round of elimination. Only the soldiers who were physically weak would be eliminated. When the male soldiers heard that the female soldiers who were carrying weights with them today were going to enter the limit training with them, there was a subtle look in their eyes. Now that you're my team, you have to put away your previous arrogance. Don't mention in front of me how strong you used to be or how the leaders of the Army thought highly of you. I only look at your results. Those who are good can stay. Those who are bad, please go back. No one has a reason or an excuse to fish in troubled waters with me. 1 week of extreme training. I will only give you 4 hours of rest every day. The remaining 20 hours will be used for training. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them now. Chapter 1263. Every morning training assembly was the time when Li Jinyan spoke the most. It was also the time when every soldier felt the greatest psychological pressure. Demon King Li, who was dressed in martial attire, stood in front of everyone. His cold gaze swept over them, and it was as if thousands of swords were sweeping over, causing everyone to feel a chill down their backs. Yi Qian, who was standing at the end of the first row, held her head high and chest out. Her expression didn't change at all when Li Jinyan glanced at her. Her gaze was calm as she stared at the young major. Even the waves of the ocean seemed like a backdrop to her. She listened to every word he said and remembered it in her heart. Captain Xia said that Li Jinyan was a very serious and responsible soldier. Although he had a cold personality, he was very fair. Every word he said wasn't personal because he treated everyone equally. Just like what he said just now, he was just reminding all the soldiers, not just himself, who had just joined the training today. When it was time for breakfast, the selected Marines sat together and carefully discussed Yi Qian's background. Someone whispered, "Will she succeed or not? We might not even be able to stay. She's just a female soldier. Don't tire herself to the point of being hospitalized. I thought she was a secretary in the team. I didn't expect her to be like us. Didn't they say that the frogmen didn't recruit female soldiers? Why are they recruiting female soldiers now? Keep your voice down. Don't let the Demon King hear you. Whether she succeeds or not isn't up to us. It's also not up to Demon King Li. It's up to the female soldier herself. I think it's a little difficult. With less than 4 hours of rest and 20 hours of training every day, the female soldier probably won't last a week of extreme training. Like the members of the Storm Commandos, they all agreed that Yi Qian definitely wouldn't make it. Yi Qian also knew that she had become the topic of discussion among the male soldiers. Standing in front of Li Jinyan, she said calmly, "I don't have any special requests. I'll do whatever the team arranges. I'll only ask once." Faced with Yi Qian's calmness, Li Jinyan nodded slightly in secret. No special requests, and she didn't take the opportunity to make any requests. It was easier than expected. As long as it was easy, it was fine. He also didn't like having a delicate female soldier in his team who would make requests and cause trouble every other day. Yi Qian, who understood what he was implying, smiled slightly. Looking at the young major who was praised by Xia Jinyuan, he said slowly, "I'll also only say this once. Not only was it easy, but also capable and experienced." Li Jinyan really didn't say another word. He gestured for Yi Jian to return to the team and turned to leave. He was responsible for himself and every recruit. He's his heads, he was very well. He was responsible. He was responsible for himself and every recruit. A responsible man. No matter how cold he was, he wouldn't make people feel disgusted. He would only make people admire him. The male soldiers not only respected Demon King Li, but they also feared him. Yi Qian, who was always calm, didn't fear him. She didn't even look at Li Jinyan's face in the next week's extreme training. She didn't have much time to pay attention to him. The Navy's extreme training was related to water. There were too many things to learn. Even if she trained for more than 20 hours a day, she still felt that there wasn't enough time. From the obstacle course training to the boat training to the surfing training on the last day, Yi Qian wished that she could break 1 minute into 2 minutes. She was so determined that 24 hours a day was too little that it stimulated the male soldiers so much that they rushed forward excitedly. Chapter 1264. Every time Li Jinyan looked at her results, he would immediately send them to the Navy commander's desk. Therefore, the Navy commander would sigh when he received the Storm Commando's reports for 7 consecutive days. At first, Li Jinyan could only listen to them silently. From, "It's a pity that Yi Qian is from the army," to "Why don't we think of a way to recruit him into the Navy?" Looking at the slender figure who was training with the male soldiers, Li Jinyan, who was observing the second batch of eliminated soldiers, narrowed his eyes slightly. The second round of elimination would be announced tonight. A total of 10 soldiers would be eliminated. Out of the 28 soldiers, only 18 soldiers would enter the final elimination round. Although Yi Qian was a female soldier, her results were far ahead of the male soldiers. even if he did not announce her results. The male soldiers knew in their hearts that this female soldier, who they did not take seriously at the beginning, was very impressive. Initially, the male soldiers who had complaints about his training arrangements saw that a female soldier could complete one task after another. In less than 3 days, they did not hear a single word of complaint. As a female soldier, she could complete the tasks and even did it better than the male soldiers. As male soldiers, what right did they have to complain? Will the list be announced tonight or tomorrow morning? The great merman walked over and his gaze fell on the soldiers who were still training. When he saw Yi Qian, who did not lose to the male soldiers, he could not help but laugh. A very motivated female soldier. Her learning ability is also very strong. After a week of training, I can't help but think that she is a Navy soldier and not an Army soldier. A week had passed. Yi Qian's name had been mentioned countless times by the Storm Commandos. When Yi Qian was mentioned, every member of the Storm Commandos said that she could do it. Li Jinyan retracted his gaze. His handsome face was cold as he said, "Announce it tonight and send her away tonight. Excluding Yi Qian, we only have 27 soldiers left. If you eliminate 10 soldiers in one go, don't complain that there is too little fresh blood when the time comes." The great merman frowned slightly and reminded, "If you continue to eliminate soldiers like this, I'm afraid that the soldiers who leave will complain again. Now that Yi Qian's results are out, they can only blame themselves for being unworthy of being a man if they have any complaints." Li Jinyan's slightly cold voice came along with the sea breeze. Although it sounded indifferent, it was as cold as winter. If they really want to talk, just show them Yi Qian's report card. This move was a little too ruthless. Yi Qian was currently leading by a large margin. Any male soldier who saw this would feel ashamed. Big Shark, who had been worried that it would affect Li Jinyan's promotion, finally laughed. "I think we don't have to wait for them to complain before we bring out Yi Qian's results. When we announce Yi Qian's results at night, we'll just bring them out and talk about them for a few minutes. Then, they'll have to shut up." It had to be said that having a female soldier who was stronger than the male soldiers not only made the entire team easier to manage, but also stimulated the male soldiers' fighting spirit. All of them were afraid that they would be outdone by the female soldier. Li Jinyan was surprised by the results. After 2 weeks of training, not only did he not see Yi Qian tired, but he also showed everyone her perseverance that was as deep as the sea and her tenacity that refused to admit defeat. Although he could not be sure if the female soldier could last until the end in a week, 1 week was enough for him to see clearly that she had a fierceness that even the male soldiers could not compare to. After a while, the great merman, who had not left, suddenly sighed. "We all misjudged her. This female soldier. Demon King, she's not simple." Chapter 1265. It's not the end yet. There's no need to jump to conclusions. Li Jinyan, who had remained clear-headed the entire time, did not think that Yi Qian would definitely be able to stay just because of her outstanding results. Without seeing the final results, no matter how outstanding her results were, they were only temporary. "You've always been strict. I'm only asking for trouble by discussing the issue of staying or leaving with you." De Xiao took the initiative to end the topic and change the topic to boat training. Early in the morning, the boat surfing training lasted for 2 hours. They kept lifting the rubber boat ashore and pushing it down to compete with the waves, rushing ashore as fast as they could. De Xiao looked at Yi Qian, who had become the leader of Team 1, and the smile on his face deepened. On the first day of training, as a female soldier, Yi Qian had indeed suffered a lot. The male soldiers thought that she was just there to join in the fun. Furthermore, they were all angry at being trained by the Devil King. When they spoke to Yi Qian, their words were somewhat reckless. He saw this, but did not step in to stop them. He wanted to see how Yi Qian would handle it. The way to handle it was very simple. She would use her strength to speak. That night, Yi Qian made all the male soldiers shut their mouths. None of them dared to say anything bad about her. She had fought against 4 soldiers alone. She had held each of their necks with a military dagger. How could the male soldiers, who could not win even when they fought 4 against 1, still have the face to say that a female soldier was not good enough? If they had succeeded, they would not have had a military dagger held to their necks by a female soldier. She did not argue. She used her strength to stand firm. Who would dare to say that a female soldier was not good enough? Yi Qian did not know that Li Jinyan was secretly observing her. She, who was wholeheartedly focused on training, lifted the rubber boat with the male soldiers and walked towards the beach. After 2 hours of training, everyone's mouth was washed by the salty seawater until it tasted bitter. When they reached the shore, they pounced on the water bottle and gulped down water to wash away the salty taste in their mouths. 6 days of the week-long extreme training had passed. Perhaps everyone knew that the second elimination list would be released at any time. Every male soldier's expression became more and more solemn. Even when they spoke, there was a hint of ruthlessness. There's still one more round of surfing training. Let's rest after that. Otherwise, when the Demon King comes, we'll have to stay in the sea for half a day like the third team. A male soldier said with lingering fear. He hurriedly drank a few mouthfuls of water and didn't dare to stay any longer. He asked his teammates to hurry up and finish the last set of surfing training. The boat surfing training was one of the many physical training programs that had been eliminated. After that, there would be rock carrying, obstacle surmounting training, and log carrying training. These were all daily essential training. Not only that, all the soldiers, including Yi Qian, will be doing more running, swimming, and physical training than the previous week. For example, today they had to complete the 6-kilometer endurance race, the steeplechase race, and the 2-kilometer swimming race. Furthermore, there was a strict time limit. Once they exceeded the time limit, they would be disqualified. There was no mercy. Yi Qian did not sleep more than 4 hours a day when she was training, because she trained for more than 20 hours a day. When the last round of surfing training ended, every team member spread out their legs and put their hands behind their backs. They straightened their backs and waited for Li Jinyan's inspection, or rather, for criticism. Li Jinyan, who had walked over from the other side, used his cold, knife-like gaze to sweep across the soldiers who had entered the last round of elimination. Even his voice was as cold as a knife. Every word he spoke sent chills down the soldiers' spines. Chapter 1266. After breakfast, rest for an hour and then swim 100 meters. He glanced around and didn't criticize them like he usually did. He only left a cold sentence for the soldiers who stood out from the 100 soldiers and entered the second round of elimination. Although it was only a sentence, it was like a nightmare. The soldiers who were eating breakfast didn't have the mood to do anything. The swimmers' hands had to be tied behind their backs, and their legs had to be tied. They had to rely on their body to complete the swim. This was a task that not only required good swimming skills, but also good mental fortitude. Perhaps they had all guessed that the second round of elimination had entered the most critical moment. Even though they had entered the most difficult part of the training, every soldier's expression was extremely serious. They didn't show any signs of fear. Their faces didn't show it, but when they stood on the water's surface, the corners of 2 male soldiers' mouths twitched fiercely. Their small bellies and legs also began to tremble slightly. This scene was recorded by the members of the Storm Commandos and included in their individual scores. Relax your body, just like when you swim without moving your hands and legs. Big Whale, who was tying Yi Qian's hands behind her back, reminded her softly, use the strength of your waist to push forward. You have to be fast. Don't relax halfway. Yi Qian smiled and joked, fortunately, it's only 100 meters. If I had to do 200 meters like you guys, I wouldn't have much confidence. Although Yi Qian trained with the soldiers, her identity was still special. She knew the uniqueness of Li Jinyan's team, so she could joke around with the members of the Storm Commandos. The members of the Storm Commandos also liked to chat with Yi Jian, who was stronger than the male soldiers. She was a proper female soldier from the Special Forces. Hearing this, Big Whale chuckled and replied, "You're swimming well." Our Navy's commander sighed for a long time, lamenting that you're not from the Navy. The 28 soldiers had their hands and legs tied. They were waiting for the whistle to blow before diving into the water one by one and diving for 100 meters. It was time to test their swimming skills and mental fortitude. A sharp whistle sounded. Yi Qian turned into a fish. Her speed was extremely fast, and her diving posture was extremely graceful. She dove into the water without any hesitation. The entire surface of the water began to boil, and a series of plop sounds could be heard. 28 figures jumped into the water. The storm commandos who were holding stopwatches had already started counting down. They were only waiting for the soldiers to finish the 100-meter dive before recording the time they spent on the score sheet. Just like what the whale had said, diving with both hands and feet tied depended on the strength of the waist. Yi Jian was not the best swimmer, but she was definitely one of the most flexible. Coupled with her high C02, she had good endurance and adaptability. Even though she was not a swimmer, she still managed to squeeze into the top 3. She's the first one to jump into the water, Demon King. I bet she'll definitely squeeze into the top 3. Big Whale whispered to Li Jinyan, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. At this rate, we can definitely recruit a female frogman into our team. Demon King, why don't you consider snatching someone from the tiger's mouth? Not only did the great whale think so, but so did the naval commander. Li Jinyan glanced at his comrade. How do you plan to snatch it? Will you step in? I think the commander has this idea. Unfortunately, it won't work, Big Whale said sadly. He saw that some soldiers had already surfaced from the water. Then, he saw Yi Qian following closely behind. His eyes lit up, and he was so excited that it was as if he was the one who had been training. He could barely suppress the excitement in his voice. Top 3, top 3. Top 3 indeed. Chapter 1267. Yi Qian did not know that she had won second place. She only knew that if she did not swim with all her might, she would probably sink to the bottom of the water and would not be rescued in a short time. If she wanted to survive and not be drowned by the water, she had no other choice but to swim with all her might. At the same time, she had to thank Demon King Li for being merciful and not letting them swim in the seawater filled with seaweed. Otherwise, it would have been even more dangerous. When she could finally emerge from the water and breathe heavily, Yi Qian had a lingering fear that she had escaped death. After a few years of training, this was the first time she had felt this way, especially when she subconsciously wanted to move her hands when she fell into the water. However, both her hands and legs were tied. That sudden feeling of fear instantly overwhelmed her. Even though she had a good mental fortitude, she still panicked for a few seconds. Fortunately, she reacted in time and immediately used the strength of her waist to swim. Otherwise, she might have really sunk to the bottom of the water. You struggled underwater, and the skin on your legs has been broken. The member of the Storm Commandos who untied her hand smiled and said, "In the future, there will be more underwater training that will torture both your mind and body. Not only will your hands and legs be tied, but you will also be tied to an oxygen tank. Little Yi, when that time comes, you will know what it means to swim as fast as possible with all your might." They even had to tie an oxygen tank. Yi Qian's scalp went numb just by listening to it. I finally understand why the Demon King is so strict. If he is not strict, something will definitely happen during training. The Demon King is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He is strict with all of you because he is responsible for all of you. Look at the last few. All of them choked to the point of coughing out their lungs. If he is not strict and something happens to them, he will feel worse than anyone else. Yi Qian did not doubt the truth of what he said. After a week of training, she could indeed see that Li Jinyan was a cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was a responsible and serious soldier. His seriousness and responsibility were not only for his life, but also for the entire country. This was a soldier who deserved everyone's respect. It's not over yet. Go lie on the beach for an hour. Without even checking the severity of the injury, the team member immediately reminded Yi Qian to move on to the next part of the training. He had to lie flat on the beach with his head facing the sea and let the waves hit his body. Furthermore, he had to lie in a place where the waves could hit his head and not just his body. This was surfing training. Its purpose was to weed out those who lacked perseverance. Yi Qian untied the ropes on her feet and ran over to the beach without even looking at her own results. This was not a team competition, but an individual elimination. She had no way of helping the soldiers who were choking on water and coughing violently. Water ability and mental toughness were reflected one by one in the bondage swimming competition, which took up the most important positions in the second round of elimination. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the last day of the Hell Week training ended. The soldiers who returned from the seaside had even changed their running movements. They were like old men who had severe rheumatism. Their limbs were so stiff that they could only walk like robots with every step they took as if their joints had malfunctioned. Yi Qian knew that there was not a single part of her body that was unharmed. Her body was red and swollen from being soaked in the sea. Even the most basic movements were excruciating. However, the finish line was right in front of her. She could only grit her teeth and persevere. There was no way out. Yi Qian had always been cruel to herself, until Li Jinyan called out a list of names that did not include her name. After a week of extreme underwater training, Yi Qian slowly sat down on the beach under Li Jinyan's signal and tried to calm her trembling feet. Chapter 1268. The basic training was finally over. The next step was combat diving. The eyes of the remaining male soldiers were slightly red. It had not been easy. They had endured until who knew how many layers of skin had been peeled off. The male soldiers who left did not complain. They were not even as good as the female soldiers. How could they dare to complain? The 3 soldiers who returned from the first batch went through several rounds of elimination training. In the end, only one of them remained. The 2 who left did not look unconvinced like they did in the first round. Instead, they took the initiative to admit their shortcomings and let down Demon King Li's trust in them. At that time, the setting sun was just right. The bright red sun hung low at the end of the sea, using its last rays to send off the young soldiers who had lost with their backs straight. Someone started singing a military song. The male soldiers who were originally sitting down helped each other stand up. They used a loud military song to send off their comrades who were leaving. Steel needs to be forged, swords need to be sharpened, spears need to be wiped. Soldiers love the military training ground, sweat blooming the heroic flowers. Practice, practice, practice. Let's practice wrestling, hey. Let's practice grappling. Remember the sacred mission in our hearts. Love the army. Practice martial arts to protect the country. The soldiers who were left sang. The soldiers who were leaving sang. The Love the Army, Practice Martial Arts song accompanied the most beautiful sunset to send off their beloved comrades. While Yi Qian was singing the military song, Ying in the provincial capital was also making use of the time to sing the military song. She had made up her mind to join the army. Under Yi Jifan's selection, she decided to enlist in the military arts. She had a foundation in singing and dancing. She could also play the piano well. In addition, she was 165 centimeters tall. Her temperament and appearance were not bad. As long as there were no accidents, enlisting in the army would not be a big problem. In order to let his daughter Yi Ying enlist in the army, Yi Jifan, who wanted her to enter the capital's political group, had already started to run around. He was trying to make arrangements for his daughter to have a good future. Ying, are you done? Sun Dongqing's urging voice came from outside the room. Tonight, the family of 3 had invited a guest whose family had connections in the capital for dinner. As the main character, Ying was still tidying up her room and had not come out. Sun Dongqing saw that it was already 6 o'clock. She was afraid of being late and leaving a bad impression. She could not help but urge her daughter. Hurry up, it's already 6 o'clock. We're supposed to arrive at 7 o'clock. So we have to be there 10 minutes earlier so as not to be rude. In the room, Ying looked at herself in the mirror. She nodded in satisfaction as she looked at herself in the mirror. She was wearing an aqua blue knee-length princess dress. She smoothed her beautiful black hair before opening the door. My family has a daughter who has just grown up. The 19-year-old Yi Ying is indeed a pretty girl in terms of appearance and temperament. Sun Dongqing couldn't stop smiling when she walked out after tidying herself up. Yes, my Ying is so beautiful. Look at her small mouth and big eyes. She's really beautiful. Ying smiled and twirled in front of Sun Dongqing. She raised her chin and said arrogantly, "How can I embarrass you and Dad?" She heard that the guests tonight were not ordinary people. There was even a diplomat in the family. If she didn't clean herself up, how could she be worthy of her family's painstaking efforts? Once she entered the army, she would definitely let that wretched girl, Yi Qian, have a look. Yi Ying, who left home with great ambitions, followed her parents to the most famous restaurant in the provincial capital. She stood upright and had a smile on her face. She was reserved and polite as she waited for the guests to arrive. Come, come, come. Brother Qin, this way please, this way please. Someone outside the private room pushed open the half-closed door. Then, the person who spoke walked in and said to Yi Jifan, who had already stood up, Director Yi, the guests are here. You have to treat them well. Chapter 1269. When the door was fully opened, Yi Jifan saw a young man in a suit and leather shoes walking in with the middleman, Old Jiang, the head of an industrial company in the provincial capital. Director Yi, this is the son of the Qin family in the capital. You know the Qin family, right? Brother Qin is the son of the Qin family. Old Jiang respectfully invited Mr. Qin over and only introduced him to the Qin family. He did not mention anything about Mr. Qin himself. Old Jiang was in his early 30s and met Yi Jifan at a banquet. He inadvertently found out that Director Yi wanted to send his daughter to the Beijing government regiment to be an art soldier. He remembered that he had heard rumors that Director Yi was likely to be promoted to be the second in charge of the provincial construction. He wanted to enter the real estate business, so he took advantage of the opportunity when the Qin family came to the provincial capital to celebrate Grandfather Chao's birthday to act as a middleman. As for whether or not he could persuade the Qin family to help him, it was not up to him alone. It depended on the progress of the banquet. But Old Jiang secretly glanced at the corner and felt that there shouldn't be a problem. Director Yi had a beautiful daughter, and Qin, he was famous for being a womanizer. If he really took a fancy to Director Ye's daughter, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to get her into the Beijing political group? Yi Jifan clearly saw the young man that Old Jiang had brought over. Not only was he too young, he even had a frivolous look on his face. Before he even opened his mouth, Yi Jifan's heart sank. Yi Ying stood up and looked at the so-called nobleman. She could not help but frown. A diplomat? Is this what a diplomat looks like? Why does he look so unreliable? Yi Ying looked at the so-called young diplomat, and the diplomat, Qin Yi, did not avoid looking at Yi Ying. Brother-in-law Jiang really didn't lie. The little girl looked fresh and lively. Her almond-shaped eyes were big and bright, revealing a charming charm. Also, with that slender waist, she was worthy of being a dancer. At first glance, one could feel her tenacity. In the capital, Qin Yi was famous for being a playboy. He was proficient in eating, drinking, and playing. His appearance had inherited the Qin family's usual gentle and handsome appearance. His clothes and speech were all good. Therefore, he was particularly popular with women. When Ying first met Qin Yi, she was also deceived by his gentle and handsome appearance. She thought that he was really a gentle diplomat. When she saw him looking at her with a slight smile, she hurriedly returned a smile with her face burning hot. She then shyly lowered her head, her actions revealing the coquettishness of a girl. Unknowingly, Qin Yi's heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat's paw. Brother Qin, this is the Director Yi that I mentioned to you before. Old Jiang was seriously trying to pull strings. From his words, one could tell that he was very respectful to this young Master Qin from the capital. Qin Yi, who had been arrogant and haughty just a second ago, suddenly smiled and said politely, "Nice to meet you, Director Yi. I'm Qin Yi." As he spoke, his eyes never left Yi Ying. "Hello, young Master Qin. I didn't expect to be able to directly invite young Master Qin over tonight. Old Jiang really gave me a big surprise." Qin Yi took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Yi Jifan hurriedly stretched out his hand as well. He did not want to be impolite. He also happened to block Qin Yi's gaze from the corner of his eye. He smiled and said, I'm sorry. Please take a seat." No matter how big the other party's background was, or whether the matter entrusted to him was reliable or not, he could only take one step at a time. Old Jiang would not dare to casually find someone to pretend to be young Master Qin to deceive him. Chapter 1270. Qin Yi, whose line of sight was blocked, curled up the corners of his mouth and quickly warmed up to Yi Jifan. The smile on Sun Dongqing's face was a little forced. Especially when she saw that Qin Yi kept looking at her daughter when he sat down, she felt that this person was not very reliable. How could he look at a young girl as soon as he came in? He was too impolite and too frivolous. Director Yi, you are too polite. I am just a junior. How can I be worthy of your toast? Every time my father came back to China, he told me to be humble outside and not do whatever I want in the name of the Qin family. You are a friend of Brother Zhang's, so you're also my elder. I should toast you with this cup of wine. Qin Yi's appearance was not only deceptive, but his glib tongue was also equally deceptive. His words not only reflected his extraordinary status, but also gave Yi Jifan an opportunity to ask his father about his work. Yi Jifan, who had been wondering if Qin Yi had some sort of connection, laughed heartily and said, "Sure enough, only a talented person from a prestigious family can have such a broad mind. Young Master Qin is young and promising, and with the support of his family, his future is limitless. I wonder where young Master Qin's father is in politics. If there is a chance, I must pay him a visit. My uncle is the ambassador to Russia, Qin Wenba. Director Yi may not have heard of him, but I think Director Yi should have met my brother, Qin Xiao. My brother often came to Nan Province 2 years ago. Maybe Director Yi and my brother met at a conference." Qin Wenba did not know much, but he knew Qin Xiao. They had indeed met each other at the meeting. Yi Jifan was enlightened by old Jiang's words. Old Jiang had not lied to him. He quickly said, "No wonder I felt that young Master Qin looked familiar. It turns out that you are the younger brother of Translator Qin. 3 years ago, I did meet Translator Qin several times at a conference. Unfortunately, Translator Qin was very busy at that time and did not say much. My brother is a busy man. As his younger brother, I have to apply in advance if I want to say a few words to him." The smile on Qin Yi's face deepened. He was wearing a high-end custom-made suit, and there was a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. This made Yi Jifan's smile even more genuine. Although this young Master Qin in front of him was a little frivolous, he was indeed a member of the Qin family. Upon closer inspection, he did look similar to Qin Xiao, whom he had met a few times. Old Jiang, who was sitting next to them, could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. Qin's name was Qin's name was Qin's name. After all, Qin's mother's family. Of Qin was Qin's, of course, was. Of Qin was of Qin, of his of. Qin Xiao's. Brother Qin, you talk to Director Yi first. I'll go and see if Grandfather Chow has arrived. Old Jiang stood up, intending to leave some space for Qin Yi. If Grandfather Chow arrives, I'll come and find you immediately. Qin Yi could not wait for him to leave. He smiled and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Today was Grandfather Chow's 80th birthday. As a member of the Qin family, how could Qin Yi be absent? Yi Jifan's eyes flickered and he looked embarrassed. He apologized. "I've troubled young Master Qin to take the time out of his busy schedule to come here. How about this? If young Master Qin is still in the provincial capital tomorrow night, I'll host another banquet to thank young Master Qin. The first time might not work, but the second time would be more likely to make it happen." Chapter 1271. Old Jiang was amused when he heard this. Officials were different. They knew how to make dinner parties better than businessmen. He laughed and tried to pull the strings again. "Brother Qin, you can have some fun in the provincial capital. You don't have to rush back to the capital." He had already opened the door of the private room. Yi Jifan, who had stood up to send him off, walked over. "Thank you for your hard work, Old Jiang. If Elder Chow hasn't arrived yet, you'll have to come back and have a few drinks with us." As he spoke, he approached Old Jiang and whispered, "Thank you, Old Jiang. Director Yi, you're being too polite." The bald Old Jiang touched his forehead out of habit. He looked at Qin Yi, who was chatting with Sun Dongqing, and quickly reminded him, "Director Yi, Mr. Qin's family is a big shot in the capital. Our Jiang family and the Qin family are in-laws. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to invite him. He's also a forthright person. I think you can talk to him. Why don't you strike while the iron is hot and tell him that your niece wants to enter the capital's political regiment? To tell you the truth, although the Qin family is a diplomatic family, they know only high-ranking military officers. If the Qin family agrees, you can enter any regiment you want. The reason why Yi Jifan chose such a high-end place to entertain guests was naturally because he had investigated the situation of old Jiang's family. At this moment, he naturally understood that old Jiang was telling the truth. Yi Jifan glanced at Qin Yi, who was speaking politely to his wife. His smile deepened as he said, "Old Jiang, if my daughter's matter is settled, your matter will also be settled." On the other side, son Dongqing flattered, "Mr. Qin is young and promising, as expected of a noble family. Only the Qin family can cultivate such a talent like Mr. Qin. Unlike us, small families, we don't have the ability to send our children to higher places. We can only be anxious." Sun Xueqing didn't have so many scruples when speaking. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, she still hadn't mentioned her daughter's matter. She couldn't help but feel anxious. She simply said it directly. Anyway, the other party knew why she invited him. For the sake of her daughter's future, Sun Dongqing lowered herself for the first time to flatter a young man. "We're old and don't have the ability to pave a path for our children. Even if we want our daughter to join the military, our hair will turn white. Director Yi, your wife has already talked about business. I won't disturb you and Brother Qin. I'll come back later." Old Jiang heard this. He guessed that there might be some shady deals. He knew that he wouldn't stay and would come back in half an hour. As for whether Grandfather Chao was coming or not, it was just a cover. It was Old Master Chao's 80th birthday. It did not matter if Qin Yi appeared or not. 2 silhouettes walked past the open door of the private room. Then, another person came back and looked straight into the private room. Yi Jifan was about to speak when he saw the figure walking over. His eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but purse his lips tightly. He met an acquaintance, Principal Chao of the provincial First High School. Principal Chao didn't have any intention of catching up with Yi Jifan. He walked back to the door and patted old Jiang, who was talking. "Why are you here? Yu Xiang is looking for you. She wants you to go to the door and greet the guests." Old Jiang, who was suddenly patted on the back, was already shocked. When he heard Principal Chao's voice, he was so scared that his heart tightened. He turned around and replied with a stiff face, "Hello, second uncle. I ran into an acquaintance, so I came over to say hello." Chapter 1272. Principal Chao raised his eyes and smiled at Yi Jifan. He then turned to old Jiang and said, "Yu Xiang can't handle it alone. Go, I'll take care of her." Yu Xiang, surnamed Chao, was old Jiang's wife and Principal Chao's niece. Yi Jifan's heart was in turmoil. The relationship between old Jiang and Principal Chao was uncle and nephew. He had investigated old Jiang's family and knew that his wife was old Master Chao's niece, but he didn't know that Principal Chao was also a member of the Chao family. Old Jiang did not dare to stay any longer. He secretly gave Yi Jifan a look as he walked out and gently closed the door of the private room. Just as he calmed his mind and looked up, he was so frightened by the figure that was only 3 steps away from him that he almost fainted. Qin Xiu, the real young master of the Qin family. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his back. Fortunately, second uncle didn't go in and didn't see Qin Yi sitting inside. Fortunately, Qin Xiu didn't come with him. "Uncle, my mother is here. I'll go first." Under the bright crystal lights, the tall and handsome Qin Xiu stood there like a jade carving, attracting the gazes of all the guests who came and went. They were all attracted by his noble aura. The real young master of the Qin family was right in front of him. Old Jiang secretly wiped away the cold sweat in his heart. Although he was related to the Chao family, he really wasn't related to Qin Xiu. He didn't dare to say a word. He brushed past Qin Xiu's shoulder and quickly left. Principal Chao noticed that old Jiang's expression was a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that it was a little awkward for him to bump into a businessman and an official. However, because the official was Yi Jifan, Principal Chao, who didn't have a good impression of him, secretly frowned. He planned to find some time later to remind his niece's husband. Seeing his nephew Qin Xiu walk towards the stairs, Principal Chao, who was walking up the stairs, smiled and said, "Your mother rushed over in such a hurry. After dinner, she rushed back to the capital. She didn't even stay for a night. I'm afraid your grandfather will scold her. I'll go remind her and let her coax your grandfather more. Yi Jifan and Qin Yi left together, not noticing that the door of the private room was slowly closing behind them. Yi Jifan returned to his seat and chatted with Qin Yi for a while. Inadvertently, the topic of their conversation shifted to Principal Chow. The Principal Chow you mentioned is my second uncle. My grandfather has 2 sons and 2 daughters. My second uncle is the third. Qin Yi had always liked to keep in touch with the Chow family. Whenever Qin Xiu's relatives were close to him, he would also keep in touch with them. Hearing this, Yi Jifan's heart tightened. He took a small sip of the white wine. In that case, it was good that he was cautious. When Principal Chow didn't give him any face and asked Ying to leave, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Otherwise, he would have become enemies with the Chow family. Everyone in the room was talking about Yi Ying's intention to enlist in the Beijing political corps. Qin Yi glanced at the bank card that Sun Dongqing had just mentioned and whistled in his heart. It was interesting to have dealings with officials. They all knew how to give gifts. Without any hesitation, he took the bank card and smiled confidently. This matter is easy to handle. Director Yi, prepare your daughter's information for me as soon as possible. Based on my experience with Director Ye's daughter's temperament, it won't be a problem for her to enter and stay in Beijing. You said that Yi Jifan wants to send his daughter to the Beijing political group? Principal Chow took the opportunity to look at his nephew's son-in-law coldly. Even his voice was cold. You don't have the ability, yet you dare to take on the porcelain job? Chapter 1273. Of course, old Jiang knew that he did not have that kind of ability. He did not have it, but Qin Yi did. He thought about how he had been caught by his wife's second uncle, who had deliberately pulled him aside and warned him not to get too close to Yi Jifan, so that he wouldn't end up with nothing. At the end of the day, the Chow family still thought of him as a relative. After struggling for a while, old Jiang replied slowly, "Second uncle, I know that I don't have the ability to send Director Ye's daughter to the Beijing political group. That's why I asked Qin Yi. He knows a lot of people in Beijing. He must have a way. I heard from a grapevine that Director Yi is very likely to be promoted to the provincial construction department at the end of this year. I thought that if I were to contract the provincial construction project in the future, I would have to interact with Director Yi in the future. Seeing that he is busy with his daughter's matter, I might as well take a risk. If I succeed, I will show my face in front of Director Yi. It should be easier for me to get the project in the future. It doesn't matter if it doesn't succeed. He knows that I have done my best. You know that we are businessmen. We must be careful. I took advantage of the old man's 80th birthday to arrange a meeting between Director Yi and Qin Yi. After listening to his explanation, Principal Chow slightly narrowed his eyes. Director Yi is a provincial official. He doesn't need to rely on his connections to send his daughter to the army. It is not difficult for his daughter to enter the Beijing political group. Why does he need to rely on his connections? With his influence in the southern province, he can write a letter of recommendation and bring it to the army. The army will consider or prioritize it. There is no need for him to rely on his connections. He paused for a moment and asked old Jiang, "Zheng Yan, are you close to Director Yi?" Old Jiang, full name, Zheng Yan. Second uncle, if I want to be close to him, why would I need to go through so much trouble to ask Qin Yi to help me? I'm just trying. I won't lose anything anyway. Jiang Jingyan smiled embarrassedly. Although he had a small achievement, he was still far from the real big boss. Now that he finally had the opportunity to double his business, even if there was only a slim chance, he wanted to try. Principal Chow didn't blame him. Jiang Jingyan was considered a promising person among his nieces and nephews, but he didn't use the Chow family's name to expand his own network. Today, he said that businessmen should know how to be careful, know how to curry favor, and know how to have a good relationship with the government. These were all right. Every profession had its own rules for survival, and Jiang Jingyan was still considered to be abiding by the rules. However, there was one thing he didn't quite understand. His relationship with Yi Jifan wasn't very good. With Yi Jifan's cautious nature, why would he agree to Jingyan's arrangement? This was tantamount to giving his political opponents evidence of abusing his power for personal gain. Jingyan, I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. He is already an official in the provincial office. If he wants to send his daughter to the army, it should be a simple matter. Why does he still need to rely on others? Principal Chow reminded this junior, whom he admired, that the Chow family had been going downhill. If it weren't for the Qin family and old Master Chow, the Chow family would have been an ordinary family. He didn't want his nieces and nephews to go down the wrong path. Jiang Jingyan really didn't understand and didn't want to investigate. Seeing him like this, Principal Chow sighed and reminded him again, Jingyan, be careful not to get what you want. Instead, you'll get into trouble. I think there must be something behind this matter that even an official like him can't solve. Chapter 1274. Principal Chow rarely interfered with the family affairs. He spent most of his time at school. His wife took care of the family affairs and looked after his nephew and son-in-law. He was so young and already bald. Alas, I should remind him more. He continued, also, don't provoke Qin Yi. I'll ask Qin Xiu to call him out. As for the matter between you and Director Yi, I think it's better to forget about it. Ask Qin Xiu to call Qin Yi out? Jiang Jingyan's face changed. He wanted to stop Principal Chow, but Principal Chow saw through his thoughts and said sternly, who is Qin Yi? He always uses the name of Qin Xiu to do whatever he wants. Since you know that he is afraid of Qin Xiu, you don't dare to let Qin Xiu know. Why do you still want to use Qin Yi for your own benefit? Moreover, do you think that Director Yi will open the door for you just because you've done what he wants? Jingyan, he is a village official with no background. Being careful is his first standard. Do you think he will use his position to open the door for you? His words made Jiang Jingyan's body shiver. Principal Chow had already walked to Qin Xiu's side and said a few words. Jiang Jingyan only felt that the Qin family's legitimate young master's gaze was so cold that he couldn't help but shiver. Although he could be considered as Qin Xiu's brother-in-law, he didn't dare to call himself his brother-in-law. Only Qin Yi would give him some face. Qin Xiu's handsome face was cold. He pursed his lips and said in a cold voice, if Qin Yi has the ability to get people into the Beijing political group, my father won't have to worry about him. Qin Yi's surname was Qin, but unfortunately, he was the illegitimate son of Qin Xiu's uncle. Qin Xiu's father, Qin Dingkong, couldn't resist the secret pleading of his younger brother, Qin Wenbo, and took Qin Yi back to the Qin family. Principal Chow patted his nephew's shoulder and said, I'll have to trouble you with this. I just warned your brother-in-law that he will not follow Qin Yi's path in the future. Qin Yi, who was still chatting with Yi Fan in the private room, didn't know that Qin Xiu would soon come to the door. Qin Xiu held a wine glass in one hand, and his smile and words vividly reflected the elegance of a rich playboy. Yi Ying, who was secretly observing him, saw him and her heart beat faster. Qin Yi, diplomat, good-looking, had the ability to get her into the Beijing political group. Yi Ying lowered her head and only showed Qin Yi's beautiful face. Qin Yi seemed to be interested in her. Her father had said that she could use anything and everything to help her achieve a better future. In that case, Qin Yi was definitely one of those things that could help her achieve a better future. The more Yi Ying thought about it, the colder her eyes flashed. Then, she raised her head and sneaked a quick glance at Qin Yi. Fortunately, he was handsome enough that she could harden her heart and play with him. Qin Yi, a master of seduction, knew that the girl was secretly looking at him, but he would never have guessed that he had become a useful thing in her eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the girl's blushing face. Her delicate appearance made him tighten his grip on the wine glass. She was really a stunner. Look at those almond-shaped eyes. The charm in them made his whole body heat up. Yi Fan didn't like the way Qin Yi secretly looked at his daughter. As a man, how could he not know what was in those eyes? Chapter 1275. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yi was able to mention all the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group and knew where they lived, he even went there as a guest. He even mentioned that one of the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group liked to make dough figurines, and that there were a few authentic paintings of Master Qi hanging in the study room. After a few rounds of probing, Yi Jifan was sure that Qin Yi was from the Qin family, a family of diplomats. Only with this confirmation could they have a good conversation and resist Qin Yi's gaze on Ying. Ying was very happy. A young and promising diplomat. He seemed to be interested in her. Did this mean that she had a better chance of entering the Beijing government? Not only did Ying think so, but Sun Dongqing also thought so. She even thought that if Qin Yi was really interested in her daughter, they could date and get married. Then her daughter would become a phoenix. The mother and daughter's thoughts did not escape Qin Yi's eyes. Only Yi Jifan remained calm. He only wanted to use Qin Yi's connections to send Yi Ying into the military. As for other things, he believed in the power behind the jade pendant. No matter how much Qin Yi liked Yi Ying, he would not show it. When Yi Jifan asked about Principal Chao, Qin Yi sighed and said, "My uncle is boring. He could have moved out of the provincial first high school and become an official somewhere else, but he insisted that he wanted to be a principal. What's so good about being a principal? He has worked hard all his life, and I feel sorry for him. Fortunately, the students of the provincial first high school are good. I heard that there is another national top scorer. Otherwise, I would feel sorry for him." National top scorer, Yi Ying, who had been listening obediently, narrowed her eyes. She lowered her eyebrows, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes flashed with deep hatred. "Yi Qian, just you wait. As long as she enters the army, even if you get into the military school, you will never be able to compare to her." The national top scorer not only provoked Yi Ying, but also Sun Dongqing. She said sharply, "What national top scorer?" She even said that she got into the military school. "I don't even know if it's true. What does it have to do with you?" Yi Jifan had already confirmed that Qin Yi was indeed acquainted with the officials of the Beijing government. He was afraid that his wife's jealousy would leave a bad impression on him and ruin his daughter's future. After scolding in a low voice, he said helplessly to Qin Yi, "Recently, there is a rumor that the national top scorer is our niece. She has some conflicts with my family and had done something that hurt Yi Ying. My wife is still unwilling to forgive her." The reason why Yi Jifan was because he was afraid that Qin Yi would secretly investigate. It was better to say it himself. However, Qin Yi did not care about these things at all. What did it have to do with him whether or not the national champion was the niece of Mrs. Yi Jifan? It was none of his business. However, in order to get Yi Ying, who was as beautiful as a flower bud, into his hands, Qin Yi pretended to be cold and said, "Director Ye's daughter looks like an obedient and sensible girl. It seems that the national top scorer is just SOSO. Yes. Mr. Qin is right. For the past few weeks, Sun Dongqing had heard the most about Yi Qian. She wanted to laugh at him, but could not find a friend who could agree with her. Now that she heard Qin Yi say that Yi Qian was Zestes, she immediately agreed. She said angrily, "That stupid girl. If it wasn't for Ying's help in school, she would have gotten a 0 in her exams." Chapter 1276. She's the top scorer in the country. I'm starting to suspect that she cheated. Mr. Qin, do you know anyone in the Education Bureau? Could he check to see if her results were real? I'm starting to suspect that she's faking it. Qin Yi had no idea what was going on. His life was filled with nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. He had never cheated in the college entrance examination. He had been living a carefree life in the capital with the help of the Qin family. He was very happy. Sun Dongqing wanted him to investigate the top scorer in the country. Qin Yi knew that this was related to the reputation of the Chao family. He had to agree, even if he didn't have the ability to do so. If Qin Xiu found out about this, he would be punished. I think it's hard for Madame Ye's resentment to dissipate. Once Ying enters the capital, I think the resentment in Madame Ye's heart will disappear. He didn't know what Sun Dongqing wanted him to do if he continued this conversation. He had taken the money, and the beauty had taken the bait. It was time for him to leave. Qin Yi pretended to look at his phone. He frowned and said, "I should go back too. I'm afraid Grandfather Chao has already arrived." He placed his hand on the folder containing Yi Ying's personal files and bank cards. Just as he was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. Yi Jifan thought it was Jiang Zhengyan. He quickly stood up and laughed. "I'll open the door. Maybe it's Jiang Zhengyan asking Mr. Qin to go back and celebrate Grandfather Chao's birthday." Qin Xiao, who was knocking on the door, heard the laughter inside. His usually gentle eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, "Qin Yi, it's time for you to come out." Qin Yi was so shocked that he didn't even take the folder with the bank cards. He stood up and hurriedly